Porn. That's an interesting mix, isn't it? What did she say? And her husband, Karen?
Kieran. Oh, her boyfriend, Kieran.
Something for everybody in there.
That's creative.
Yeah. Oh, you don't want porn? Here's the Bible. No, that's from Matthew. Confused. Number 1.
A woman filmed browsing the library shelves in Hong Kong.
Except she's wearing a face mask to protect herself from the COVID.
Yes, because now we know rats can get COVID, and if there's rats in that library, we can get infected.
Jane Wells is in for John and Ken today. A treat for all of us. And what's coming up, Jane?
Well, I'm actually going to talk about news as opposed to pure news.
Yeah, I was driving in.
3.5 hours of news.
No, I'm driving in, and all I hear is about Super Mario for like an hour.
Oh, sorry.
That was,
Did you know Mario had a last name?
Yeah, now it's Mario. I knew everything now. And then he was called Mr. Jump in Donkey Kong.
Yep.
See, but you didn't know that as you started the day.
No, we want to cover lyrics.
Surprise you.
No, we're going to cover a lot of news, but, it's not all going to be, it's going to be very enchanted stuff because I actually, I love trade business stories. I talked to 2 swingers who are trying to make a living proselytizing for the lifestyle and holding gatherings and events.
Yeah, I think there's umbrage to that. That's not Gary and Shannon stuff. We don't do swingers news.
How dare you?
How dare you, Jay? We're a respectable family program. What was that?
Program children's games.
That's true. So I'm thrilled that John and Ken have vacated the building, and so the show can go off the rails.
Everybody does that when they leave. Everybody does.
Look at how happy Deborah is.
Jane.
I love John. I love James. I do love John and Ken. I love y'all. Nice. Put the smile on her. I haven't seen her smile like that in years.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Jane Wells in for John and Ken. We'll see you on Monday. Big ride, everybody.
Blessings. Did you have an awesome time? Did you drink awesome scooters?
Gary and Shannon.
Sit around and took it awesome.
You can find us on your smart speaker or on your dumb speaker if you plug it into something smart. I'm not plugging it into you. Hey, smart speakers say, play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Concern for the mountain communities. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rain has begun falling in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains.
The rain could saturate snow on top of rooftops and cause them to collapse from the added weight. Rooftop snow, which is turned to ice, could also loosen up and slide off in dangerous speeds. County officials warn the rain could melt snow and lead to flooding. Officials say they pre-positioned equipment and other resources at critical facilities. People have the urge to get sandbags. The National Weather Service says the rain could taper off tomorrow. Blake Trolling, KFI News.
And Blake will be on with Jane Wells, who's filling in for Johnny Penn, with more after the news. The news is brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. A woman has been arrested for allegedly abandoning her newborn baby at a gas station in Fullerton.
In the bathroom trash can of the location, Sergeant Ryan infant was taken to the hospital. Surveillance footage yesterday led detectives to a car possibly linked to the crime. Detectives served a search warrant at approximately 1:45 this morning. The 25-year-old female resident, Vanessa Maldonado, was arrested for attempt murder and felony child abuse. O'Neill says the safely surrendered baby law allows any person to surrender a baby to any hospital, fire station, or other designated safe surrender area within 72 hours of birth, no questions asked. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A new Type 1 hazmat decontamination certification has made fire department unit the first of its kind in the nation. Deputy Chief Eric McCoy says the unit is ready for toxic industrial chemicals, blood-borne agents, weapons of mass destruction, and more.
So we can decontaminate up to 1,000 patients, both ambulatory and non-ambulatory, which is, I think, the non-ambulatory piece is one of the really important aspects of this unit.
McCoy says that means even people who can't move can have their clothes removed with modesty kits and get a cleaning agent flushed with showers attached to the specially equipped fire. This is the first time the state's Office of Emergency Services listed specific training and equipment for Type 1 certification. A mom and daughter in Studio City tried to bust implant surgery are going to trial for murder. The LA County coroner says a 26-year-old woman died in the hospital of complications from the illegally done procedure in 2019. The mom and daughter also charged with practicing medicine without a license. Police say they performed inherently unsafe, FDA unapproved cosmetic, butt augmentation for clients, and on Instagram, their arraignment is scheduled for March 23rd. A teacher in National City accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a former student has been arrested again just 2 days after bailing out of jail. Officials say the teacher was initially arrested Tuesday when a parent called police suspicious her 13-year-old child was in a relationship with the woman. The teacher was booked on suspicion of 6 felony counts after posting bail. The woman was arrested again yesterday on 14 additional counts, including lewd acts with a minor. 2 LAPD officers injured during the shooting in Lincoln Heights have been released from the hospital.
One officer was hit in the arm, another was shot in the leg, and the third was shot in the torso. The body armor is taking the brunt of that hit. The third officer remains in the hospital for more treatment. All 3 were struck Wednesday night as they tried to get a parolee at large to come out of a shed on a property in Lincoln Heights. The LAPD says Jonathan Magana shot at officers after they lobbed tear gas into the shed. A short time later, Magana was found dead on the floor, and a visual from a SWAT robot showed a gunshot wound to his temple. Gregory testifying news.
Hand-in-hand, written note claiming to be from the Mexican drug cartel blamed for kidnapping 4 Americans, killing 2 of them, condemns the violence and says the members responsible have been turned in. 5 men were found tied up in a pickup truck yesterday. A Mexican woman was also killed last week during the shootout when the Americans were taken. The Scorpions faction of the Gulf cartel apologized to the people, the Mexican woman who died, and to the 4 Americans and their families. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 345, S&P 500 down 57, NASDAQ down 199, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Rain throughout the day. Highs around 60 for Metro LA, 50s for around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid-50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. Upper 50s for inland Orange County. Low to upper 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 54 in Seal Beach. It's 57 in Buena Park. 52 in Aurora Hills. And it's 54 in Sherman Oaks. We're going back to the 405 in Lawndale. 405 southbound before the Hawthorne Boulevard. Had a crash block in the car pull and the left lane. Looks like they are getting that out of the way. Things are starting to move a little bit better, but you're still going to be stacked up from the 105. In West LA, 405 southbound at Sunset Boulevard. Got a stall block in the car pull and the left lane. You separate from Sturball Center Drive. In the Sepulveda Pass, 405 northbound at Sturball. Clear to Sturball from the left lane. You're going to get the break from Swanson. Porter Ransom, 118 eastbound right at DeSoto, got a crash clearing from the carpool lane, but just past that, at Tampa Avenue, heads up, some debris in the middle lane. In downtown LA, the 110 north to the 101 connector, got a crash involving a big rig on the shoulder. And in orange, the 55 north transition for the 22 is shut down from a rollover accident. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
Your financial news is brought to you by Legacy Precious Metal Investments. As we see weakness across the board, the world listens to Jay Powell's testimony for direction. The Dow Jones is down over 180 points. The S&P is down. NASDAQ is down over 100 points. Oil down below $8 a barrel. Gold at $1,822 an ounce. Silver, $20.32 an ounce. Bitcoin is down to $22,000 a coin. Ethereum down to $15.43 a coin. Treasuries, interestingly enough, the 3-month yield is at 4.86%. The 6-month yield is 5.9%. 1-year yield is at 5.6%. You have the 10-year at 3.97%. Gold provides a hedge against stock market volatility. Don't need your retirement to dance. Download your free investor's guide at BuyLegacyGold.com. Again, that's BuyLegacyGold.com. Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues that you do. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? These are real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Gallup, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere. From Southern California to Central California, where it's raining like heck at my new home in Avila Beach. Good thing I'm not there today. To Northern California to, I don't know, the moon. We have a lot to cover. Staying well from CNBC, filling in for John and Ken. Oh, God, I hate it when someone goes and go. Stop it. This is going to be a good show. We've got a lot that we're going to talk about. Storms, we're going to talk about news. If you care about the economy, the Dow just finished its worst week since June as this bank in Silicon Valley Bank, the bank for tech startups, has gone under, and the worst bank failure since WAMU went under during the banking collapse. It's taking other regional banks down with it. Are we going to have another financial collapse? No. But it's not going to be good in the short term, and we are heading into a recession. So on that happy note, the first 2 segments of the show, we are going to talk about what's happening with the weather, which we actually have for once and have had all freaking year. We have the first of 2 atmospheric river storms moving through now. The president has approved an emergency declaration requesting the governor, so I once again the National Guard and FEMA can help out. And this storm could be really rough in the San Bernardino Mountains, which it's already been a tough time up there, and now you've got this warmer rain on snow, making the snow really heavy. Blake Crowley is on the case today. Blake, thanks for joining us. What's the situation up there today?
Yeah, so rain began this morning, as you mentioned there, Jane, in the San Bernardino Mountains, where people have been digging out of the snow for a couple of weeks at this point. Many of the roads are still narrow. Snowdrifts still exist in the area. And again, the whole area is really still just covered with snow. So rain coming down into this mess could add some challenges to the area that's already been impacted. National Weather Service meteorologist James Brotherson says the brunt of the storm will occur tonight.
Due to snow melt, the rain falling on the snowpack is going to create a lot of runoff in the San Bernardino Mountains, so we could see flooding, streets and streams, low water crossings, also roads with a lot of snowdrifts could see pretty heavy water flow. The other concern is structures could see additional damage due to the added weight of the snowpack.
What he's talking about there, Jane, is the snow coming down on the already snowed-on rooftops, causing them to collapse. Yesterday, an official told me a lot of these roofs now have snow on them. That's hard to remove because it's heated up, refroze, which has turned to ice. People are now having a hard time breaking that ice just to get it off of their roof. And to add another fear related to that ice, there are fears that ice could get loosened from this rain and come down in heat, which is really dangerous, of course, for people standing below. Now, road flooding in general is a concern, but also with those big snowdrifts, I'm being told that those could act like a channel and really add to some flooding problems, right? Because you've got these big drifts on either side of the road.
Right, so it turns the road into a river. It turns the road into a river.
Exactly. And where are those channels opening up? Well, they're opening up into people's driveways.
Oh, my gosh. Blake, we know that at least 13 people have died. The sheriff's department will dispute how much of that had to do with the storm, but it's believed that more people will be found dead in their homes as they reach them for whatever reason. Do you have any update on that?
As of right now, the latest number we've been given is 13. Yesterday, the sheriff's department did release that report, saying that only one of those was storm-related. They pointed to a woman who died in a traffic fatality that was related to the storm. Otherwise, if you actually read through those death reports, the 4 of them were hospice care or hospital. So that leaves you with another 8 deaths that are currently under investigation. And at this time, it hasn't been ruled out that these were caused by the storm. Those are under investigation.
Yeah, but I mean, you could have a heart attack in your house and die of it, but nobody could get to you because of the storm. So so I don't know how you classify that.
It's going to be interesting to see how people dispute, I think, the way that, these deaths happen, because as, you're already seeing the pushback on some of those reports. The Sheriff's Department laid it out yesterday that a lot of people have medical conditions, and if you read through those, one of the key details that you'll see in each of those deaths is lack of food, resources, something to that effect, did not contribute to the death. So I had asked, how is that determination made? Because I think a lot of people, that's going to be on a lot of people's minds, right? How do you determine that lack of resources didn't contribute to the death? And as it was described to me, deputies, when they go into these homes, take a look at, medication levels, food levels, things of that nature. But again, it's going to be interesting to see what these coroner reports, what they find.
I was just going to ask, do you have any sense of how many people are still isolated and any efforts to get them food and water?
Yeah, so the people that are still primarily isolated, or at least a large group of them, are people that are on non-county maintained roads. And I've been told there's a few reasons for that. One, of course, they're still working on the county maintained roads. There's people that live in these really isolated little areas, Jane, and I guess the county equipment is actually too big to even get on these roads, right? These are really remote roads. So their homes still need to be reached. I've been told that has created some anxiety for them. They have been assured that, if they need to be rescued, of course they have the snowcats that have the equipment to actually rescue them. But as far as, and again, I was given this update yesterday, but as far as yesterday, people in those really isolated little areas, we're still stuck in it. It's described to be able to take some time to still get to them and be able to service to their homes. So.
Shirley, thank you very much for updating us on the situation in San Bernardino Mountains. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave.
Yeah, I guess this is why you need to have canned goods and a manual can opener. Makes me think, again, I just went to Avila Beach and we have nothing, but we're not up in the snow right now. We're just in the middle of the rain. While filling in for Jonathan, when we come back, Alex Jones is going to give us a big picture across the state of what's happening with this most recent Pineapple Express, when we can expect it to move on through, how much rain, and South City. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Stay well, filling for Jonathan. KFI AM 640 Deborah, take it away. Regulators have ordered Silicon Valley Bank to shut down to protect deposit trading of the bank's shares with stock today when the stock fell by double digits in pre-market trading that followed a more than 60% decline yesterday. China's parliament has given the president a third-year term as president, putting him on track to stay in power for life. Xi Jinping is 69. And no more walking the red carpet at the Oscars, at least not this year. The Academy has chosen a champagne-colored carpet for the award show this time around. It will be the first time since 1961 that the carpet at the Oscars is not red. The Oscars are Sunday. What was it in 1961? I don't know. I need to dig into that. I know. Maybe it was champagne colored. Maybe it was brown. I don't know. Yeah, so we're going to a crash on the 55 in Orange. 55 northbound to the 22 West connector. The 22 West connector is completely shut down with a crash spot for the backup on the 55 north and southbound 34 from Chapman Avenue. Longdale, 405 southbound for Hawthorne Boulevard. They did clear that earlier crash, but you're still going to see some delays from Alpha Boulevard. West LA, 405 south on the Sunset Boulevard, stall in the carpool and the left lane. Moreno Valley, 60 westbound for Nathan Street, got a stall in the right lane. And in Redlands, 10 eastbound at Alabama Street, got a stall in the left lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. You watch Newsmax for news, we have, and you'll get perspective you won't hear from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left is trying. Try Newsmax and discover why Newsmax says the left is trying to silence their voice. Newsmax says it's for good reason, because it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bolling, Greg Kelly, and much more. And Newsmax says no surprise, Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Check the channel guide. And if they don't carry Newsmax, look for one that does. And remember, Newsmax is also free on streaming. So to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Viki. And you can download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. Every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or attempt to reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy after dark?
Dr. Wendy Wolf, Sunday night at 7 on KFUP and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 440. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. In World Computing, filling in for John and Ken. We will talk to in a few minutes to Alice Stone to get the latest on the big picture in the state of California with the storm system that's following through right now. Hearing Dr. Wendy after dark, I would love to know what she would have to say about the story we are going to cover later this hour. And to remark, there is this new, this new quote viral trend of, it's called trad wife, which stands for traditional wife. And it's women who, it's like a throwback to Ozzie and Harriet, where you dress up in a dress to do the housework, and you, why? And you are subservient to your husband. No, because I know every other class is like, wow, that's trad wife. So we will get into that later this hour, and I think we already know where you stand on this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and young Dana Hernandez, still at the beginning of her life. We'll have to see what she has. A lot of Gen Zers, although Dana claims she's a millennial, I think she's Gen Z, are embracing this. It's sort of like, how can you be the opposite of your mom? You know, and your mom worked, and your mom had a career, and you're going to be the opposite of that. And be subservient to your man, and we'll see how long that lasts. In any case, we're continuing to talk about the storm, and one other topic I will get into in the next hour is, especially if you're homeless today, I know for a fact a lot of people who are without home, I can call them homeless, I know John can call them homeless, unhoused, whatever. People who are homeless listen to KFI because I have taken calls before when I filled in. They're in their vehicles, they have a car or an ID. They can have an ID. An RV. A portable ID in their RV. And they listen. And so next hour, I've always wondered, because those things, those RVs are expensive. And at some point, you were able to acquire one. And so not now, don't call now. But I have always been fascinated where in the journey from home to homeless did you get the RV and how much did it cost and how are you able to afford it? But that is next hour. This hour, we are still talking about this storm system, the snowpack, because it's all about the snowpack. According to the state, is the following. Different places. They call it the Northern Sierra, the Central Sierra, and the Southern Sierra. In the Northern Sierra, we are now at 157% above average. So more than double. So let me explain to people. 100% is double, right? So 200% is triple. I hate it when somebody says, oh, it's up 200%, oh, it's double. No, that's 100% is double. So in Northern Sierra, we have 150% of average snowpack at this time. Central Sierra is 195%, so almost triple. And the Southern Sierra is 229% of average. But we are still in a drought. We are still in a drought. Because apparently we couldn't capture the water, or it went into the ocean, or we got to save the salmon, or because there's an entire drought bureaucracy that is now built up around the fact that we need to maintain the drought situation so that we can continue to have control over your life. 4 to 9 inches are expected to fall in certain areas today. Is Alice with us yet? You got Alice yet? Okay, and so it's heaviest in Central California right now. The president has okayed an emergency assistance request from the governor Newsom, so that Homeland Security and FEMA and the National Guard and all that can jump in and help respond to the storm. We have Alex now. Alex, hi, thanks for joining us. What's happening with the storm right now?
Hello, James. Yeah, so Southern California, we're seeing the rain right now, but this is not where the brunt of it is. We're talking about your home out by the coast. The coast is getting it. Northern California is getting it. Tahoe getting slammed today, and really started last night in the Bay Area. They're seeing a lot of flooding today. Tahoe and Mammoth, they're getting a new round of heavy snow. Now the concern is, and we're seeing roof collapses in some of the mountain communities. There was one in Crestline last week at the grocery store, but today, not even in mountain communities. In Oakland, they had one at a coffee warehouse that killed a worker. The roof, wow, all of this rain and the snow in some areas, that's really what they're worried about. And we talked today to the battalion chief with Southwest Tahoe Fire, Kim George, and he's saying, this is historic. This is remarkable. There's some areas that have massive amounts of snow. And she said that is the concern with the roof weight of the incredible amount of water. And then you have rain on top of the snow in some areas. And you take the snow that's heavy but relatively light compared to the pure water, then put water on top of that, and it melts all that snow up there. And they're really worried about more roofs going in. And they keep saying,
Southern state neighborhoods have probably 8 10 feet in the county area, even more so. With all of the snow load and the amount of waste that's sitting on roofs, we've had some pretty significant concerns coming up with roof snow load with all the rain.
So today in Tahoe and elsewhere, they're even in the blizzard type conditions that they're getting.
Wow.
They're clearing the roof. They're worried about what that waste can do. The Oakland one, clearly not snow, but the weight of water and wind coming in there. But
and someone died
one after another.
Someone died in Oakland in the coffee shop? Is that
yeah. It was a warehouse for, I believe, Peach Coffee. The roof came down and a worker in there was killed.
You said this is historic, but that's just because it's storm upon storm upon storm. The particular, how does this actual storm compare to what we've already seen over the last couple of months?
Well, I mean, this is another one on top of all the others. That this is not what we saw 2 weeks ago, where San Bernardino, Crestline, what they were dealing with. This is not to that magnitude. Some areas, the Bay Area, maybe, but there was some debate over, compared to recent years, how bad is it? When you get through it, everybody wants to say, this is the worst we've ever seen, this is historic. And at first, the National Weather Service was saying, well, these are snow records and rain records we've never seen before. Then they said, well, wait a second. You actually have to look at the water content in all the snow. That we are seeing a lot of snow. I mean, there's a house in Mammoth and some of the ski resorts, Heavenly, is shut down today in the Tahoe area because of so much snow. But it has been lighter snow. The actual water content is not as great. Yeah, so, this snow is snow. And they're going, no, this kind of goes back to 2016, 2017 in actual water content. So, yeah, you go by feet, and it's pretty incredible. You go by water content and go, it's been 7 or 8 years.
I know I talked to the climatologists up there at the snowpack, and they don't want the snow to melt quickly. They say the snow is kind of like a nice reservoir, and so you want it to melt slowly over the next several months so that you have this sort of constant water source. And if you have this warm rain on top of it and it melts too quickly, you're going to lose a lot of that in runoff. And they are expecting 10 rivers to overflow, and I guess they're trying to open some dams and release some water so that some of that overflow can be taken in. So what can you tell me about that?
Yeah, the Oroville Dam, Folsom Dam, they've been doing that. And you're right, on all of that. There's a concern being that it's warm rain, that what we were getting before was coming out of Alaska and the polar regions. That was cold. It was dumping very low snow. This one is the Pineapple Express. This is coming from Hawaii. This is, and the next one next week, same thing. This is relatively warm rain. The snow level is very high in some areas. The lower areas that have snow, this comes in and obliterates that. And, Yosemite being one of those areas, concerns about flooding in Yosemite. Somebody's been shut down because of so much snow after today. It may be so much water coming in and melting what they've got. And then it just runs away. What do we do with it? We don't have the reservoir capacity, capability to store that. Eventually goes out to the ocean and we say bye-bye to it. If it stays as snow, then it's up there. It comes trickling down over April, May, into June. And we've got this constant supply going into the reservoir. So if this really does melt all the snow that it's believed it's going to, we're going to have a flooding situation in many areas. Already rivers, the Kings River, the Merced River, they're flooding today. There are a lot of evacuations being called for. So there are going to be other areas where we say, whoa, where did all this water come from? It was all that snow up there and it's melting.
Yeah, people work straight. That's just, this is what we're here to tell you.
Basically, there you go.
So when does it end? When does this move out?
This one, later tonight and tomorrow, you get a little bit of a break. There is another, and atmospheric river almost sounds cliche now, but
I'm so tired of it.
atmospheric river. They're talking about kind of like a hurricane scale. There will be an AR, an atmospheric river scale that they're going to use.
Really?
Yeah.
So is this going to be like a category 4 AR?
Exactly. So some of the TV stations over the Bay Area, they already do it. They say this is a category 3 storm coming in. They're going to do the same thing. An AR scale to say this is an AR4, this is an AR3. But the next one comes in Tuesday, Wednesday, in mainly Northern California, but it will be more.
Wow. All right, folks. That and the hatches.
It's kind of when we wanted rain, now we want to deal with it.
We are the biggest whiners in America. Thank you, Alex Stone. I appreciate it.
You got it. Stay safe.
All right. Wow. I remember when we spent all this money on bonds. Didn't we all approve like billions of dollars of bonds for water capture and all that? Anybody know? Anybody? Bueller? What happened with any of that money so that we could at least capture some of this rain? There was a big thing for a while where people were putting open garbage cans in their yards to capture the rain, and then they could use it to water their lawn. But of course, the lawns are all dead and they haven't. Anybody who still got a lawn and didn't pull it out is genius. Tim Conway, I did this story last fall on people started painting their lawns green again. I have to talk to him. He had a comment. We'll do this across the top. He was painting his lawn green because he stopped watering it because of all the rules and regulations. But he wasn't killing it. So I think that lawn is amazing. When we come back, is your boss trying to quietly fire you? And how Gen Z workers are attempting to make it clear that they want work-life balance, but they don't want to sound lazy when they do it. Jane Wells filling in for John and Ken, KFI, AM 640, here's Deborah Marcus and Newman. Southern California is getting more rain, as we've been hearing, though the worst of this storm is expected in Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. The rain is expected today and into tomorrow. Most populated areas in LA County are expected to get an inch or less from this storm and up to around 2 inches in the mountains. The National Weather Service's runoff and minor flooding could happen, especially in the mountains. Snow is expected at high elevations around 9,000 feet. 3 men from Sinaloa, Mexico have been charged with allegedly possessing a million fentanyl pills in El Monte.
It started with a surveillance operation where Hawthorne police were tracking the men as they navigated a series of sample drug buys, leading up to the big one. Federal prosecutors say on Tuesday the men were seen negotiating a small buy to test the waters. About 10,000 fentanyl pills for $7,500 in the parking lot of a restaurant in El Segundo. Then, the next day, they met up again to exchange money for the 1 million pills at a motel in El Monte. And as the buyers drove away with the drugs, cops pulled them over and seized the pills. If convicted on all charges, they could get life in prison. He's Gregory signifying here.
A woman who had been traveling with the 4 Americans kidnapped from Mexico said she stayed behind in Texas because she forgot her ID and could not cross the border. Daryl Orange reported her friend missing the next day.
It's been 24 hours since the friends have been missing and that they were supposed to go and come back real quick.
Brownsville police investigator Martin Sandoval took images of a kidnapping in Matamoros suddenly hit social media and they tied that to missing people. That's when the FBI took over the case. The Americans were found days later. 2 had been killed. An innocent man who went to prison for murder has been freed in New York. Sheldon Thomas was arrested when a witness misidentified him in a group of photos of people with the same name in 2004. Thomas's attorney, William Paston, says the wrongful conviction took Thomas away for more than half his life.
He'll now be released when he's 35. Where does it start? He doesn't have housing. He missed the opportunity to go to college. He doesn't have health insurance.
The Brooklyn DA's office reinvestigated the case and found police covered up the mistake. Thomas, who was let out yesterday, the family of the person murdered, was also wrong because the family members thought they were given justice only to find the killer got away. Southland weather from KFI, rain throughout the day, highs around 60 for Metro LA, 50s to around 60 in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid-50s to mid-60s in the Asphalt Valley, upper 50s in inland Orange County, low to upper 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 54 in Laguna Woods and the same in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Santa Ana.
45 southbound right at Grand. They are reporting it in the lanes, but you're going to see some forward from the 22 and the 5 north is going to be on up the break from Jamboree to the 22. In Orange on the 55 northbound to the 22 west connector. That connector is shut down with an accident. Then you go on that 55 south to the 22 east connector. Got a crash block in the right lane. In Monterey Park on the 10 east at New Avenue, 4-car crash clearing to the shoulder. You're going to be stacked up from the 710 though. And in Ranch Cucamonga on the 10 east before Hope. Got a wreck involving a big rig over on the shoulder. You've got some delays from Indian Hill to the 15. KFI in the sky. I'll get you there faster. Fines in Norman.
Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anyone. If you're ever hurt in a car, motorcycle, trucking accident, or even a dog bite, there's only one firm to call, Weekdays Accident Attorney at 800-500-5200. For the last 15 years, Weekdays has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get medical treatment needed and have won almost $1 billion for their clients with $188 million settled in 2022. You see, being hurt after an accident has a major impact on a person's life, and the last thing you need is to take it on alone. Weekdays has been awarded best attorneys in America, and personal injury is all they do. Weekdays is treat you as a tough on the insurance company, so hold them accountable. They're driven by their purpose to help you when you need them the most. So if you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, weekdays.com.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous rounds. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Hey, it's Team Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce, and the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 100-3720.
I never chose to become a gambling addict. What I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support the 53346. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & More. I'm about to tell you a secret that'll make the insurance companies madder than a wet hen. Major insurance companies use a software called Colossus to tell them what the firm you hire is likely to settle your case for. Google it yourself. They know which law firms can lowball and take the last best offer, not us. Google our firm and see billions recovered from the very same insurance company. They know who we are, and now you know it too. Morgan & More. Visit morganpeople.com for an offer near you. Watch Top Star Saddle on his channel at one of the sports biggest events, the PNC Paribas Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in to that podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page, and listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat Oat Milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat Oat Milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
Injured in an accident? Visit superwondersuperwonder.com.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Happy Friday. Stay dry. Stay dry, everybody. It's Shane Wells filling in for John and Ken. We're continuing to follow this storm and the havoc it's creating, and we'll continue to create throughout the weekend. And then there's another one next week. I like to follow the markets because I work for CNBC. The markets ended their worst week, the Dow did, since June, even though we had a great jobs report. It has to do with the collapse of this bank in Silicon Valley. This was a hot thing for startups. Tech has been having a very tough time. Layoffs are amazing in the tech world right now. We haven't seen this since 2001 in the past. And that's struck down the stairs of other regional banks as well. But the banks are much better capitalized than they used to be. Your money is safe. The FDIC insurance is going way up. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about your bank. Okay? If you like Silicon Valley Bank, yeah. But other banks, no. She says, whistling this week. Okay. We had a very strong jobs report that came out today. Much more than the experts predicted. The U.S. gained a solid 311,000 jobs in February. Now, this is not as much as they gained in January. So maybe the economy may be slowing down just a little bit, which is what the Fed wants to do, by keep raising interest rates. The Fed raises interest. You're like, what does that have to do with inflation? When the Fed raises interest rates, it makes it more expensive to borrow money, whether it's a mortgage or whether you're a company that wants to expand. And so you stop saving money because you're borrowing it and it costs too much. And this slows the economy down. And suddenly things that cost so much start to cost less because people are buying less. And so then inflation starts to come back down to the 2% target that the Fed wants. It's now over 6%. But it's starting to come down. And part of the thing that keeps the economy so hot is when companies continue to hire, and they are hiring still more than they're firing. But also in today's report, it said that more Americans are coming back into the job market. So there have been all these people who got their, government money during COVID and moved back home with mom and dad and have been doing gig work and, whatever, eating top ramen. They decided to come back into the market. So that will mean there are more people for employers to choose from. They don't have to pay you so much. And again, it will cool the economy down so inflation will come down without getting unemployment completely out of whack. If I'm making any sense, the Fed has two jobs. Keep inflation to around 2% and keep employment as low as it can. And so employment is still low. It's still working on inflation. That said, it was a really strong jobs report, but things are starting to cool. And in tech, we see these huge layoffs. So here are a couple of stories related to that. First, this is in the Wall Street Journal. 6 ways companies are quiet firing white-collar workers. There was quiet quitting? No. Now there's quiet firing, especially in tech. And maybe in your job. Here are 6 ways to know that maybe the boss is trying to ask you to leave. 1, you're being required to come back and work in the office. Now, some companies are doing this because the boss thinks it's important for corporate culture. Bob Iger wants everybody back in the office at Disney. Other companies are doing it. Elon Musk wants you there. I don't know, was it 4 days a week? And this is a way of saying, gee, we could probably cut our staff by 10%. We hired 10% of them remotely anyhow. I was talking to the president of a studio yesterday that I will not name. They are now back in the office full-time, and they have lost quite a few people because of it. So if the boss wants you to come back and work in person and knows you don't want this, maybe the boss is trying to tell you something. Also, limiting benefits, compensation, or perks. You only get 3 personal days this year, not, 500. I want you to go. Another, an increased emphasis on performance. This cracks me up. According to the journal, performance reviews are plans that could intimidate workers or persuade those judged as low performing to quit. Well, yeah. By the way, none of this is new. Back in the 80s when Jack Welch was running GE, if you were at the 10% of the bottom performance of your company, you were out at the end of the year. That was just the way it was. Meta is starting to do this, a company that owns Facebook and Instagram. No salary, no raises, or career advancement. Well, what's new with that? Oh, I didn't get a raise or a career advancement. Well, yeah, promotion this year. Maybe it's time to go. And the last one, you're neglected. Your boss isn't checking in on you to see how you're doing. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's the fifth one. The last one, this is my favorite. Being asked to write down what you do. Elon Musk has done this with Twitter. He wanted everybody, the engineers and everything. What do you do? Tell me 3 sentences of what you do. If you're being asked to write down what you do, that is a message saying that the boss doesn't know what you do. That may be a reason that they want you to quit or you will quit. Now, at the opposite end of the spectrum to the story from Business Insider, Gen Z, which has never known what a recession is like, doesn't know what it is like to be fired, doesn't know what it only knows that they're throwing all kinds of benefits at you over the last few years because they're so desperate to keep you because they need workers. Gen Z still thinks that they need to have work-life balance, which is great. If you can get it, great. I'm old. I'm not used to that, but I do think there is something to be said for it. But Gen Z is now trying to figure out when and how to ask about work-life balance because they don't want to sound like they're lazy. Okay. So here are the subtle ways these 20-something-olds, we've got 2 of them in the booth. So listen,
Hey, I'm a millennial.
How many Gen Zs are trying to jump in with millennials now? Hey, Boomer. Yeah, you guys are fleeing that demographic.
I was born in 1994. That's my definition of millennial.
Yeah, Dane's trying to tell me she's a millennial kid. I am. You guys are younger than my kids. You are Gen Z. Okay, and here, so what do you guys, what do you two think of this? If you were interviewing someone and they're probably asking you questions like, what does my day-to-day work day look like? How often would I have to work more than 40 hours a week? Or asking about the work structure, does it support my ability to decompress? Or what systems are in place within the organization to encourage work-life balance? Or how does your company ensure that staff is prioritizing our wellness? What does the work environment look like in and outside of the office? Is it me? I did want to know how much vacation you get. I had 2 requests. How much are you going to pay? And how much vacation you get?
That's fine.
Uh,
But those questions were, I mean,
no question.
yeah.
Deborah Mark, have you ever asked, how much are you prioritizing my wellness? I have not, but as you said, we're old. I think we have different thoughts on that. I mean, we have worked crazy hours and done a lot of, yeah. I think work-life balance is important. It is, 100%. And I do admire the sense of you work to live, you don't live to work, and that these 20-something, going on these big trips now instead of when they're in their walkers. I feel that the young people.
Here we go. Here we go.
I agree with. I mean, look. Right now, I think a work-life balance is important for somebody like me. I've been working since I was 12 years old, and I have done all kinds of things. I've never been afraid of work. I've always been a hard worker. I mean, you get to the point where in your life where it's okay to kind of go, right now I want to travel. That's really important to me. It's not all about the job. I take my job very seriously and I love it. But when you're younger, I think you got to pay your dues. I think that's what I'm trying to say. That's our attitude. And yet, I mean, if you can get away with it, and look, I'll tell you very quickly, the perfect example of this is in the medical industry. It is so difficult to be a doctor now and have your own private practice. You're not getting paid as much by Medicare or the insurance companies. You've got all this overhead. And so many doctors coming out of medical school now want to go with the Kaiser model, where they work 9 to 5 and they have a schedule and they can have a life. Yeah, you, Kaiser or whatever the hospital group is, you handle the paperwork, you handle the billing, you handle the overhead. I'm just going to show up from 9 to 5. Maybe I'll establish a couple patient relationships. Doesn't really matter. I can go surfing, at 5:30. And I think there's something to be said for that, but a lot lost because. All right. Speaking of a time even older than I am, and much, much older than Deborah Mark, who was a young lady, the trad wife trend, when we come back, going back to being Harriet Nelson, Third and Ozzy, and an apron and pearls every day. Staying well sewing with John and King, KFI AM 640, Deborah.
LA County Sheriff's deputies have arrested a man who allegedly drugged and sexually assaulted a woman in West Hollywood. That attack happened late last month at the Abbey nightclub. The woman guy dragged her to a car, but she was able to get away with help of security guards. Ski resorts in Lake Tahoe have been closed because of stormy weather. And former President Trump has been invited to testify before a grand jury in New York. The jury has been investigating hush money payments made on Trump's behalf during his 2016 presidential campaign. Trump's attorney says he was asked to testify next week. Southland weather from KFI, rain throughout the day, highs 50s to mid-60s. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, less so places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Stillmont.
From the 210 west to the 5 transition. Got a spin out blocking a lane at that transition. Also in Mission Hills on the 118 westbound to 405. Got a stalled semi in the middle lane. In Monterey Park on the Kings down between New Avenue and Delmar Avenue. That earlier crash cleared to the right shoulder, but you're still going to be on the bridge from Fremont Avenue. And in Corona, 15 northbound, right at the 91. Got a stall in the right shoulder of the connector to the 91 west. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jane Harmon. Hiring heating up? The Indeed hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor a post and instantly receive a shortlist of quality candidates on Indeed whose resumes match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This report is sponsored by CalEICT4Me.org. If you earned less than $30,000 in 2022, you can get money back to help pay for the things you need. See if you qualify at CalEICT4Me.org. Don't miss out. File your taxes today. Everyone is talking about Newsmax. It's becoming one of the most popular news channels in America. Tune in for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bolling, Greg Kelly, and more. Newsmax is already the 4th highest rated cable news channel, and it's also free on streaming. Just go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Sumo, Pluto, Vizio, Apple, and more. Or download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Newsmax is real news for real people. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to FNRTradio.com. That's FNRTRadio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRTradio.com.
As well, we have our best produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like sorry. In fact, only the best produce like zesty oranges and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. So, fresh for everyone.
You can earn 4 times the fuel points on all produce, floral, deli, and bakery items through March 14th. Simply click your digital coupon and save more at the pump today. Restrictions may apply. DCI is heat transmission fluid.
Seriously? That's good to just the break.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe that engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. New Lamborghini inventory. I wouldn't mind destroying my credits to drive that around and let it keep them holding the bag. First gotta take out this chips all over it. Sorry, man, sorry. The Kim Conway Jr. Show. Stop puking in my Lambo. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jane Wells filling in for John and Kim. They'll be back Monday. Don't worry, after they survive the rainstorm. In the next hour, I'm going to take calls, I hope, because I know there is a large audience out there living out of their cars and RVs who listen to a bunch. Because I've talked to you before about how you got to where you are, and I want to know, RVs are expensive, even used ones. How you came to acquire that. Where in the journey from home to homelessness you got the RV. Even though they may not be in a great shape right now. Right now, though, we are talking about a hot new viral trend. I don't know how you qualify for viral. Maybe more than 3 people click like. It's called trad wife, which means traditional wife. This is from the Today Show. That is, it's this idea of going back to a simpler time when a woman, stayed at home and the man went out and worked and he had all the power and she had none. This was not a simpler time if you were a woman, but some women, perhaps in a backlash to liberal America, are now embracing it, younger women in particular. Traditional wives, according to this one woman who's on TikTok, S.A. Williams, she's at S-E-S-T-E-E-C Williams, S.A.C. Williams, she likes to put on a vintage dress every morning, style her platinum blonde hair, and then cooks and cleans. She's 25 years old. She says that she believes submitting to and serving her husband as a traditional homemaker is her choice, which it absolutely is. She cooks and cleans her Virginia home, according to today. She doesn't go outside without calling her husband Connor to ask for permission, nor does she leave the house alone after dark. Now, he's an electrician, and he usually says yes. Oh, how nice of him. So here is some of her trying to explain, just getting some pushback, but it's a thing, trad wife, T-R-A-D-Y, trad wife on TikTok. Here's some of what she said. If you are not familiar with the term trad wife, it is a woman who chooses to live a more traditional life with ultra-traditional gender roles. So the man goes outside the house, works, provides for the family. The woman stays home, and she's the homemaker. She takes care of the home and the children if there are any. The misconception about the trad life movement, it's not really a movement, nobody's pushing it. People are simply just living it and maybe showcasing their lifestyle like me. And we believe our place, specifically us as individuals, believe our purpose is to be homemakers. It doesn't mean that we're trying to take away what women fought for. There are a lot of people trying to make this a sinister thing or put some other darker meaning behind the term trad life. Nobody is doing that. No trad life TikTokers are saying every woman's place is in their home. We as individuals are just choosing to be homemakers. That's all. I don't know. Trad life also means that they just submit to their husbands and serve their husbands and family. And that triggers people because the word submit and serve, it makes women think that we're saying that we're less than a man. That's not what we're saying. Travis just believe that they're here as women for a different role, equally as important though. I can make another video on that another time. Okay, no, this is stop for a second. Look, it's her life, her choice. If anything people agree to do, consensual adults behind closed doors, that doesn't break any laws or cause serious injury, I am fine with, but it creeps me out. It creeps me out. I agree 100%. You want to be subservient to your husband? Go for it. That whatever you want to do, but you know what it is? This is the way I look at it. It almost seems like some people want to kind of have an excuse not to have to work and just have a simple life, stay home, and not have to worry about anything. And if that's what you want to do, that's okay. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be home with my kids and work part-time. I was able to have both. So I know that I'm fortunate. But to ask your husband if you can go outside, I mean, that is crazy. And she has to consult him for purchases, or she doesn't have. She was chosen to consult him for purchases over $100. You know, it's almost like cosplay. This is role playing. This seems like it's a let's have this, this love. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This is some kind of, dressing up as the French maid, which, again, her choice is fine. I just, I just don't. It's almost like Sharia law. You're not going to go outside, although you're choosing Sharia law. So it's like nobody's forcing you. Nobody's forcing you. I just find it very strange. And I think part of it is what could be the one thing to really kick off my mom, who was a career mother, and or my single mom who worked 3 jobs. I am never going to do that. I'm gonna have a man take care of me, and I will do whatever he says. Well, but see, you know what? I can understand if that's the rules that you guys choose. The husband works and you make the money, and you're the homemaker, you take care of the kids, and you do the time. Right, exactly. But what I don't understand is to go so far as to ask your husband if you can go outside, if you can buy something more than $100. I mean, that's what I don't understand. I don't get it. And how long do you keep that? How long do you play that game, that fantasy, as Eric said? And what is that? A turn on for somebody? Well, I sure totally. Totally. But that's what it is. It seems like role playing. Dana, what say you? You're a young woman. These are your people. Well, they're not my people, but I think the part where I don't agree with is definitely asking for permission. I understand wanting a traditional type of household, especially women that I feel like are realizing, hey, the feminism movement, now it's so weird because it's being used against us. Like, okay, if you want to be a feminist, then you are supposed to be for the debate, so it's really, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. It's like, why are you letting him? Almost like I have no problem, but yeah, why are you not? You don't want a career? What's wrong with you? Yeah, I think you're right to some extent, but this whole honey, opening the door, wrapped in saran wrap kind of a fantasy thing, wearing your Marilyn Monroe bob, and she does have that kind of look about her. I don't know if it's real or how much of it is just stick on TikTok and it's working for her. Now, not everybody is that extreme. And of course, they're saying the trad life movement is composed largely of conservatives and dingy women and Christians. Of course, they got to throw, look, I'm a Christian. Please, fuck. And they use that word like a pejorative. There are Christians mean many things. And I'm going to be judging here, which I'm not supposed to be the Christian. There's some people who say they're Christians, like I'm doing right now, judge other Christians and judge the whole world. And if you're not one of us, you're outside of us. And that's not what Jesus would do. But once again, they're throwing Christian into this conversation. And I'm sure some of them are. In any case, I'm not wrapping this up very well because I'm so conflicted about the whole thing and it creeps me out so much. Do we have like 10 more seconds to play this?
To be a homemaker and to have traditional values does not make us bad people.
Right.
It's 2022. Women should have the choice to be homemakers or not without feeling judged.
Yeah.
And then should also be able to use the term trad life, which means traditional life, and not be shunned for wanting to be more traditional.
Okay, all right. I just shunned you. I'm sorry because you're asking permission from your husband. But again, if you're right, if that's what you want to do, I just don't know where that's going to end up someday. But I wish you all the best. When we come back, when you drive by and you see those RVs on the side of the road on PCH or wherever, you wonder like, who are these? Only these homeless RVs everywhere. Those RVs cost a lot of money at some point. How, if you own one of those RVs, if you're living in one of those RVs, I want you to call me at 1-800-520-1KFI, 1-800-520-1534, and I want you to tell me where in your journey to homelessness, because I know how many people listen to KFI, you were able to acquire a motorhome or an RV, how much it costs then, and how much it costs you to maintain it. Same love filling in for John and KFI, AM640.
Hi, this is a very useful announcement to remind you to turn your clock forward an hour this Sunday. Let's just pretend they don't already do that themselves. Maybe you're using an old school clock, like a sundial. Bring it forward an hour. Thank you. We're just happy to pretend to help. KOST-HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More help is on the way. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has asked, and President Biden has issued a presidential emergency declaration because of the latest storms in California.
The declaration authorizes federal assistance to support the state and local response to the storms impacting much of the state. Deputy Director of the Department of Water Resources, John Pack, says its measures meant to combat floods across the state will prove effective during this month's stormy and acid weather. He says the department's mission is to sustainably manage California's water resources, to protect the environment, and to protect public safety.
Our efforts during the current storm response include the weather and hydrologic analysis and dissemination, coordination among reservoir operators and flood managers, and technical and direct assistance to meet local and county needs coordinated with TRILLIONAIRE.
He says he wants to commend the local and county flood and emergency managers for being proactive because the efforts are led primarily out of the state federal flood operations center, which is in Sacramento. Police in Fullerton have arrested a woman who allegedly left her newborn baby in a gas station trash can. Sergeant Ryan O'Neill said the hour-old infant was found alive yesterday and taken to a hospital.
Conducting a thorough investigation, which includes surveillance footage and possible suspect vehicle information, they located. During their investigation, they served a search warrant at about 1:45 this morning.
He says 25-year-old Vanessa Maldonado was arrested for attempted murder and felony child abuse. He says this is a reminder that state law allows any person to safely surrender an infant with no questions asked within 72 hours of birth at any fire station, hospital, or other designated safe surrender location. A man arrested in connection with a pair of stabbings, including one that killed a teenager in El Sereno, has been charged with murder and attempted murder. LA County DA Gaston says the man could face up to 40 years to life in state prison if convicted. He was arrested after a standoff in Alhambra Wednesday. The Huntington Beach Fire Department has been certified as the nation's first Type 1 hazmat decontamination unit.
To decontaminate up to 1,000 patients in a really quick fashion.
Huntington Beach Fire Chief Eric McCoy says the team's been around for about 20 years, but this is the first time the Office of Emergency Services listed specific training and equipment.
People that are exposed to chemicals, biologic weapons, nuclear weapons, radiologic weapons.
That means months of training, hours on the HCFC apparatus, 1,000 kits, and more.
So that includes some modesty kits and have the equipment to decontaminate non-ambulatory patients.
So when clothes are removed so patients can be flushed with cleaning agents, their modesty is protected even if they can't move. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has testified before the House Ways and Means Committee to talk about President Biden's proposed budget plan for next year. Biden introduced the plan yesterday in Philadelphia.
We estimate that this budget will deliver deficit reduction of nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
He says fiscal discipline remains a central priority in the budget, and Italy's Coast Guard has been sent to rescue 3 boats in the Mediterranean Sea carrying more than 1,300 migrants. Officials say the boats were in danger. The rescue came nearly 2 weeks after a shipwreck off the coast in the Calabria region that killed at least 73 migrants in Turkey. Another 80 were rescued, but more are missing and presumed dead. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 345. S&P 500 down 57, NASDAQ down 199, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Texas for you since 1972.
Southland weather from KFI. We have a slight chance of showers tomorrow. Mid-60s in Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley and the Antelope Valley. 60 for inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now, 56 in Tustin, 54 in Laguna Beach, 52 in Fontana, and 54 in Van Nuys. We're going to the 605 in Santa Fe Springs.
605 southbound right is blocking the brand new Lebanon lanes, and you've already got a slow ride all the way from the 10. In Monterey Park on the 10 eastbound right at New Avenue, got that crash clearing over to the right shoulder, but you're going to be hitting the brakes from the 710. Downtown LA on the 5 north at Cesar Chavez Avenue, a large metal object in the middle lane. In Diamond Bar, 57 south by the Temple, stalled out semi in the middle lane, was pretty heavy coming away from the 10. In Corona, 15 north to the 91 west connector. That crash blocking the left lane of that connector and causing a backup on the 16 northbound from about the house. Also in Corona, 91 west before the 71, crash in the center divider area and the fastback lanes, and leaving Anaheim on the 91 eastbound. You're going to be on and off the brakes from Kramer's LaSalle over to the 15. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harlan.
Exclusively Attorney Dental is Infinity. It's the latest technology in used teeth in a day. That's procedure. Infinities are individually milled custom zirconia crowns that are more durable, lighter, and stronger than their competitors. Infinities will give you the natural look and feel of real teeth. Call now and get a free exam, CT scan, and X-ray. A $1,500 value, you get it free. Bring in any written offer from a competitor, and Cunning Dental will beat that deal. Easy financing options available. Call 888-640-SMILE, 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 CunningDental.com. Prescription supply. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Not me. Nope, nah. Oh no. You said stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Superwoman, Superlawyer, Superwoman, Superlawyer.com. KSI.
More stimulating thought.
An iHeart radio station. KFI AM 640, Jane Wells, filling in for Johnny Tan, heard everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Neil today just walked in, and we were talking about TradWise, and this woman doesn't spend more than $100 without consulting her husband. And he said, well, isn't there an amount that you need to run by your husband before you spend? And that's an excellent point. And I'm trying to figure out what that amount is. I would say $2,500. I'd have to say hamstring. But your husband would talk to you as well. Oh, right? Of course. Right. So it's not just a woman asking, right? If you're buying a big purchase, my husband and I, we talk about things like that. You're right. Very good. Yeah, Neil. So there. Yeah. I wanted to take calls from people who are living in their RVs because we see them everywhere, and there's an interesting story in the LA Times that if you live in an RV and you don't have a home, you don't necessarily consider yourself homeless because you have a home with just on wheels. But these things are so expensive. New RVs can cost as much as $300,000. You know, I mean, it's a ridiculous amount of money. And I just was curious where people along their journey from living in a house to now living in a motorhome or an RV, how did they acquire that? How much it cost? That sort of thing. And I asked for you to call, and because I knew people would, because you listen to KFI. Everybody listens to KFI. Billionaire CEOs and people out of their house. All these people listen to KFI. So first, I want to take Veronica. Hi, Veronica. Tell me your story briefly.
Hi, I'm just really grateful to KFI. You guys are so funny. I am homeless, I am in a motorhome, and sometimes it's depressing, and the thinking just really to make it person laugh.
Oh my God, thank you. But tell me how you ended up homeless and in a motorhome, and when you got the motorhome.
Okay, well, I was working, and then my boyfriend passed away when COVID first came out, and so then down I couldn't afford to rent all by myself, $1,200 alone. I could not do it. So I ended up going to a shelter, and the shelter, the time's going to be up, and then we go back to the streets in these temporary shelters. And I have a little boy, so I was really scared. So the minute I saved for my part-time job, I was able to get a motorhome and use them for $5,000 on payment. So the lady held it for me until I was able to pay the whole $5,000. So I bought the motorhome. I'm actually in it right now. And I try to find a legit place to park it, but they're not accepting motorhomes because of the COVID and everything that's going on right now. So if it wasn't for having the motorhome, I would have been back in the streets, literally on the sidewalk with my little boy. Because those temporary parkers, like, it's only temporary. People really don't know what goes on there, and I didn't want my little boy around that.
So you were able to eventually save $5,000, you said. Yes. And what kind of motorhome did you get for that?
You know what? I got an old, like an old one, like I want to say maybe 90, and it didn't really run up to par. So I invested money to get it running, and I do have like the bathroom that it's not that I have to litter or anything, and then I do have it registered now, as for us, some of the other ladies like myself that are single moms out here, they actually have motorhomes too. And they have them with registration, insurance, and everything.
Wait, is there like a little, village of you? I mean, you and other single women?
Yes, there's a lot of us, yes.
Where are they? I asked
But
where
we're
you are.
actually single moms. Well, I don't want to say we're because we don't want other people to come because we keep it clean right here. We keep it like if somebody comes up here, they have to like keep it clean. We talk to them like you can't be here anything like
Are you still working? Are you still working?
You know what? I'm between jobs. I'm actually looking for a job. I'm looking at an interview the other day.
What's your day like? Just tell me what your day is like.
Okay, my day is I take my little son to school and then I have to run everything off the cane gas. So I go up to the cane gas and then I have dinner ready for when he comes home from school and then if my little shower runs off the cane, everything runs off the cane. He has a little shower and everything and then his homework and he's only second grade, grade, so he can stay daily and that's how it is.
And where are you getting money now? Do you get some aid?
Yeah, but it's not enough aid, it's just not enough aid. It's not enough.
Can I ask where is it? Government? I don't know how this stuff works. Are you getting, cow fresh or something like that?
Yeah, we get top right.
And what's the plan, Veronica? Where do you see yourself in a year?
Well, you know what? Honestly, I'm trying to get a full-time job now that COVID is getting more. Like I think at the end of this month, it's going to be more places are opening up, and then I just
COVID's over. I feel COVID's over.
Yeah. So no, now that it was not over like for like it was really hard to have my baby in school and everything. So it's really hard for the daycare and everything and so now everything's actually looking brighter. And so then this is now I'm preparing for the weather to get a little better and then that's it and it's gonna be smooth sailing because we've been like in a storm, literally in a storm because the cost of everything, food is so high, rent is so high, it's been really hard, but I just have a lot of faith and I feel it's just a little storm and it's going to be smooth sailing.
Before I let you go, how are you doing?
You know what, I'm surviving. I just feel like, the people that are running all these programs to help the homeless, they don't even know what they're doing. Like, and that's the sad part because money is being wasted. Like, it's just getting thrown away. And then that's why even more people are falling into homelessness. And we don't need temporary shelter. We don't need these tiny houses. We need permanent housing. Something that can work with our income.
Like,
Like honestly, I wouldn't even mind giving my whole check if it's something that's going to be permanent housing because it's sad. At the end of the day, sometimes you feel like a failure and it's just time.
Veronica, I wish you all the best of luck for you and your son. Thank you very much for calling and sharing your story.
And thank you to KFI because that's how we get our news.
Oh my gosh. Well, don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, thank you very much. Wow. We have, I don't know what we're going to do when we come back. We got a couple other callers that we may want to talk to or we may move on. That's just a bit of a reality check. Danielle filling in for John and Kim, KFI AM 640. Here's Deborah with the news.
A woman in Orange County has been arrested for allegedly leaving a newborn baby in a trash can at a gas station in Fullerton. Fire officials say the baby was an hour old when it was found yesterday and taken to Children's Hospital. Women in Berlin will soon be allowed to go topless at the city's public swimming pool. Berlin state government said yesterday the new baby rule follows a discrimination complaint by a woman who is not allowed to go topless while swimming in a pool in the capital. Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell is still in the hospital. His staff, the 81-year-old, is being treated for concussion. He fell Wednesday night at a hotel in Washington, D.C. From the Southern California Toyota dealer's traffic center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 2 in Eagle Rock.
Well, it's turning north down before you get to the 134. Just got a report of a crash turning its way over to the right shoulder from that center divider area. And then just past that on the 2 northbound before the 210. Got a spin out blocking the lane, so there's a brake try to clear it. Also on the 2 southbound, right at the 134 east connector, another new wreck here. This is blocking the carpool and the left lane.
In Pasadena, begins Reggie Boulevard that recovering to the right shoulder. Lakeview Terrace, 210 for Osborne Street. The right lane is taken out with an accident. Rollover accident there. And in Monterey Park on the Candy South for New Avenue, that crash still reportedly blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. You watch Newsmax for news we have, and you'll get perspectives you won't hear from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left is Try Newsmax and discover why Newsmax says the left is trying to silence their voice. Newsmax says it's for good reason, because it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bolling, Greg Kelly, and much more. And Newsmax says no surprise. And remember, Newsmax is also free on streaming. Go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Vimeo, and you can download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Newsmax is real news for real people. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Lunch season is here. You have so many choices of Stater Brothers with our fresh seafood pastures, Old Circle Market wild-caught fish fillets, and plant-based protein. And don't forget our Stater Brothers shrimp. Grab some today and grill some tonight.
If you've ever taken the journey to the final days or weeks of life with a loved one, you know how difficult it is on everybody. But it doesn't have to be that way. I'm inviting you to join me in supporting an amazing project with my friends at Roundtree Gardens. Roundtree Gardens, the beautiful senior living community in Orange County, needs our help to open up Compassion House. That's their faith-based hospice center. Compassion House will offer end-of-life care, comfort, and dignity. Your donation means patients pay nothing, and their family can stay close by next door for free. Join me and our KFI family in supporting Compassion House at Roundtree Gardens. Experience that supports community families during a difficult time. Make your tax-free donation by visiting RoundtreeGardens.com and then clicking on the Compassion House banner. Again, please click on the Compassion House banner at RoundtreeGardens.com. That's RoundtreeGardens.com.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small trip for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Just a single price, you got to be delicious.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious sweet treat. 18-ounce containers of Simple Truth organic blueberries are $4.99 with your card. Ralph, fresh to everyone. So why do we pay these people so much? Well, for a couple reasons. We know all the big words. For example, quid pro quo. We use the word stop instead of stop. So we use Latin. There's a lot of that also because we've gone to law school, and that's 3 years, and the bar is really hard to pass. And I think the bottom line is we do it because we can. Handle on the law tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
KFI, AM 640. Jay Wells filling in for John Ken on this Friday afternoon. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Or is it for iHeart? It's the iHeartRadio app? It's the iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, you know what? I sometimes, even though I can get you over the air, I listen to it on the app because the audio quality is so much better. I think it's a bit delayed, but the audio quality is so excellent on that app. We are considered, well, and maybe people that I'm about to talk to can explain the difference between over the air and audio. I have been doing this deep dive here on the John and Ken Show. A topic you will never, ever hear again on the John and Ken Show. Talking to people who are living in their RVs because they no longer have homes, and how they were able, I'm always asking, how are you able to afford that motorhome or RV? I mean, even if it's broken down, it still costs a lot of money. We heard from Veronica in the last segment. Raul, we're checking in with you. What's your situation? Thanks for joining us, and what's your situation?
Well, thanks for having me. My situation is that I'm homeless. Really. Now, I lost my job a few years ago, and it's not because of COVID. I just got fired. But when I lost my job, obviously,
Wait a minute. Why did you get fired?
I like pop a lot.
All right.
And I guess it's frowned upon at my own workplace. Like, you can't smoke pot while you're on the job. It's a stupid rule. But anyway, I'm right up fired. So that trickled down to me losing my apartment. Now, luckily, before I lost my apartment, I had bought a camper that I flew around with my truck. I have a small Toyota pickup. So what I do is, I drive around. Walmart's are friendly. You can only be there 2 nights, though, and then they'll probably leave. But the great thing about that is that they have bathrooms, as long as they don't touch you in the bathroom. And they have a small generator, obviously, so if I do need power. I've been doing it for 2 or 3 years now, and I love it. It's great.
How much did the camper trailer cost you when you first were able to purchase it?
It cost me a couple grand, no more than about $3,500. It's a small travel trailer, so it's not a motor one with a motor. It's kind of actually with my truck.
What's the condition? What does it look like on the inside and the outside?
The condition? Yeah, it's beautiful. It's great. It's not falling apart. I'm not your typical homeless person. If you look me up on social media, I have about so much small part-time actor as well. I do commercials and stuff in Los Angeles and stuff like that. So if you look me up on social media, I have a pretty big social media phone.
Where? I want to check you out. Where? What's your handle on it?
So it's RAUL, roll, ACI0US. My name is Rawlation. For the males. For the females, you can call me Rawlation. I'm not your typical homeless person, but I am homeless. But like I said, I still make money through my actions, the small gigs that I get. I've done some stuff with Dennis Rodman. I've done some stuff with Alex Ruff on Swap. Like I said, I have a pretty good following, 40 or 50,000 on TikTok.
I'm glad.
Yeah, but I want to do this. This is great. Right. And not just that. So I tried to apply to place, okay? Now, they want you to make for a one bedroom. They want me to make 3 or 4 times. I'm sorry, 3 or 4 times the amount. They want me to make 3 or 4 times the amount.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Raul, how much are you making? What's your income right now?
About $5,200 a month.
Wow. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but I want to live like this.
Why?
I'm not going to pay some guy's mortgage and then screw myself over just to have a place. Like, this is more freedom for me. I can travel, I have money to go do things, I'm always in work. So, you know what I mean? You're always yeah, like if you look at my last picture that's on there, that was from me in New York City.
Are you on Instagram? I'm trying to find you again. You're on Instagram?
Instagram, yeah.
RAUL.
ACI0US. Rawlation. Or Rawlation.
Oh, okay.
You can call me Rawlation.
I got you. You have all my...
I just purchased stuff, right? So I also do cards. So like I said, I have gigs. I don't have a real job. I'm not talking in. I'm not doing your 9 to 5. Okay. I want to work when I want to work.
Okay. What's the plan? Just to continue as you are?
No, well, to save up the money, so right now my credit score is pretty good, so like 686. So, the bottom of the 2 times a week.
Thank you very much for your call, Raul. Appreciate that. That was fun. I want to quick in, if I can sneak in real quick. David, as I gather myself, what's your story?
Hi. I lost my job a long time ago, and I bought an RV, and I loved it. I saved a ton of money.
Well, how much did the RV cost you?
Well, back then it was $5,000. That's 30 years ago.
So you held on to it all that time. Are you living in it now?
No, but I've owned a few, and I have kids and wife, and I know that's how my wife really loved me. Because when I met her, I was living in an RV,
windows just jammed all over the place. I think it's like my first home, basically, because I sold it, made money, and was able to buy a place. But then I kept wanting to go back to owning an RV and living in it because it's so cool. And your last caller represents the diversity in people, that need help and
or don't want help. I mean, Veronica would like to. Raul seems to be pretty happy where he's at. But you are now housed. You're not home.
No, but I tell my kids all the time, if you want to make it through life, you have to sacrifice a little bit. And an RV would be the way for anybody. I give them advice that are struggling. Stop paying rent and own something. Make payments for the RV. I never parked in the same place overnight, over and over, and like that. And it was different back then. There was no RV laws. I could park anywhere down by the beach, I hang out, and I lived clean.
David, thank you. Thank you very much for your call. Real quick, I'm going to squeeze in Brenda. Brenda, you've got like 30 seconds. What's your story?
Oh my gosh, I've been in my RV 22 years. I have an 87 full of adults, and it's beautiful. It has 39,000 miles on it. When my best friend, who has way too much money, she lives in one of those mansions and neighbors, she got a phone, I live in Grand. I have my 4 dogs, my 4 cats. I was a realtor for 20 years. I don't drink, I smoke. I get up in the morning, I leave, I go feed feral cats, I start my day. I have 2 cars. I'm not those people that you think about. However, I've been in my mother house 22 years, and I I would rather have a house, but I don't want that mortgage. Don't want it. I can't do it myself. I'm not with somebody that can pay that mortgage. So this is my home.
All right.
The rain on the roof right now is wonderful.
Brenda?
Yeah, because I have the solution to end homelessness, and I need it. I need it.
In one sentence, what is the solution to end homelessness?
They rent a cargo van that's designed, that's turned into a studio, and they only to have a job. It's called Get Jobs, Get Keys. They get to rent it from the money from their job. So if they quit or they're fired and they can't pay the rent on the first, they're leave. If they work for 2 or 3 years, they're going to give it to them. I have it all written down.
Okay. Brenda?
I have a driver's license, and you are insured.
You're brilliant. Thank you for calling in and sharing your story. Boy, guys, we've had quite an illuminating half hour here on KFI and the Johnny K Show. They'll never have me back, probably after that. I think I got a few questions answered, but I have many more. We're moving on, though. When we come back, what it's like to host a family of Ukrainian refugees that you thought were going to be there for 2 to 4 weeks, and it's now at the 4-week point, and they're still there. We will talk to a woman, a friend of mine, who's been doing this, and she tries to help this family of refugees get on their feet. And the aid organization is Deborah. Flash flooding is starting to develop on the Central Coast all the way into the southern San Joaquin Valley. The National Weather Service's David Lawrence says people should pay close attention and be ready to take action because the flooding is dangerous.
As we look forward, eventually that rain will taper off later this evening into the overnight hours in terms of intensity.
He says more rounds of those rain and heavy mountain snow will redevelop across much of northern and central California this weekend, so people should stay prepared as other weather hazards are likely to develop quickly. State officials have been working on strategic releases from key reservoirs in California to prevent flooding during these latest storms. At least 10 rivers are forecast to overflow as heavy rain melts the snow as the rain moves from the Central Coast toward the southern Sierra. State climatologist Dr. Michael Anderson says there are 2 atmospheric rivers behind the ones we are seeing today.
We have that second one impacting us starting Monday, working its way south. Get a few days break. It looks like the third one there around the 19th, starting to take shape, getting a little more certainty.
Some rivers overflowed in January when 9 atmospheric river storms hit the state. The flooding caused at least 3 deaths. The news is brought to you by Things Accident Attorneys. A woman in Orange County has been arrested for allegedly leaving a newborn baby in a trash can at a gas station in Fullerton. She was booked on suspicion of attempted murder and child abuse. Fire officials say the baby was an hour old when it was found yesterday and taken to Children's Hospital. Social Services Organization 211 says people can safely surrender a baby, no questions asked,
at an emergency room, a fire station, or children's hospital. Employers in the U.S. have added 311,000 jobs to the economy in the last month. ABC's Elizabeth Schulte said February's report is better than expected, but the unemployment rate rose to 3.6% from a 63-year low of 3.4%.
Wage growth actually slowed down a little bit from last month. That could be a sliver of good news for the Federal Reserve as it tries to cool down inflation.
She says the Fed is making it clear that inflation is still too high, with the average household paying about $400 a month for the same goods and services than at this time last year. The White House's people with ties to Russia are planning to stage protests in hoping of toppling Moldova's government. The National Security Council, John Kirby, says actors connected with intelligence from Russia are seeking to stage and use protests in Moldova as a basis to incite an insurrection.
While the Russian actors plan for destabilization, Russian officials are trying to show confusion about the stability of Moldova. We have seen Russian officials allege, for instance, that Ukraine is planning to target the separatist region of Transnistria.
Kirby says these allegations are unfounded, false, and can create baseless alarm. The U.S. strongly supports Moldova's political, economic, and anti-corruption reforms. He says the U.S. is going to stand with Moldova every step of the way. Southland weather from KFI. We have a slight chance of showers tomorrow, mid-60s for metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley and the Yellow Valley, 60s inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now, 56 crash from 91 in Anaheim Hills. It's really what he's found for the Delaware Canyon. They are clearing that over the west shoulder right now, but we've already got a slow ride on and off on the 67 over at 15. In Corona on the 15 north, right at Ontario Avenue. Brand new accident blocking the left lane, and on the 15 northbound to the 91 west connector, that's a stalled vehicle blocking the left lane. In South LA on the 110 south right at 51st Street, got a report of a crash in the lane. And just past that gauge, another accident in the left lane of the express lane. Near 110 south is already a call coming away from the 5. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
Hey Ken, did you know that gold is the only currency that held its value since the dawn of money? Well, I did. Thanks to our friends at Legacy Precious Metals, the most trusted name in gold investing. Investing in gold protects you against inflation and gives you a hedge against stock market volatility. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173 or download your free investor's guide now at 5legacygold.com. That's 5legacygold.com. Reset your rest. Dad Master Firm's Big Spring Sale. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed. Yeah. Visit UKFeeders.org or call 833-422-4255. That's the medication to treat COVID-19. Brought to the California Department of Public Health.
You have an old or an unused car sitting in your face? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 towers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org and someone will reach out to arrange for your pickup sometimes as soon as the next day. Say goodbye to the hassle of selling and hello to quick convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLE or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Everyone is talking about Newsmax. It's becoming one of the most popular news channels in America. Tune in for Greta Van Class free on streaming. Just go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Sumo, Pluto, Vizio, Apple, and more. Or download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Newsmax is real news for real people. Watch Top Star Battle on Tennis Channel at one of the sports biggest events, the BNP Paribas Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. This is Jacob Amon. If you've been
involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-TICA.
What if a mouse could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to send you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one day, one park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI and join the celebration. Offering subject to vaccine restrictions and change without limits. Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk. Is that me? You know, this is harder than people think it is, and I have not done this in months, and I'm totally out of practice, not that I'm ever good at it, but hi everyone. You too can fill in for John and Ken on the #1 talk radio show, host the station in the West. I'm saying welcome to CNBC, KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just hearing that 100 years of Disney ad, Bob Iger was at an event yesterday where he admits that maybe they raised their ticket prices for the theme parks a little too aggressively and maybe have alienated some of their core fans. I'm not assuming they're going to expecting them to lower those rates, but it is interesting that even at Disney, there may be a limit to love, a financial limit to love. Now, this is a story that Steve Gregory has reported on before, and Connie Nolan did a wonderful job as well for Channel 4 on the Kurdas. They are a family of 5 Ukrainians. Mom, Julia, who does hair. The dad, Andre, is a mechanic and does construction, and they've got 3 beautiful children, 14, 8, and 5. And they live in a town in Ukraine where they have the largest nuclear power plant in Europe that the Russians now control, and the town is surrounded, and the bombs are flying, and they got the hell out of Dodge. And they made their way through the help of 8 organizations to get to France, into North Carolina, and into California. Now, you hear these stories of refugees making their way here out of Afghanistan and Ukraine and trying to start over. You never hear about the people who take them in. That's why I have a newsletter called Well Street, which is at jenwells.substack.com, and I'm always talking about, I'm trying to look at things at another angle. So who took in this family? Well, I know the people who took in this family because they are friends of mine. They're Thousand Oaks, Sherry Phoenix, and John Langella. They work together empty nesters, and they have the kindness of their heart opened up their house to a family of 5. They had originally signed up after the fall of Afghanistan for a program through Airbnb where you would host a refugee family, but they're getting money. This is out of pure compassion. And so they never heard about Afghanis, but suddenly they get a call from this 8 organization saying we should take the Kurdas. They talked it over and they said yes. They were told it would be 2 to 4 weeks. Today marks 4 weeks. The Kurdas are still there. It has turned out to be incredibly hard to get them to a place where they can live and then start looking for work. And the 8 organizations that promise to help now say they won't help with housing, so they will provide aid after housing is secured. And Sherry has turned from being just somebody who's opened her home to now having to be their English-speaking advocate. Sherry, you're on the phone with me right now. How's it going? This is the 4 weeks today. How's it going?
It's complete chaos. The soundtrack to my days, I think, is Yakety Sax and the Benito Show.
Where are you in terms of helping them? I mean, they are working their angles as much as they can. Ukrainian Facebook pages, you started a GoFundMe, which is raised. They're getting close to where they can make first and last month's written security deposit somewhere. How is the search for housing going, and are the 8 organizations who promise to help them with housing helping?
The search for housing is the biggest obstacle. It's not going well yet. I think it's just a big problem, and there's not enough information out there, not enough assistance from those refugee organizations, so we're kind of tackling it on our own, and they are being told by landlords that they need a co-signer because they don't have credit history and they weren't jobs because they don't have any money. It's
it's almost impossible to get them into a rental house or apartment. I don't know how people do it.
They now have, over $11,000 in the GoFundMe, but they have nothing. They don't have furniture. They don't have anything. Are they going to be able to use that money? Are they at least apartment hunting now with this sort of like, hey, we've got some money.
They are, and we had a big jump forward in progress today when the school district came out to the house, and they are preparing to enroll their kids in school. And the school district brought a Russian translator, and so they pushed the bond that way. And there are a couple of schools in the district that have a Ukrainian Russian community, and kids who speak Ukrainian and Russian. And so the school district now is looking into trying to find them housing in an apartment building in Westwood near the schools where they are looking to send the kids.
How are you doing? Because they were supposed to be gone by now, and I know you're spending a lot of money. You're not taking any money. You're just being a good person, you and John. But you've turned into this full-time advocate. How are you doing?
Well, it's one thing at a time. It's like eating an elephant, one bite at a time. We just, put our heads down and go every day. Power through. Today, Andre had gotten a call from somebody who read about him on Nextdoor and was looking to hire him to do a little handyman work. So we went over there, and he got a job. He's going to fix for Pink on Sunday. In the meantime, Billy is always working angles, as you say, and the school district is really surprisingly with all of the community resources and family resources they have. The kids are, now we're going to get to school and learn English and make friends. But they're going to get creative each one. They're going to get clothing from a program through School District Foundation. And so once they're in school, Julia and Andre will have more time to look for housing and for those jobs, because that's what they need now. They can get into a place because of the GoFundMe donations, but they don't have the sustainable income to keep it going.
Yeah, they need a Ukrainian or Russian godfather who's going to help them because they don't speak English. I know you talk to them, and you talk to each other through Google Translate. I interviewed them through Google Translate. It's the most torturous experience I've had in a long time, because it leaves a lot of words in Ukrainian don't get translated well. But you've lived with them now for 4 weeks. You've had a family of five strangers in your house for 4 weeks. And before I let you go, what's that been like?
Well, they're not strangers anymore. It's kind of like their children are my children. Although it's not my job to co-parent them, but it's the same general relationship. But we all get along, which is pretty amazing. And them is very helpful, and Dad loves to make soup for the kids for lunch, and we all get together around the table at night and talk and laugh, and especially laugh the mistakes that people translate make. But it's surprisingly worked so far.
Well, it won't. You're confident it won't last forever. You told me, look, you were pregnant twice and didn't drink wine for 9 months both times, so you can do anything for a while. Sherry, I have to let you go. The GoFundMe is Help the Curtas. I've met them. They're the kind of immigrants that are going to make America fantastic for the next generation. And so I just am amazed at Sherry and John and your compassion and patience as they try to work through this. All right, same well filling for John and King. KFI 8640. When we come back, Steve Gregory's supposed to get in here to talk about the Oscars. Instead of Oscars so white, I'm calling it Oscars so what? Deborah Marks with the news. President Biden has granted a request from Governor Newsom to declare a presidential emergency as another atmospheric river moves over California. A man arrested in connection with two stabbings, including one that killed a teenager in El Sereno, has been charged with murder and attempted murder. Regulators have shut down a California-based Silicon Valley-based stock had lost 60% of its value in a little more than a day after it was unsuccessful at raising money. Southline weather from KFI flight chance of showers tomorrow with highs in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. We have a crash on the 14 in Palmdale.
So the 14 northbound by the Rancho Vista Boulevard, it is blocking the left lane. It is stopped on the way from Palmdale Boulevard. Mission Hills, 118, westbound, right before the 405. So about Big Rig in the middle lane. Then West Street Terrace on the 210 westbound before you get to Osborne Street. Another crash clearing to the right. Still there, you're going to be on the bridge from Sunland Boulevard. Eagle Rock, please southbound before Holly's Rock. That wreck still reportedly in the carpool and the left lane. And in Corona, 15 northbound to the 91 West connector. The left lane is still blocked. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including ProWood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Ditch the mainland, touch the ferry, and sail to Catalina Island where adventure awaits you. Whether it's an exhilarating flight on the zipline eco tour, the chance to spot a bison on the bison expedition, or cocktails at the Descanso Beach Club, there's something for everyone. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
Exclusively at Cunning Dental is Infinity. It's the latest technology in new teeth in a day. That procedure. Infinities are individually milled custom zirconia crowns that are more durable, lighter, and stronger than their competitors. Infinities will give you the natural look and feel of real teeth. Call now and get a free exam, CT scan, and X-ray. A $1,500 value, you get it free. Bring in any written offer from a competitor, and Cunning Dental will beat that deal. Easy financing options available. Call 888-640-SMILE, 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 CunningDental.com. Restrictions apply. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You answer a few questions, just under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that are CPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the student loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. After 9 long years, Facebook Messenger is coming back to the main Facebook app. Facebook moved the inbox to its own app, forcing users to download a separate app called Messenger. Now the company is rethinking that move. More tech news, tips, and useful information this weekend on Rich on Tech with Rich Samira tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI.
KFI 840. Oh, these guys. Eric Sklar. You're supposed to be all over this now. I didn't even know they had this.
They did. Well, here's the thing.
KFI 840 is everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Okay, go ahead.
That's the one that I think Hans Zimmer wrote that Eric knew.
Oh, I love Hans Zimmer.
And,
Did he pass?
no, God, no, don't say that.
No, I love
I
it.
should interview him. And then,
Joined by Steve Gregory.
yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on KFI. It was, Jerry Goldsmith wrote one of the very first original themes for Oscar. It's called, I think James Ford took a crack at it, but they didn't use it. And then Hans Zimmer is he's done the most recent official one, because I remember when he was the musical engineer.
Did Jerry Goldsmith do the theme from the movie Exodus, which is like 105?
I believe it.
Dun, 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 dun. I love that. Yes. Officially, half black.
Oh, you want to talk soundtrack? Let's do that.
No, so you're covering the Oscars, the 96 Emmy Awards, Oscars So White. I'm calling it Oscars So Black. Have you seen any of the movies?
I have not.
And you're covered.
Well, see, here's the thing. We don't cover, this goes back a long time about it. We don't cover the winners and losers anymore. We don't do any of that. What we do is cover the backstage.
Right.
And that's where all the good stuff happens.
Well, it was the winners and losers.
Yeah, but we talked to those people that come back about stuff that's not successful on stage.
What are you going to ask them about the homeless problem, or?
Well, I remember one year when a colleague of mine, you remember when the Phoenix had won?
Oh, that's
in Brody?
Yeah. Oh, God, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but those are moments like that where I remember that will stick for me, or stick with me forever. When a colleague of mine asked, yes, it was a producer that accepted on behalf of Roman Polanski, and who won for Best Director.
Oh, right.
And my colleague said, how does it feel to accept an Oscar on behalf of a child? And the whole room went,
oh,
collective gasp.
Was that Laurel Erickson? Because she would have asked that.
Yeah, Laurel would have done it.
Yeah.
But it was Chris Stanley.
Oh, excellent. That's well, good. I live for that. So, Matt, Jimmy Kimmel hosting his lunch. I was a little surprised because he sort of stole Quinta Brunson's moment in the image when he laid down. You know that. And I predict, of course, Matt Damon. Of the pictures I've seen, now I have not been to a movie theater since before COVID. And box office, while it was up in 2022, I think it was up 26% compared to the year before, still down more than a third from pre-COVID. But all these movies a lot of these movies are streaming. So I've seen of the 10 best pictures, I have seen 3, which is better than usual. I saw The Banshees of Inisherin, which I love the first half, hated the end. I saw All Quiet on the Western Front, 1940s, and I told my husband I never need to see another battle scene again for the rest of my life. I've done with, 1917, I've seen, Sitting Father and blah, blah, blah. Everything Everywhere All at Once, which will probably win, and I loved it. I saw Michelle Yeoh, and I'm looking forward to watching it. Oh my gosh. The one little surprise you didn't see, Lee Curtis, it's like, oh wow. But here, of all those, this clip is from my favorite movie that I have seen in the last year.
You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now. Yeah, here you are. Captain. What is that? One of life's mysteries, sir.
And one of life's mysteries is how much I love Top Gun Maverick.
Scored by Hans Zimmer.
Yes.
And also, did you see the clip of Steve Spielberg and Tom Cruise at the nominee luncheon?
No.
It is really, you gotta look it up on Instagram. Someone posted it on Instagram. If you can look it up right now and see the audio, you see them embrace, and Steven Spielberg leans in and says, you saved Hollywood. He leans in and says, you single-handedly have saved Hollywood.
Wow, like Tom Cruise needs to hear that. But,
actually from him, because remember there was a history of some sort of tension between the two of them on War of the Worlds. That somehow there's that rumor that has been floating around where Spielberg refused to work with Cruise again.
I didn't know that.
So I remember that, and so there was this deep-seated tension, I think, there. And then this was the first time that they've seen each other since that film.
Well, the Fablemans, of course, is that maybe Spielberg voted for Top Gun over the movie that's about him. That would be interesting.
The only thing I didn't see the movie, but the only person I want to win from the Fablemans is John Williams.
You and the music.
Well, it's all connected so far, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So is Hans Zimmer up? Let me see.
He always sees it.
Yeah.
But if Williams wins for Fableman, he will be the oldest living Oscar winner, 91. And he also has the distinction of having the most nominees of anyone alive. Only second to one.
There is a great podcast called Blockbuster produced by Matt Schrader where he goes back to the original Jaws and then Star Wars and how those guys, and how when George Lucas brought John Williams in, Williams did, let's create not so much visually, which was amazing, but with the music. So like the Darth Vader theme.
The motif.
Yes, and if you think about it, and the same with Jaws. Jaws is a perfect example. The shark was crap. The shark that they were using, that Spielberg had to remake several times.
Kept down.
And John Williams came in and they decided, all right, you're not going to see the shark in that opening sequence, but you're going to hear the music. And that is the
more brightening notes ever.
So I'm getting right now. I was in junior high, and I didn't even want to go look at the water in the toilet after that. I mean, I just didn't. I've never been. I go snorkeling. I do all this, but I've got taken. You were looking for that, Eric. Did you find the Spielberg to Tom Cruise? It looks like he's trying to cut it right.
Well, I will tell you that since you're on that topic again, that the movie E.T., which is one of my favorites, and the closing scene is one of the favorite scenes. But that is one of the very first movies, or the only time, where Spielberg gave up control to Williams, and Spielberg actually edited the closing scene for Williams' score.
Rather than the other way around.
He was so blown away by the music, and John just said, "Trust me." And so John finishes the score, and he dumps it out, and then Spielberg goes back in and edits the visual to the music, and that's how the closing scene.
I literally have chills.
Yeah, it's still to me. I remember seeing that as a kid, but I mean now with my musical background and my interest in music, that's still one of my favorite.
So who's your favorite? So John, who's your favorite movie composer?
I don't have these singular favorites because they're all so different. I mean, William Zimmer, James Horner, Brian Tyler, one of the more modern composers. And I'm getting ready to interview Elliot Bloom, who's a great up-and-coming action star composer from China.
All right, we think we have this, the audio, you're going to have to listen closely, folks, where Spielberg's showing Tom Cruise at the nominees luncheon, You Take Hollywood. Let's listen. I heard it there. You Take Hollywood.
He leans in, they embrace, and with hollering to him, because it's so loud to him. And the nominees luncheon is a tradition that goes back to the history of the Oscars, beginning of the Oscars, where that's when they officially get their certificate of nomination.
I mean, it may not win, but at least we're starting to see popular movies make it in. And I have to say, it was like, I haven't seen Women Talking, and I haven't seen, wait a minute, I saw Triangle of Sadness. I saw it the other night. It started out with, all these movies, by the way, are 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I can't do that anymore.
Well, one of the reasons that you're seeing
I do it at home, so I can pause it.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the reasons you're seeing more of the popular films get nominated is when they extended it back to saying this movie's in the nomination window.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. So I have seen more of these than I thought. But you don't care. Well, you're covering the Oscars, but you don't care.
Yeah, no, actually, the most exciting stuff comes from the stuff you don't plan for. The winners and the losers, we let the entertainers handle that here, because you don't get to see or hear the stuff backstage. I do.
You have to wear a tie.
Oh, yeah. The hard dress for it.
This is when you go out with the, like, men's warehouse.
I have a suit.
You're going to like the way I look, Sheila?
I hate it. I hate it. I only wear a suit a couple times a year, and for the Golden Line and for the Oscars.
What about dress shoes?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I use a super work suit because I'm walking around.
Right.
I'm not wearing leather shoes
I
in
want
the rain.
pictures.
It's raining.
I want pictures. Steve Gregory, thank you as always.
It's great to see you always, Jane. I love having you here.
Oh, it's rare, and there's a reason for that. When we come back, the swingers couple that is trying to make money for proselytizing for a non-monogamous lifestyle, I interviewed them. Of course I did. Getting well spelling for John and Jane, KFI 840.
Just saying, hey, insert smart speaker in here. What KFI 640? That's all you gotta do. We're living in a safe age.
KFI.
KOST-HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More release on Upper North, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Progress has been made to open up roads in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains.
Crews have been working around the clock to clear snow.
All of our county maintained roads are 100% plowed at this point, at least one lane passable.
San Bernardino County Supervisor Don Rouse says non-county maintained roads are now being worked on. Rouse says some of those roads are narrow and private companies will be needed to help them plow. As residents continue to dig out from the snow, the county has set up a program to reimburse people up to $500 for snow removal. was trolling KFI News.
People in Santa Cruz County are evacuating as another storm hits parts of the state. ABC Rob Marciano's cars are slipping, stalling, and sliding all over the roads in Northern California.
This one is so different from the barrage of storms we had last month. Those were cold. This is that atmospheric river. It is warm with heavy rain where winds start to get 80 miles an hour last night.
Because the heavy rain and snow will be spreading to Southern California later today. Governor Newsom declared a storm state of emergency yesterday to support storm response and relief efforts. The news is brought to you by James Accident Attorney. $50,000 is up for grabs for information leading to the arrest of the 5 remaining men tied to multiple armored truck robberies in L.A.
Investigators say the Chesapeake bandits just tied drivers like the movies and stole more than $500,000 in the last year. The FBI's fugitive task force arrested a second man Wednesday. U.S. Attorney L.A. Martin Estrada said last week the crew got their name because they scoped scores from a home on Chesapeake Avenue in the West Adams neighborhood. Each robbery was also committed using numerous firearms, including the black short-barreled AR-type assault rifle, which was pointed at the victims when they were robbed. The two rewards equaling $50,000 were put up by Frank and the FBI. In L.A., Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A man has been arrested in connection with a 25-year-old fatal shooting at a bank in Thousand Oaks. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office says the man was arrested for shooting a woman in the back of the head during a robbery in 1997. 2 men dressed as construction workers held up the bank, and one of them handcuffed the woman before shooting her. The 2 men left the scene in a Ford Explorer, crashed and continued to run away on foot. It's not clear what led to the man's arrest, but in 2021, the FBI did offer a $30,000 reward for information about the murder. 2 LAPD officers injured during the shooting in Lincoln Heights have been released from the hospital.
One officer was hit in the arm, another was shot in the leg, and the third was shot in the torso. That body armor may have taken the brunt of that hit. The third officer remains in the hospital for more treatment. All 3 were struck Wednesday night as they tried to get a parolee at large to come out of a shed on a property in Lincoln Heights. The LAPD said Jonathan Magana shot at officers after they lobbed tear gas into the shed. A short time later, Magana was found dead on the floor, and a visual from a SWAT robot showed a gunshot wound to his temple. Gregory KFI News.
Employers in the U.S. have added 311,000 jobs to the economy in the past month. President Biden says inflation is now down 30% from where it was over the summer.
And today's job numbers is clear. Our economy is moving in the right direction.
He says what pleases him most about the report from February is that people who have been staying out of the job market are moving back in. He says people in the U.S. are becoming more optimistic about their future. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow was down 345, S&P 500 down 57, NASDAQ down 199, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. We do have a slight chance of showers tomorrow. Mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the San Gabriel, San Fernando valleys, and the Antelope Valley. 50s for Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now, 54 in Dana Point, it's 56 in Anaheim, 53 in Dallas. This is along the southbound side, coming up on the 134 freeway. And they have been blocking one. Looks like they're getting everything cleared off to the side track. You still have some heavy traffic and stresses as you continue to the 5. We've got Michael Brian taking a look at Corona. KF on your side.
Hey, it's a lesson, Corona Angel. 15 northbound transition to the West 91. Just such big rig in the left lane of the transition. It's been a couple of hours now, so very tough. Unusual going back to Alto. 15 southbound, more normal stuff there from Magnolia down to White. Now, if you're heading through San Diego Canyon, it'll be slow. 91 eastbound, Imperial Highway over the Green River, up against Surface Plus over to the 15. And it's a whole path. 15 northbound, that is jammed down from Glen Hill and Parkway up to the 138. South 15, that's a mess too. Out of Victorville from the 395 to the 138 as well. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
In Palmdale, on the 14 northbound at Rancho Vista, that's a crash. The 2 left lanes have been blocked. Installation working up away from Palmdale Boulevard. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
Hi, this is John. And Conway here. This Saddleback Eye Center offer has never been done. KFI now. Would you like $1,800 off LASIK? Of course you would. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners a certificate for up to $21,000 unless they are 7 in 2020. You know, John came in my office one day. He said, "Why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your desk?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Call Dr. Mangus, my doctor." And I did. And I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 all places. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFR listeners who schedule a free LASIK exam. You can get a 10 $1,800 LASIK friends and family discount certificates. You must call now, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. Enjoy!
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
Planning a spring getaway? This month get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. From Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned.
Dennis Hill and RV. TRILLIONAIRE.com. You can kick off RV show is on now. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
KFI AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jane Wells filling in for Johnny King. That theme music is for a podcast called The Swing Nation, which I will talk about in a minute. I'm trying to get some new information about the latest on the storm. Deborah brought me some right now. The National Weather Service is now saying a flash flood warning continues for San Luis Obispo, Atascadero, and Arroyo Grande until 7 o'clock p.m. I just moved up there. Just moved up to Avila Beach. Are you going back there tonight? Well, I am. I hope I get. So we were fortunate enough to be able to afford to move into a gated community because I never want anyone to ever knock on my door again. But the gate, the garden gate flooded out. So I don't know, Deborah. You may stay in the hotel tonight. No, I'm looking at you and we're going to come on over. I have room. So that is still, and they're saying now that I think it's just either 25, some 25 million people are under flood alert issued by the National Weather Service. 25 million, that's most of the state. There's 40 million people in this state, so that is pretty epic. Okay, so I love to do crazy business stories, whether it's for CNBC or for my Substack newsletter called Well Street, sayingwell.substack.com. I love doing stories on entrepreneurs, or people who are trying to always figure out the money angle and how they can make a living doing something, because behind every headline is the money. And many years ago, when I was in my 20s, I was a young reporter in Miami in the 80s when it was crazy town. And I did a story on the swingers team. This is HIV was starting to kind of take off. And you could do anything in Miami in the 80s. I mean, I had a guy cook up a block of cocaine and have his mother smoke it. I totally did the prostitute. I did, this was just, did you swing? I did not swing, but I went to a swingers club. I'm what you call, in the swingers world, a vanilla. Vanilla. Guess what a unicorn is? Anybody want to guess? Guess. Eric, Dana.
A unicorn?
A unicorn. And swing lingo. What's the secret is now bothering? To ask you that, what do you want me to ask you, Gregory? What is unicorn in swinger lingo? What is a unicorn in swinger lingo, Gregory? Okay, we have some breaking news, so I'm going to have to go find out about that. Sorry, I'd rather talk about. All right, bye.
All right, okay.
Okay.
Probably someone that is over the top in terms of money.
No, it's a single person swinging with couples.
Oh, okay. All right.
So anyhow, I ended up, I did that during the 80s. I thought, well, that's the last time I have to do a swinger story again. And then all of a sudden, I became aware of this couple. They're Dan and Lacey. They live in the Southeast. And they are trying to remove the stigma from the non-monogamous lifestyle. I mean, whatever, again, as I said earlier, whatever consenting adult play behind closed doors that doesn't break any laws or create any serious injuries, have at it, as long as everybody is consensual at it. And yet there's a lot of stigma attached to swinging that is not attached to other lifestyles anymore. So they have started, started doing TikTok. They don't cuss much, and it keeps it pretty, maybe R-rated, but it's mostly for PG-13. And they're really trying to build this movement of acceptance. So somebody finally suggested them, why don't you start a podcast? So then maybe you could get sponsors. So they went out, they spent money to get the equipment, and they actually now have sponsors and podcasts. And then they got into events where they now host the swinger weekends in places like Kissimmee, Florida, and I think there's one in Nashville, and in the Caribbean, where they take cruises where like-minded people get together. And what Dan and Lacey will do is they'll rent out the whole place, and then they'll sell the rooms at a profit, and then they can invest that. And so they're actually growing this into an enterprise, which is what I'm all about, is like following the money. So here's just a little clip in one of their podcasts. It's safe. It's, we're not going to get thrown off the air about. Your kids won't understand what they're saying, where they're talking about how often they swing. And it's not that
that is just like a one night thing. The whole rest of the month is really feeling about once a month. The rest of the month is just him and I. And I don't know how to describe it. It's just like it adds something. Like even just being spicy for one night, yeah, like so much. Adds so much for the rest of the month. Yeah.
I agree.
So that's what they're trying to do on the podcast. They're trying to educate people on the lifestyle, what the do's and don'ts are. Everybody's different. And monetize at the same time and try to make some money, which I'm all about. But some of their rules, they do have their own, you have to communicate with your partner. In their case, when they swing, they have to be in the same room. They don't want to central, and you have an understanding, not only with your partner, but with the people you are swinging with. So call the Swing Nation. It's a podcast. It's not my thing, but I do appreciate their effort to try to say, look, we're not bad people. It's adultery. Is it adultery? Is it adultery? This is a good question. When your partner is like all for it. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so either.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you love to see the trad wife and this couple sit down and have a conversation?
Well, she probably, because as long as calling her into her husband gives her permission to swing, so that's part of that. It's fascinating. I have never done that, by the way. Do you know anyone who has? I do not. I do not. But I am always fascinated by those alternative lifestyles. I guess I'm very vanilla. Yes, and I think that's their point, and what they're trying to do is that we are more like unity. What's the thing more than that? I don't know. The whole thing is just very enlightening for me, and the whole idea of unicorn, that both of them got into the swinging lifestyle after divorce as single people, and then they met each other, fell in love in the swinging community, and married. So I mean, you can still fall in love with a person and get married in a non-monogamous community. My mind is blocked. A lot of people say, were we really designed to be monogamous? I'm going to tell you, if my husband ever says that to me. No, I'm not, and I'm not saying that I agree or disagree. I'm just saying a lot of people say that, right? I know. You have to have a commitment. You have to be committed to being monogamous. I think I'm going to monogamous or monogamous. Well, I'm going to let monogamous. Yeah, not monogamous. Yeah, monogamous. Well, monogamous. I will always say that since it takes years and years to raise a human child. I think we were, because if it was, like turtle eggs, no, because you move on and they go and fend for themselves. But you need usually two people to raise a baby for a while. That's true, and I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe some people's marriage is monotonous and they want to, then that's why they want to add some spice. Right? Yeah. Another couple's not my idea of spice.
Not mine either.
But it is fascinating that they're dressing up as a traditional wife and,
And asking my husband if I can go out.
Yeah. All right, Taylor's going to jump into it. All right, please go.
2 of the 3 LAPD officers doctored in the standoff in Union Heights earlier this week have been released from a hospital. The 3rd officer injured will stay in the hospital for more treatment. Regulators have ordered Silicon Valley Bank to shut down to protect deposits. Trading of the bank's shares was stopped today when the stock fell by double digits in pre-market trading. That followed a more than 60% decline yesterday. A study shows rats in New York City can carry COVID-19. Researchers say the rodents can be infected by the Alpha, Delta, and Omicron variants. Other studies have found rats in Hong Kong and Belgium carrying the virus. Southland weather from KFI. We do have a slight chance of showers tomorrow with highs in the 50s to 60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealers shopping center, let's go places explode on the 91 in Carson. This is the eastbound side with delays leaving the 110 freeway. Now there is no relief in sight on that 91 eastbound until you make your way into San Bernardino. These delays will take you all the way to the 210 freeway. By the way, if you're staying on it that full route, it's a 3-hour drive. You've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Today, Angel, that's for sure. Almost it's full everywhere you look. But the worst of it, 57 northbound, Connor Canyon up to the 60 merge. The 405 northbound, that's going to be jammed up on the west side there from Culver City up to Rockville. 405 southbound on the break down from Sunset to Rocky Era. And then once again from the 105 all the way to Milwaukee. 605 southbound, that's a mess from 10th Road to the 5. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Speaking of the 5, here's another 3-hour drive. Northbound out of Dana Point, heading away from Pacific Coast Highway. That drive is slow moving all the way to the 14 in Newhall. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Printed Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit Staples.com/print big for details. This is your sign to try Staples, where you print the perfect guarantee. Everyone is talking about Newsmax. It's becoming one of the most popular news channels in America. Tune in for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bolling, Greg Kelly, and more. Newsmax is already the 4th highest rated cable news channel, and it's also free on streaming. Just go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Sumo, Pluto, Vizio, Apple, and more. Or download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Attention I-10 freeway driver. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For JCD tours, visit GoFCCCA.com. That's GoFCCCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project.
Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. Hi there, I'm Joel ROTHSCHILD. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel ROTHSCHILD. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Gainwell filling in for John and Kim. They'll be back on Monday, I'm pretty sure, as long as they survive the, Pineapple Express or whatever it is that we're calling it. Dana came in here during the break Here's the question for all of you. A quick round robin. And I think Angel's listening, okay? Angel, are you there by any chance?
I am, Jen.
Oh, I love hearing your voice. All right. Would you rather be, here's the question, a trad wife, a traditional wife where you are submit everything to your husband, don't even go out without his permission, and, just cook and clean, or in a swinger relationship? Let me start with you, Angel.
I will go with the trad wife. I'll do that instead.
Deborah Mark.
Oh, God.
Is there a third choice? No.
I would pretend to be a trad wife.
Rather than pretend to be a swinger.
Why don't you go and
I think it's easier to pretend to
yeah.
Yeah, you go to the swingers club and say, I gotta go to the bathroom. You come out 3 hours later. Eric Clark, a trad husband or swinger?
Whoa. I don't know. I don't even know if I like the whole trad husband lifestyle. That seems a little bit annoying to have your wife calling every 5 seconds to ask to do something.
Oh, right. Like you guys said, just go.
Very nagging.
Yeah. Leave me alone. Just go.
Oh, I'm probably swinger.
Okay. So we've got a trad, a pretend trad, a swinger. Dana?
Yeah, trad wife doesn't sound that bad.
I would, what would I do? Well, I might try each. But I do like the vanilla at the swinger team and pretend. I don't know, man. I'm all messed up, right? That's a silky choice, as you say.
Oh, God.
I know, that's a terrible thing to say. Do you think Elon Musk would be, do you think he would like a trad wife or be a swinger?
I mean, be a swinger.
Well, for sure.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I mean, if he's being a good kid and crazy.
Well, if he's having kids, with everybody. His whole thing is to have as many kids as possible because we just need to have more kids. But the earth needs more people, and these people who are cutting back on how many kids they're having are going to destroy civilization. Now, speaking of Elon, because he is at the moment the world's richest man, it's gone kind of back and forth. Tesla stock, I think, over the last year is down 40%, but year to date, I think it's up 54%. So it's had a bit of a comeback. He's now, of course, he's investigating. He's always shooting all this. But to try to get around some of this, being hassled all the time, there's a story in the Wall Street Journal that he may be trying to plan his own town outside Austin. He moved to Texas a few years ago for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that there's no state income taxes, and when you're living in California, and you're worth $200 billion and you decide to cash in some of your shares, well, the California budget depends on people like you, and you decide to just get out. So he's been spending a lot of time here lately, and put a pin in that for a minute. Anyhow, according to the Journal, he and his companies have been acquiring thousands of acres of land with the hope of starting a town where his employees could live and work. He's got the Boring Company out there. He's got some SpaceX out there. He's got some Tesla out there. He doesn't have any Twitter out there right now. The entities have reportedly purchased at least 3,500 acres and are in the process of working toward incorporating the town and calling it Snailsbrook, which is an apparent reference to the mascot for his tunneling firm, the Boring Company. It might give him the ability to have more say in how things are run, even in a state like Texas. It reminds me a little bit of the Walt Disney Company, and now the trouble we've had in Florida with Governor DeSantis, where Disney kind of was sheriff of its own property there, and that is now no longer the case. So Musk is, according to the Journal, wants to, they bought 11 parcels of land near the Colorado River. They've got plans for a wastewater treatment plant. So Musktown, or Snailsbrook, may be on the horizon. However, here's one thing Elon Musk may not, as smart as he is, may not have taken into consideration. He's been spending a lot of time at Twitter headquarters in San Francisco trying to salvage that company and not doing a very good job, I might add. Twitter, he's laid off a lot of people. The platform is glitchy. There are all the other social issues that people see. Excuse me. So, he's there in San Francisco a lot. Any money he earns while he has his cooker in California during that period is subject to California income tax.
Just like sports, all the athletes have to
Exactly.
in all the cities that they play.
And not just Twitter. You can imagine that while he's at Twitter headquarters, he's having calls with Tesla. He's having calls with SpaceX. So any income he earns during that time for those companies could also be subject to California income taxes. What's more? See, the big thing is if he were to cash in stock while he's in California. Oh my goodness, that would be subject to 13.3% capital gains taxes, which would be a ton of money. And there is nobody more relentless than the Franchise Tax Board of California. I know from personal experience because let me tell you this. I told you that a million years ago I worked in Miami. And I worked in Florida. The year I moved back to LA to go work at Channel 11. I worked in Florida for 7 months where I paid no state income taxes. I worked in California for 5 months. And California taxed me for the 7 months I worked and lived in California. And I said, this cannot get away with something, quote unquote, living in Texas. We'll see what I forget the IRS. They're tighter compared to Central Tax Board. We'll see what, and for us here in California, as much as we think that's outrageous, that's good news because now we're facing a deficit because the governor gave all this money all away. So people are like, did you guys get that? Middle class, income tax refund, debit card? Did anybody get, I guess I qualify as middle class. I got a debit card worth $400 from the state of California. You did? Deborah, I didn't get it. I almost threw it away because I thought it was one of those scam credit card applications. Maybe I threw it away. Oh, honey. Oh, no. Wait, with my money in the first place, that's true, but still. But we're in a deficit and they were still sending these things out.
This is the gas tax thing, right?
No, this was, was it the gas tax?
Yeah,
I
think
it was.
Gas.
Yeah.
I got a direct deposit.
Yes, a lot of people, how much did you get?
400.
Yes. Deborah, I'm mad. I was going to throw it away, and then I said, wait a minute, this is from the state of California? And my husband said, what? Don't throw it away. Because honestly, it looks like one of those states. I always throw all that stuff away.
There you go.
There you go. You might want to see
There goes the purse, Deborah.
Well, half a purse. A third of a purse. Yeah, well, that's a down payment on the tip of a Birkin bag. I don't have a Birkin bag. Thank you very much. It would not be friends. Oh my God. I would say give it to the Ukrainians. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Oh, wow. Same was for Living for John and KFI AM 640. And here is the pay list, debit card list of remarks. LA County Sheriff's deputies have surrounded a house in La Fuente.
The Sheriff's Department says there's around 2:15 calls were coming in about a man shooting a gun at people and into the air on Wing Street. When deputies from the industry station arrived, the man barricaded himself inside the home and began shooting at deputies. The department says 2 people have been injured, none of whom are deputies, and it's not clear if the man lives in that home. It's also not known if the injured were shot or not. The department's Special Enforcement Bureau has been sent to the scene. Their SWAT team will take over the incident.
A car has been stolen in West Hollywood with a 92-year-old woman still inside. An emergency alert was sent to phones in Southern California just before 12 this afternoon. Scared a lot of us. The LAPD says officers went to the Grove to investigate a car theft. The car was found somewhere in the Hollywood Hills with the woman unharmed. The thief was taken into custody. The news is brought to you by the Cunning Dental Implant Center. Yet another storm has moved into California. Southern California is expected to see rain through tomorrow. Northern and Central California are forecast to get the worst of it. ABC's Andrew Zimbert says the Central Coast started getting heavy rain and high winds overnight, and snow is forecast at higher elevations.
Up to 8 more feet of snow could fall in the Sierra Nevada mountains, where homes and businesses were buried in recent storms. The California National Guard and CAL FIRE have been dropping hay to cattle down below who are stranded in the snow.
The National Weather Service's most populated areas in LA County are expected to get an inch or less of rain from this storm, and the mountains could see up to 2 inches. 6 kids have been arrested in connection with brutally beating a woman near Philadelphia City Hall. Police say the children arrested range in age from 11 to 14. Two more people are being sought for knocking the woman unconscious late last month.
For 8 kids to completely just take away any sort of comfort that I feel walking down the street just makes me sick.
The woman said she hopes the kids can do something better with their lives. She says nothing was physically taken from her, but her peace of mind has been stolen. Police shared a surveillance photo of the remaining unidentified attacker yesterday. And a legendary Lockmeister has gone to a bigger place.
Bert I. Gordon was called Mr. Big for his initials and for his giant killer men, giant killer spiders, giant killer ants, giant killer wasps and rats, and giant delinquent teenagers. Starting in the 50s Atomic Age, Gordon produced and directed 24 B-horror and science fiction flicks fast and cheap over the next 6 decades. Critics never loved his movies such as True to the Gods and War of the Colossal Beast, but they became cult classics. Variety reports Gordon died at his home in Beverly Hills and he reached a big age, 100. Mark Ronald, KFI News.
Southline weather from KFI, more rain tonight, and then we have a slight chance of showers tomorrow, mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the San Gabriel and Campanata Valley, then the Yellow Valley, 60s in Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Right now, 55 in Villa Park and the state in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota Village Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to a stop in Corona. This is on the northbound side, right at the 91 freeway. It's a big rig that's blocking the left lane of the 91 West connector. An overall slowing is loading up away from Temescal Canyon Road. Southbound 15 also slowing down through that same stretch off the 91 back towards Temescal Canyon Road. Now we've got Michael Bryan checking out the Cajon Pass, KFI in the sky.
It is brutal right now, Angel. The 15 northbound, you're jamming up out of Fontana, you can see the worst of that up to the 138, and it pushes up fairly nicely up into the desert from there. 15 southbound, that's jammed still from the 395 out of Victorville to 138. 91 eastbound boost today, that's the weather, it's always heavy on a Friday. 91 eastbound, jammed up to the 110 to Lakewood. Little fat gap, a little moderate speed, but then very heavy again. Imperial Highway, much of the way into Riverside. The 5 northbound out of Orange County. That is loading up in Dana Point, on and off the brakes up to the 14. I'm calling that the Gilligan's Island 3-hour tour right now. And hopefully you don't get shipwrecked along the way. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Johnny J here with 3 James from 3 James Accident Attorney, James Berger. And first story that we've got, James, is a teacher is arrested after building a crypto mining setup in the high school where he works in a secret crawl space under the school. After calling the Coast Guard Homeland Security to investigate and retrieve the crypto mining equipment. Now, the teacher is skipped out in a court date. A warrant was issued for the arrest. What you laughing at? This is amazing. We do these stories, we do these segments, and I thought we'd run out of these silly stories to do, wouldn't it? Oh, human stupidity is endless. This is amazing. We got 30 years out of it. Well, we do know that crypto takes a lot of electricity, but it's not for distribution. Because he stole the electricity out of the public grid. Yeah. So what crimes are we talking about here?
What was that? And it was after that, he's not working for the school. That's why he's doing his mining and setting this up. So yeah, he's got definitely some issues there. But yeah, the electrical draw on this mining thing is substantial. Like it will drain small towns will have a mining farm. It will actually drain the power grid. So yeah, he's gets out on his court date. More, and so now he's got his baby.
So he probably made $100 million in crypto and he's living in Thailand.
Well, he made $100 million one day, and it was 38 cents the next.
Yeah. So is there also a civil lawsuit here that schools can bring, or
that could be actually for a collection of the expenses that school has. The criminal ones can be more substantial.
Yeah. The hospital name, and I guess the last story we saw here, we're still looking for him. But yeah, he's in a lot of trouble in Massachusetts. That's my James, and if you're ever hurt in an accident, what to do? You call 3 James, and one of the best attorneys in America, 800-500-5200. and go to sweetgames.com. For official rules and more information about context on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby and Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
And I have a radio station. KFI AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you are in the Central Coast, aka my husband, tweet me asking well to how bad the rain is there right now. And if you're in the San Bernardino Mountains and nobody's come to get you and you still have Wi-Fi somehow, yeah, tweet me asking well and let me know what the situation is. Tim Conway's coming up at the top of the hour. There's an interesting story in the Los Angeles Times about people moving not just out of California, but around California. So it's like these California cities are booming, even as LA and San Francisco lose population. Well, another case in point, I just moved up to the Central Coast. I left Southern California. And I have to tell you, everything's cheaper up there. Everything's cheaper up there. Everything's cheaper up there? Oh, on Central Coast? Yeah. Okay. Except for gas. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because of housing. Oh, house. It's the only place. Honest to goodness, we have lived in the same house in Thousand Oaks for 30 years, so we never levered up. We should have. We should have moved at least once and kind of moved up. That with the equity we had and all of that, this is really the only place along the coast that we could afford to move, to step up and move. But not only that, I mean, we had a guy who rented the house when we moved in, halfway of the cost down here. It's astonishing to me, although we are learning a few, San Francisco, I will be the grocery store. San Francisco has Cal Poly, and if you're downtown in Cal Poly, it's like all the homeless. It is a bit of a younger group. Everybody around us is, my husband said, wow, there's so many old people. I said, have you looked in the mirror? Aww, it's pretty old. I'm surprised. And another thing, there are, in the city of San Luis, no drive-through. No drive-through. Start law. But how often do you really go through a drive-through? I mean, I never. And I used to when my kids we would like go to McDonald's or whatever every day. I either Starbucks. Yes, my husband is saying those days are over because I'm not working full time and I'm a Taco Bell fanatic. So I know this horrifies you, the remark, but I used to like Taco Bell many, when I was a kid. I did like Taco Bell. My first job was at Taco Bell. I could eat Taco Bell every day. Eric Sklar, you look at Taco Bell. Okay? Del Taco. I love Del Taco. Yeah, Del Taco, you're here. I was Del Taco for a while, man. What?
I grew up in Los Angeles. I'm not eating Taco Bell.
Oh, boy.
Somewhere real.
I know. What do you like? King Taco?
No, there's actually a place around the corner from my house in the valley. It's called Melodies.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a family. They like Soli Luna, Melodies.
That's that. Okay. Yeah, I know. But it's like sometimes you need a McDonald's, and sometimes you need Big Mac. Sometimes you need French fries.
I won't even go to Taco Bell when I'm.
Oh, you are. Oh, come on.
I swear.
And you're their demo. You're their Taco. There are many people who go to Taco Bell.
That's fine. I ain't going.
No, Dana, back me up. Yeah, that's true. When I go to Taco Bell, I do not think of Taco Bell as Mexican food. No, it's fast food. No, I'm not going to Taco Bell for Mexican. Yeah, you're going just because you're hungry and you enjoy it and you want to eat it. I totally get it. And I like the fire sauce. You had to be on me at Del Taco Bell. So I don't eat a fake. No, I'll tell you the truth about fake meat.
Yeah.
It's probably worse for you other than the cholesterol.
Yeah.
There is so much, now Beyond Meat, sodium and other stuff to make it stop. So those are your two things, okay?
I'd rather have a mushroom burger or an avocado burger. I don't want that. I don't want anything that resembles meat.
Well, if you have you ever had one?
No, I don't want one. I have had other things, lentil burgers,
Right, no,
but no.
So I think if impossible and Beyond Meat, one is based, I think, on lentils, and the other is based on rice, pea protein. They're supposed to replicate. So the whole point of this meat is you like meat, and you want. I think so. It'll replicate that. That's the thing, is if you had a Beyond Meat burger, you might.
I don't think so. I don't miss meat at all. I actually was talking to our boss yesterday, and I'm so happy with the way I eat. I don't miss it, not one iota.
When you smell bacon,
I go, oh God, the poor pig. That's what I
try fish, similar to barbecue.
No.
Y'all coming with a sandwich or a hamburger every day, and Deborah, what is she doing?
I know, but he will bring me in and out fries, which are vegan, I'd like to point out.
That's what they tell you.
No, I believe, yeah.
I don't know where we were going with this. I don't know if that's the story of not filling in every once in a while. John always tells me, have an out. You know what you're going to say at the end. And so here's my out. Jane loves filling in for John and Ken, KFI AM 640, and your silver market the news.
Paul Flores has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for killing House Holly Chandler, the Big student Kristen Smart. She disappeared on Memorial Day weekend over 25 years ago. Her body has never been found. LA County mountain communities are under a flood watch. Forecasters say the LA area will not get too much rain, but it could cause increased runoff, leading to possible flooding. Areas more to the north are expected to face the brunt of the storm. The House has unanimously voted to declassify intelligence information from the U.S. about the origins of COVID-19. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places. I don't know where we're going, but we're going to check in with Angel. We're going to head out to Pasadena on a T10 where the drive is slow-moving all the way from Lincoln. The lanes extend all the way to the 10 freeway heading into Redlands. It's a terrible drive. We've got Mike O'Brien at Cajon Pass, KFI in the sky. Angel, we're hearing that Mike O'Brien is not. Okay, well, let's take a look at the Cajon Pass anyway. That 15 northbound delays away from Sierra, taking you ahead towards the 138. The southbound side is loading up out of Hesperia, heading away from the 395, traveling all the way back to the 215 break. Now, in Irvine, we're looking at the 5, or let's look at the 405. That's northbound flowing away from Irvine Center Drive, and delays extend all the way to the 5 merge heading into Gilmar. KFI in the sky. Help get me there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. In the World Baseball Classic in Tokyo, Shohei Ohtani had a second straight two-hit game as Japan beat South Korea. UCLA will lead Oregon in the Pac-12 tournament. Jennings took their first meeting this season. D'Angelo Russell and Anthony Davis remain probable. The Clippers will take on the Knicks tomorrow. I'm Frank Aaron. Hey everyone, this is Michael Jr. introducing my new podcast, Dojo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Dojo, the podcast with DraftKings, released daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast.
This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit go@ccpa.com. That's go@ccpa.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. You watch Newsmax for news we have, and you'll get perspectives you won't hear from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left is trying. Try Newsmax and discover why Newsmax says the left is trying to silence their voice. Newsmax says it's for good reason, because it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Balling, Greg Kelly, and much more. And Newsmax says no surprise, Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax in most cable systems. Check your channels out. And if they don't carry Newsmax, switch to one that does. And remember, Newsmax is also free on stream. Go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Viki, and you can download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Newsmax is real news for real people. And at Sport Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startatsportofitness.com. Get more workouts for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. Grab your free 3-day pass at startatsportofitness.com. Subject to annual fee. Monthly first and last month's fee for $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Limited accessibility. Grow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. As you've been injured in an accident, Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm, and that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion recovered for our clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. Don't wait. Dial Town Law or visit forthepeople.com right now for an office near you.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
At Ralph, we want our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like sorry. In fact, only the best produce like zesty oranges and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
You can earn 4 times the fuel points on all produce, floral, deli, and bakery items through March 14th. Simply click your digital coupon and save more at the pump today. Restrictions may apply. Rihanna's net worth. What is her net worth weigh? How many pounds? $1.4 billion in $100 bills. Never 1 trillion pounds. Wait, stop music. That's gotta be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. The King Conway Jr. Show. You ever held a $2 bill? Not often. Okay, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, AM 640, Jane Wells filling in for Johnny King, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tim Conway's coming up next. I've been getting some tweets, and so has Angel, from people on just how bad it is. Angel's calling it a 3-hour drive kind of day, and if you're in it, you know. At Tony Reckless 310 says he's been on the 405 for 2 hours. I thought he was going to say he's been on the 405 for 405 hours. Oh, I love that laugh. You are laughing and you're mocking the people who are suffering right now. Angel Martinez, and I am all about that. Well, I'm glad I'm not sitting out there. Oh, I'm sorry that anybody has. No, in about, what time is it right now? In 11 minutes, I'm getting in my car and driving 170 miles on a 101 to Avalon. How long? Wow. Let's take, what's the mileage again? 170 miles on a Friday afternoon with an epic rainstorm hitting, particularly the Central Coast, which is why I'm at it. Exactly. I will sleep later. I'm going to leave. I'll literally be in the car at 4. I think I will say literally. I just said, oh, literally, what did she write this? At 4:04. I'm writing it now. I will literally be in the car at 4:04. Where do you think I'm walking in the door?
8:27.
Let me make a note.
8:27 p.m.
Angel? Oh, geez. 170 miles, 101 Friday. Oh, yeah, 8:30.
Oh, that's pretty close. Well, was like my right?
No, well, I didn't hear what Eric said. He said 8:27. So he's taking me under. 8 o'clock.
Oh, you are optimistic.
Dana, 89. Oh, shoot. I almost said a bad word.
Am I the only one where it's my goal to always beat the estimated time of arrival on the directions?
Yeah, no, and I also feel like when Google Maps says it's going to take me 60 minutes to go 60 miles, but I've been consistently driving 85, why does the algorithm did not reflect that? And so finally at the end, it's like, oh wow, you got here, 15 minutes earlier. That's so shocking.
What a surprise.
I know. I'm going to say, so that you're at 404, that's over 4 hours. I am going to be optimistic, and I'm going to say 7:30.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, that's if I take the San Marcos pass. I may not take the San Marcos pass because I don't know. Have you guys, Meta smells blood in the water when it comes to Twitter. And so Meta may now start a Twitter competitor. It's called Project 292. This is according to CNN. Mastodon is supposed to be the decentralized social network that people have to flock to as they left Twitter because they're angry with what Elon Musk is doing. But, Mastodon's not doing that great. Truth Social, of course, is not doing well at all. But Meta has a lot of money, and, there's 2 billion people on Facebook, and while this is separate from Facebook, whatever this project they may do, that it's not part of Facebook or Instagram, it would be a standalone competitor to Twitter, they would promote the hell out of it on Facebook so that maybe people would go to it instead of Twitter. I have to say, after Elon Musk took over Twitter and revealed just the left-wing bias or the pro-Biden bias inside, which still is shocking to me. But all the other things that happen, Twitter to me is now boring. I still am on it for breaking news, but it's also been kind of a turning point for me where I find social media is now boring. I don't know much as I used to be, and it's not for political reasons. It's just I've lost interest. I think the thing is, I get alerts now on my phone anytime news breaks. So I don't need to go to Twitter to see news is breaking because the Wall Street Journal, the LA Times, the New York Times, the Hollywood Reporter, they will alert me when news is breaking.
But Twitter, I feel like it's faster than those push notifications sometimes.
You have to be on Twitter to see it.
Sure, that's fair.
And so what I'll do is I'll get something like Paul Flores. I got an alert from the LA Times. Paul Flores has been convicted. I've been convicted for life. Well, I wouldn't have known that unless I was on Twitter, and then I can go to Twitter and see what I need to know more about it. Are you on it more or less, Eric?
I'm probably on it just about the same. It's also different for me because I also use it heavily for sports, and sports Twitter is a whole other world.
Well, news does break there, and sports breaks there as well. Yes. But I don't know. If you find it less interesting, I find something you do.
No, I mean, okay. I've been on Twitter since April 2009.
Yeah, no, I've been on it.
I was a freshman in high school.
No, I'm an OC. No, I'm an OC. Don't you talk to me about it.
No, I know. But my thing is, I'm not going to pay for Twitter Blue.
No.
I'm not.
No. I don't even, I have a blue check mark. They want to take it away. It's not yourself.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not going to pay for an app that's been free this entire time. I haven't really noticed a difference in the user experience. Obviously, with the glitches here and there every couple of days, weeks, whatever, where
it's
just loading.
Yeah. It's poorer apps too.
Yeah, but I realistically haven't really seen a difference in my user experience on Twitter.
Tim Conway, are you using Twitter? Hi.
I use Twitter about as much as I was suspended for 2.5 years. I put a joke up there that his brother, and I killed them. You know what I did? I took it down.
You're a master.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, who's your booth,
by the way? Is that true?
Avila Beach.
Where's that?
That's by San Luis Obispo.
Wow.
The Avila Canyon nuclear power plant, which is still running.
Good for you.
Your
dream was always to get closer to this plant.
Yeah, it was. It's always longer. I wanted to ask you, I think the last time I saw you when I interviewed you in the fall, because you were straightening your lawn. You don't need what's go on like now. You don't need to.
Well, I painted my lawn green because I wanted to save water, and now it all died. Because you can't paint twice.
So all this rain is doing you no good.
No good. I gotta take all that dead grass up.
So you gotta keep painting it.
No, I'm gonna stop painting it. Not the house needs painting now, but I'm gonna stop painting the grass. I'm just gonna have to get all new grass. It's horrible.
Oh, why don't you skip the grass?
No, because I like grass. I'm a big grass fan.
You like it under the sea?
Yeah, that's the way it looks.
Yeah.
You know, like in the Midwest, you spend time in the Midwest.
Kind of driving through.
You know, I love when one lawn goes to another, to another.
No fence.
It's like,
it rain there.
yeah, you can then kids play in like the yard and they go down, they play football in 3-4 different yards. Nobody cares.
I thought that was the weirdest thing when I saw that. It's like, well, what about the dog? What about your privacy? What about laying out by the pool? You know, I think that's we're stuck. This would make good neighbors. I think California must have done the whole wall.
Yeah, you're right about that. I didn't even think about that. But my grandmother's place in Sugar Falls in Ohio, outside of Cleveland, they had no fence in the backyard either.
Yeah,
you know, you just go out the backyard and you go through like a little wood area you get in, or just you can go right into the neighbor's yard.
That's so weird to me.
It is odd, isn't it?
Staring at me.
Yeah, I know. It is weird. It is odd.
What's on this stuff?
All right, Alex Stone is coming on, and then Alex Michelson, Jason Nathanson. We'll talk about the Oscars, and Petros at 6 o'clock. So guest heavy, and then we'll talk about all this things.
Excellent. Oh, well, Tim Conway Jr. coming in.
Wow! Are you driving home tonight?
170 miles starting right now.
No.
Anything sensation.
3 hours.
Okay, you're the
3.5 hours.
You're the most, you're like me.
Yeah.
They like to just be over.
No, not the way you drive. You get on it.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, Johnny.
Johnny, come back Monday. We'll see you later. Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app. Houston gets the emergency status for California. I'm Mark Rahman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden has approved a request for help from Governor Newsom as winter weather blasts parts of the state. The presidential emergency declaration was approved today after being requested last night. This is the second time the state requested federal help this year for storm recovery. The approval comes as California is preparing for more winter storms and floods after weeks of heavy snow. Deputy Director of the Department of Water Resources John Cash says measures meant to combat floods across the state will prove effective during this month's stormy and active weather. Cash says the department's mission is to sustainably manage California's water resources to protect the environment and protect public safety.
Our efforts during the current storm response include the weather hydrologic analysis and dissemination, coordination among reservoir operators and flood managers, and technical and direct assistance.
Managers for being proactive, as the efforts are led primarily out of the state federal flood operations center in Sacramento. Rains began falling in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains. The rain could saturate snow on top of rooftops and cause them to collapse from the added weight. Rooftop snow turned to ice could also loosen up and slide off in dangerous speeds. County officials warn the rain could melt snow and lead to flooding. Officials say they pre-positioned equipment and other resources at critical facilities. People have been urged to get sandbags. The National Weather Service says the rain should taper off tomorrow. Blake Stroll and KFI News. The Huntington Beach Fire Department has been certified as the nation's first Type 1 hazmat decontamination unit to decontaminate up to 1,000 patients in a really quick, fast way. Huntington Beach Fire Chief Eric McCoy says the team's been around for about 20 years, but this is the first time the Office of Emergency Services listed specific training and equipment.
People that are exposed to chemicals, biologic weapons, nuclear weapons, radiologic weapons.
That means months of training, hours on the HDSC apparatus, 1,000 kits and more.
So that includes some modesty.
For cleaning agents, their modesty is protected even if they can't move. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
5 people in the state have won a combined amount of $7 million from California lottery scratcher teams. The state lottery said yesterday all 5 people won at least $1 million each. The winnings come after a man in Altadena won the record-breaking $2.04 billion Powerball jackpot in November. He recently used some of the money to buy a mansion in Hollywood Hills. Less than 3% of his winnings. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has testified before the House Ways and Means Committee to discuss President Biden's proposed budget plan for 2024. Biden introduced the plan yesterday in Philadelphia.
We estimate the sixth budget will deliver deficit reduction of nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
Yellen said fiscal discipline remains a central priority in the budget. She says their task now is to navigate the economy's transition from rapid recovery to sustainable growth. The science leader has been awarded a third 5-year term as the nation's president. Xi Jinping's appointment puts him on track to stay in power for life at a time of severe economic challenges and rising tensions in the U.S.
He will now line up his government surrounded by his party loyalists.
ABC said Clinton said Xi's third term is a symbolic marker of his rise to the core of the country's echelons of power. The 2-term limit for the presidency was deleted from the Chinese Constitution in 2018. Self-line weather from KFI rain today and lots of it with lows in the 50s overnight. Flood advisory in effect till 7 o'clock. Rain likely again tomorrow, but less of it should be gone by tomorrow night. And Sunday looks partly sunny and in the 50s. Right now it's 55 and Mountain Beach, 56 in personal injury attorneys, and the Dow closed down today, 345, S&P 500 down 56, NASDAQ down 199, and the average price for a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92.
But wait, maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
And we're headed to a crash on 91 in Anaheim Hill.
So this one's on the westbound side, just before Imperial Highway, blocking the fast track lane where the cars is on its side. Delays are backing up away from just about from the 10 getting out of Bloomington. We've got Michael Bryan, Glendora, KFI in the sky. You want Mike?
We should have Mike.
Hello, Mike. Okay, let's
We do not have Mike.
Let's check this drive loading up away from Rolling Hill. That's the westbound side. On the eastbound side, you're going down out of Pasadena, and that drive is a huge mess away from, all the way away from Linda Vista. If you travel into Bedford all the way to the 10 freeway, heading into Bloomington. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunlux Solar. Go solar today at sunlux.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Keep your real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Jeffrey Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, will have put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. Get it to an RV. ViralRabbi.com. You can kick off RV shows on now. Travel trailers starting at $19.99. Motorhomes starting at $49.99. Zero down delivery. They will take it to free. ViralRabbi.com. With a 405 East 22 West Midday. It is the Conway Show. Keep going, everybody. All right, let's roll around here. And a lot of things going on tonight. We got this horrible rain still happening out here. It's a level 4, and excessive rain. Big stir up in Northern California. It's getting a foot of rain. They already have a foot of rain today. 12 inches. So thank God we didn't get through that. We also have President Biden approving a California emergency declaration. So we can get some more aid in here when things flood out. And Billy Joel is in concert tonight at SoFi Stadium with TBA. Wow, that's a big deal. So we're covering a lot of big stories here. The big one is the rain. And Alex Stone is with us here. The crazy winner of 2023 goes on. Alex, what do you say? What do you know? Well, John, to you. Song, this is great. By the way, I've said this on the air before, but maybe you missed it. If I could just talk to the rain, not to you right now, Alex, or the listeners, the people here, but if I could just talk to the rain, I would say, we get it. You got power. That's right. We know that you're involved. You're the boss of this whole thing. That you're in charge. I mean, look at the Oroville Dam today. You know, the water's here to this thing. Oh, man. Lake Oroville, which disappeared 2 months ago. And for the first time in 4 years, they're using the spillway, and it is, coming down right now. It is, I mean, they have opened it up, and it is raging, and they're letting water out of there because they've got so much water behind it that they've got to make room for it, and pretty incredible stunt. Monterey, they've got evacuations underway. Fresno, the warehouse roof come down, kill the worker in that warehouse. Tahoe is being inundated. I mean, that's pretty nuts. We're getting nothing in LA compared to what they're getting up in Northern California. And this lady's in Tahoe.
We keep getting out, but it compares like something has to give. That's people who have been here for a very long time have said this is more snow than they've ever seen. They've lived here for 20 years. It's more than they've ever seen.
Yeah, and they're like, it's just constant where they're digging out. Now the concern about the roof collapses, like what we saw in Crestline last week at that grocery store, that you get so much snow, then you drop rain on top of it because this is a warmer storm. That snow absorbs the rain, the rain melts the snow as well, and you get really heavy water on top of that rain, and then the roofs begin coming in. So firefighters said they're worried about it. They've been in some areas like in Mammoth and in Tahoe, only removing about 75% of the snow because that's enough to lighten the load. Wow. So then they got to move on. You know, move on to the next building next to it.
Yeah, I heard something today that was that made sense. That because there's so much snow in the mountains, for every inch of rain, it's actually like 2 inches because it melts about a foot of snow, and that's interesting. So if they got 12 inches of rain up at Big Sur, and if they get 12 inches of rain up in Mammoth, it's like getting 24 inches of rain. Horrible.
Yeah, well, and then you look at what's the water content of the snow and all of that, where it hasn't been as water rich as some snow years, but they've got a lot of snow. And you think snow is snow, but know how poofy it is, and how much water is in there comes into play of yeah, how much they're releasing. This guy will tell you.
We're currently releasing 8,000 cubic feet per second from the spillway. That relates to basically a cubic foot is the size of a basketball, so we're releasing 8,000 basketballs out of the spillway every second.
8,000 basketballs of water coming down every second there at Craddock the State Water Project, and they've got a lot of water they got to get out of it.
I know that a cubic yard, I guess it's, let me see, 9 by 18, 27. I guess a cubic yard is 27 cubic feet. And a cubic yard of water weighs more than a Volkswagen. It's 1,800 pounds.
Wow. So it really is heavy.
And then, if you put, I saw a quick calculation about how much snow is on some roofs. And if you did the math, some roofs are holding 300,000 pounds of water, of snow on top of them. It's unbelievable how they stay together.
Wow.
I mean,
you think about the weight, they're not made for that. Your floor is made for that.
Right.
Not even that, really, but not the roof. Or if it's not that, those that are slopes are worried about the snow coming down and burying people underneath of it. So they're getting a lot. Luckily, the San Bernardino Mountains are still looking for anybody who could be trapped in their homes and dealing with the last 11, 12 days. Luckily, they're not getting inundated like they did a year and a half ago. They just can't handle it up there, and they're investigating the 13 people and how they died and all that. That work is going on. This time, though, it's mainly Central California, Fresno, Merced, Monterey, Santa Barbara. They're dealing with it, and this isn't the end of it. They're going to get a little bit of break. Then we've got another council cliche now after Third River coming mid next week, and they're going to deal with it again. So,
think about this, Howard. There's a guy who works here at the station. I'm not going to say who he is, but he said we're not even close to getting out of the drought. We need about 10 to 15 more years of this type of rain.
Well, I mean, if you look at the federal numbers, we look a lot better every Thursday. They put out the drought report, and some areas of the Central Valley, the drought was obliterated. Some areas are looking a lot better. So
it's great.
I mean, I like their numbers better than his numbers, apparently, but yeah, they still were doing better either way.
I'll tell him next Tuesday when he comes here.
Tell him they're putting government. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's right.
Buddy, where are you watching the Oscars? Is it a big deal for you and your family? Most years they have to cover it. This year I said, you know what? I'm not doing that. I'll send my colleague Jason to do that. Wait, I don't have that power, but he's going to do it.
Were you there last year?
For the big flat? Did they do it in person last year? No. Like 2020 would have been last year, and then I did all the years before that.
Steve Gregory's been covering it every year for the last 22 years.
Flatter in that back room.
That's right.
Yeah.
But guess what year he missed? Because he was at the border last year.
That's right.
All right, buddy. I really appreciate you coming on. Have a great Oscar party with the family. We'll want to talk to you next week.
Yeah, talk to you next man. All right, Alex Stone, everybody. That guy's great.
He knows everything about this rain and this crazy weather. Love having that guy on. That guy's a solid dude. All right, Alex Michelson, welcome on. We got Alex, then Alex, then Jason Nathanson. We'll talk about the Oscars in the 5 o'clock hour. We booked Aaron Benmos, who is the assistant news director out here at 5:30. He's
she's young, but she's still into the, voting and going to parties for the Oscars and all that stuff. As you get older, you don't even watch it. You sit at home. And then Petro's Vegas, I saw him buzzing around the halls. He's coming on 6 o'clock. So, man, we got something for everybody. And then we're keeping track of Danny Wells and Big Truck up north. Real quickly, I know we got to take a break, but I wanted to go into Cal Bellio. I had a show note. Then we booked another guest for tonight. So she was in there with Dana, the General, Ricky, and Sefu, and they're all laughing and having a great time. And I come in, I put my hands up, and I go, oh, hey. And that's what Elliot said to me. He goes, oh, don't look like the guy whose name's on the door needs attention. And I was like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I just want to sit next to him before he was I'm the party killer. I'm like my mom. I'm thinking of my mom. Oh, Bubbo. All right, very good. It's Friday outside. Billy Joel's in town with CD Next. What could be better? We're live on KFI. We're now in the newsroom now. Mark Lawrence.
Well, Flores, the man convicted of killing college student Kristen Smart in California, has gotten a sentence of 25 years to life. Regulators have shut down California-based Silicon Valley Bank, whose stock had lost 60% of its value in a little more than a day after it was unsuccessful at raising funds. And Screaming Six is off to a killer start at the box office with $5.7 million in Thursday previews, and it's expected to make between $35 and $40 million this weekend in North American theaters. It is looking slow on 134 in Burbank.
Westbound side, and that's where traffic is loading up, coming up on Paso, and that Hollywood Way. You remain on the brakes all the way onto the 101. That 101 stays slow as you continue ahead towards DeSoto. Opening up after that as you continue into Calabasas side.
Yeah, that's trouble spot on the 210. 210 westbound, just past the 57 at Sunflower. That's the problem with the big rig in the 2 metal lane. Getting a tough stretch there back into San Diego, but nothing compared to the 210 eastbound. That's jammed up from the Royal Seco and almost all the way to Cherry Valley, with some kind of flowing there, and probably close to a 3-hour drive. A 3-hour tour for 2 in the 10. Then eastbound, if you're going from Santa Monica into the River Empire, that's going to be heavy from Santa Monica all the way to Cherry Valley. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
This is the podcast in Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Pac-12 tournament continues tonight with 4 teams remaining. UCLA plays Oregon in one semifinal. Arizona beats Arizona State in the other. The Lakers will host the Raptors tonight. The Ducks visit the Flames in Calgary. The Bears returning the #1 pick in this year's NFL draft. The Carolina Panthers in exchange for 4 draft picks and wide receiver DJ Moore. I'm Frank Aaron.
This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the lot. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer.
This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Spring break travel can't plan itself. So get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply. In this week's marketers report, the Chief Cellular Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text SUPPORT to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge the reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy after dark?
Dr. Wendy Wolf, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Rain is coming down, everybody. It is pouring here in Burbank. I know that we're tracking Jane Wells. She's only about a mile away from the station. She's driving 170 miles in the rain. And so this is great. We have, if you watch TV news, Channel 2, 4, 7, 9, 11, they do this where they have a guy in the car or in the van, and he drives around and he looks at the weather, and they do that live, and they put him on, and he's usually never stuck in traffic when he has his disaster report. He's never stuck in rain when he's doing the rain report. But it's fun because to have somebody live on the freeway, is great because you're not on the freeway and he is, and he can tell you what's going on. It's wild how they do it because they have to have a signal back to the station, and I don't know if they're using their their dish, the dish on top of the van. If they are, then they got to be going one direction. But if you turn and go another direction, you're gonna have to move the dish on top of the van. I don't know how they do that, but Jane Welsh is with us. She left here only about 20 minutes ago. How far have you gotten, little buddy?
3.3 miles. I have 171 left.
Okay, where are you right now? Let's see if we can get people to honk around you that are listening to KFI. Where exactly are you?
I am, well, of course, don't tell the truth. I'm on, because I'm certainly not driving and talking on the postal side.
Sure.
So I'm parked in front of 101. I'm heading up right. I'm just passing a whole lot of canyon off ramp. Folks, I'm at the Lexus SUV charcoal. That's
okay. All right, let's see if we can get somebody to honk around Jane Wells. If you're on the 101 freeway, just north of the Coldwater exit.
right. Although I don't want to like it. I prefer to think of it as west of the Coldwater.
I get that. I get that.
On the 101. Yeah, I'm halfway between Coldwater and Woodman now.
Okay. And it's a gray or silver SUV.
A dark gray Lexus SUV.
That's fantastic. How about turning on your hazard lights tonight?
Oh my God, Siri's talking to me now.
That's great.
She just probably telling me not to be talking on my phone.
Yeah. Well, this Siri doesn't run my life like it does yours. So you're going 170 miles. We'll check in with you periodically because there's a lot of people fighting traffic. And how is the traffic? Is it heavy, Jane?
Yes, it is. According to Google Maps, I'm now heading into a 16-minute slowdown. I usually talk about it, so whatever. You know what? I'll get home tonight.
All right.
If I let's be safe.
Can we hit you at 5 o'clock, 6, and right before 7?
I'm not going anywhere.
You are.
Go right ahead.
Jane Wells, always nice to see you. I wish we saw you more often, and I'm kind of sad you've moved further away from me.
Well, I'll make it a trip. It's worth the trip just to see you.
That's right. Thank you. All right, Jane Wells, everybody, there she goes. We'll check in with her periodically throughout the night. She's driving 170 miles from Burbank, and we have a pool going to see how long it's going to take her to get home. I said 3 hours. I think I screwed up. I need to be closer to 5. Yeah, you were 5:02, right? That's wild. I mean, how exactly were. But Delhi is usually pretty good with that kind of stuff. All right, SBV, the Silicon Valley Bank, no good, out of business, man. And some guys who predicted stocks, they got caught on the short end of this. We'll get into that as well. But
I want to know what your thoughts are as this story unfolds before I ask you another series of questions.
it's a bank that failed with billions of dollars in it. Right? This is a big story. I mean, we're all worried about that. If your bank closed, it would wipe you out. out. And I can't stand Valley. This drives me crazy. When people say, "Oh, I don't know what blood for,"
I'd have to tally that up. I'm not really
so I'm worried that I have over 250 grand. Keep those worries to yourself.
This is very unfortunate because Silicon Valley Bank has been a cornerstone of the ecosystem,
Not anymore.
for technology companies and life sciences companies for over 4 decades, 40 years.
No, not anymore.
And if we think about what it means, it's estimated that almost half of venture capital dollars
Own Valley flowed through this bank at one time.
Silicon Valley Bank.
Wow.
Silicon Valley Bank not only provides deposits for startups, a lot of the venture capital funds also bank there. Startups have venture debt to be able to provide additional financing outside of equity.
You know what? I know a lot of people are saying, "Why is he doing this bank story? He usually does BS stories that nobody cares." I'm doing this story because this is a big deal. This could be the beginning of the end of civilization. Or, okay, let me take that back. This could be the beginning of bad vibes in America. This could snowball. When you get a bank that is heavily invested and heavily involved in the computer business, and they went out of business, then every bank could go out of business. Remember when they said it's too big to fail, you got to keep them going? Well, evidently, there's going to be a different rule of thumb this time around when the recession or depression, whatever hits. It doesn't look like the government so far is coming in to save everybody. Let's save you if you're under 250 grand or whatever the insurance level of the FDIC. But if you're over that, there's one woman in Boston who had $10 million in that bank, and she only had one account, so everything is uninsured except for $250,000, and she's been trying to call her banker for the last 18 hours. She's panicked. All she does is hang up, call, hang up, call, hang up, call for 18 hours. This is the end of her life. If all that money is gone, she's got to move out of her house and can't afford the mortgage, can't afford the school for the kids. She's got to move into a small one-bedroom apartment and be on welfare. I mean, it's changing a ton of people's lives.
Even the venture capital firms will often have lots of credit to be able to finance deals before they call capital from their investors. But I want to make one very important point, Scott. That is that the Flexo Capital, we are fiduciary. The entire venture capital industry that takes outside money, we have a fiduciary responsibility to prudently manage risk on behalf of the colleges, universities, endowments, retirement systems. And so immediately yesterday, after talking to senior level bank executives at a top 10 financial institution, we realized this was very serious and moving quickly. We sent a note out to our GP network that manages $2 billion in venture capital funds, and we told them the risk and to move as quickly as possible before the wire cutoff, and many of them listened and were able to move. But we all have relationships, personal relationships with individuals at Silicon Valley Bank, and unfortunately,
And by the way, this is not a small level. Listening right now, you might have money in this bank. As a matter of fact, I'm sure that people are listening right now, California and Massachusetts. The main office is in Silicon, I think it's in Silicon Valley, makes sense, right? But this is a big story. How would you feel if you go to your bank to cash your check or make a deposit or whatever, and you see a big close sign in front of it? You could have a heart attack. That could panic the hell out of you. It could be, your life is like, man, oh man, this is a big story in the United States. Huge. All right, we're live on KFI AM at 640. We have a lot of guests tonight, so get prepared. It's guest heavy, is how we like to say tonight. We we started with our very first guest, our favorite, Jane Wells. Jane Wells was on with us. He's great. Alex Stone came on. He's terrific. Alex Michelson, Jason Nathanson, Aaron Benlow, and Petros Papadakis. Man, oh man. We've never had this many guests on. Never had this many guests on the program. So I don't know how we're going to manage. It's like the flight might be too heavy. It's like throwing it into the mountains here. We're live on KFI 840. More now with Mark Warren at KFI 24 News.
Two people have died as a result of the recent storms that hit many parts of the state. Director of the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Nancy Ward, says more than 9,400 people across the state are under evacuation orders.
The impact of the extreme weather that we've been challenged with so far have resulted so far with 15 shelters open in 9 counties
Or it says more than 54,000 people are still without power, which is Governor Newsom's request for an emergency declaration from President Biden was approved this morning. This is brought to you by Sunwatch. State officials have been working on strategic releases from key reservoirs in California to prevent flooding during these latest storms. At least 10 rivers are forecast to overflow as heavy rain behind the one we're seeing today.
The second one impacting us starting Monday, working its way south. Get a few days break. It looks like the third one there around the 19th, starting to take shape, getting a little more certainty.
Some rivers overflowed in January when 9 atmospheric rivers storms hit the state. The flooding caused at least 3 deaths, regulated in 60% decline yesterday. And a patient and 3 crew members that survived a helicopter crash in North Carolina. Macon County says the medical transport helicopter went down yesterday, moments after the 3 people in the life force helicopter crash were taken to a hospital with injuries and the aircraft was severely damaged. ROTHSCHILD Health System said it was the first crash in the 34-year history of the life force program. Southbound weather from KFI, rain today and tonight, and lows in the 50s overnight. Flood advisory in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. Rain likely again tomorrow, but a bit less of it should be gone by tomorrow night. Then Sunday was partly sunny in the 60s. Right now it's 55 and it's going to be 56 in Westminster. And we are headed to a crash on the 210 in Altadena.
This one's on off-ramp, a foothill overpass. We just reported that actually down at the Winter off-ramp. And it looks like the building is cleared out of lane. Bell setting traffic starting to look a lot lighter, leaving Mountain Street. But the eastbound side of the 210 is huge mess. We're checking with Michael Braun. Well, he's got Irvine. So eastbound 210 is still moving out of Pasadena from Fair Oaks to do travel all the way to the 10 heading into Redlands. Let's check out Irvine with Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Real outside of the 405. They could break right off the 133 away from the spectrum there. Look at the top almost all the way down the West County stretch. That's the CMP. Now, looks like the northbound 5. And I got to tell you, so 5 north side, you're totally starting in the valley. You're looking at about a 20-hour tour there. That's going to be data point up to the 14 if you're going to go that whole stretch. But it's just ridiculous right now. 405 southbound on the break down from Sunset Boulevard. We can see the 605. Just a little gap around LAX. 405 northbound jam from Culver up to Roscoe. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
The LA Kings push to the playoffs has begun. Guarantee your seat now by placing a deposit on 23-24 season ticket membership. With multiple plans to choose from, there's a plan for every fan. Learn more at lakings.com/membership.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you stop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. We made it the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Peter, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com. And this week's marketers report, I'm treated to say it right now. Global Chief Marketing Officer, direct to consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighing in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner account. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that.
It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia is marketing access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Quick service, friendly technicians, low prices.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 340 on the show. The crazy 2023 winter storm continues to California. Flooding now, it's crazy. The melting snow up at Big Bear, we're following that story. The sinkhole threatens her home with Phoenix and SoFi Stadium. Watch the people. Been driving through 9 hours of traffic to go see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. And our own Crozier is out going to this thing tonight. Michael Crozier. I don't know, look at that. I'm out here working, and he's on the concert, man. Guy's got a better day plan than I do. Better day. All right, Alex Michelson is the host of Mad Money on CNBC. He joins us. How are you, Bob? Hey, Johnny, what's wrong with you? Alex Michelson. How are you, Bob? Yeah. Yeah, I got a quick around. But by the way, I think Jim Cramer, we'll play audio later on, where he was touting that stock at $320 a share on February 8th, less than about a month ago. That's not good. All right, here's the whip round. You ready? Yes, let's do it. USC has 49,000 administration staff. How many people work at USC? There's 49,000 students. How many people get paychecks because they're working at USC? Alex, let's start with you, everybody. Are we talking like custodian? Everybody. Yeah, we're not talking professors, right? Everybody. I'm going to say 5,000 people. Okay, 5,000. Stepperoni Tony. Stepperoni. 6,500. 6,500. All right. Mark Robbie, you want to jump in here? 11. 11. All right. Mark is cat across the bow saying he doesn't want to do any more whip around. I just wanted to be different. I got that. You talked to me. All right. Okay, let's, all right, Mark's starting the game. All right, let's talk with the general. What do you think?
Richie says what? 8.
Oh, Richie said 8.
800 he meant.
800. All right. It's still an horrible answer. All right, tell me.
I'm going 3,500.
3,500, and then Angel. How many people work at USC?
Let's go with 6,700.
6,700. All right, the closest is Angel Martinez. There are 49,000 students at USC and 21,000 employees.
Wow.
Wow, that seems like a lot. Yeah, 21,000 people work on that campus and 49,000 students. What happened? What's going on over there? But what did you study? What was your major?
I had 2 majors.
Wow.
Journalism and political science. Yeah.
Wow, you're using both of them.
I am, yeah. I mean, part of what I think is so great about USC, because they have all those employees, including a lot of them in the custodial arts, everything's clean. It's like Disneyland.
Okay.
I guess wherever you walk at Disneyland, everywhere you go, if there's ever a mess, it's cleaned up in 5 seconds. It's always pristine. You're right. USC is sort of that same way. And you know it's not like that? The city of Los Angeles.
What a great segue. What is it? What is on the big program tonight? I know you do the Issue Is. You like that show?
I do like that show, yes. Tonight's issue is the storm. We talked to the director of the State Department of Water Resources, trying to figure out, okay, we're getting all this rain. Are we out of the ground? Are we capturing this? How much of this water are we actually capturing?
Great.
About, you said about 10 or 20%. We're actually capturing. Which we need to do a lot more and better, but they are doing some changes to try to increase our groundwater supply. So we talk about that and sort of where things are at. And one of the things we're doing right now, the Oroville Dam, which is the biggest in California, they're now releasing water from it for the first time in 4 years because they're so concerned that that area itself is flood. So we're opening up their spillways, and they're going to be doing that in different waterways across the state this weekend, which they haven't done so far with our other storms. We're so concerned. And there's also a lot of concern about our very, intense snowpack and this warmer storm and rain going on top of the snow and a lot of flooding concerns from that. So we're getting into that. And we also talk about the outcomes, which we have some fun about the state of the industry, too. Where is Hollywood at right now with Elizabeth Wagner and Steve Mason?
All right, let's get back to the draft because everyone will talk about the draft. So 2 things. One is less than a year ago, last summer, I was told, and a lot of people in Burbank, because they were fixing some part of the aqueduct, whatever it was, and we were told for 2 weeks we could not water our lawn because there was not enough water. And now they're releasing water out of most of the dams in California. What a difference 9 months makes.
Yeah, although the good news, which I learned, is I thought releasing it just meant it just goes out to the ocean. And there is a process of releasing it to another reservoir, so not all that water that they're releasing is lost. Today.
Running the risk.
Yeah, so we need to redo the way we do things in this state. All, we're so short-term thinking, right, and not long-term thinking. 2 years of crazy drought and 1 year of unbelievable rainfall, which is what we're having right now. So in those 10 or 15 years of drought, we need to be planning better so that when we do get that one crazy year, we can capture it. Right? We should be getting enough water right now to be able to fulfill the rest of us for the next 10 years. You're right how much water we have. Nobody wants to hear about a drought in the next 6 months because of what they're going through right now. We need to
running the risk of repeating a joke, and I don't like to do that. There's a guy who works at KFI who said that we need 10 to 15 more years of storms exactly like this just to break even and just to get out of the crap.
Who's that?
I don't want to tell you. But what would you tell that man if you could tell him something?
I would say, I guess that's true if you never capture the water.
No, that's crazy though, right? I mean, we don't need 10 to 15 years.
Well, we're not. If this doesn't get us out of the drought, then there's something seriously wrong with the process of reclaiming the water. There should be enough, because one of these storms, these atmospheric rivers, to get us out of it. I mean, look at the snowpack. We've never seen anything like this in our lifetime. This is getting out of the drought, and it's Mother Nature doing it.
Okay, so I will tell that person who works at KFI that you disagree with him next Tuesday when I see him.
Oh, so this is Mark Thompson we're talking.
Oh, you gotta jump that. You gotta jump that.
The meteorologist, the extraordinaire. Thompson.
Oh, you're outing him. I never did that at KFI and outing other employees. Wow. All right, Alex Michelson, evidently a real dude. All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Enjoy the Oscars. Give us your pick for Best Picture.
It's going to be Everything Everywhere All at Once, but I think it should be Top Gun Maverick, which is my favorite movie of the year. Okay. Reminding me why we let go of this movie. Everybody enjoyed it, and I wish the Academy would honor a movie like that, but it's going to be Everything Everywhere All at Once.
All right, that's my pick as well. But it's really appreciate it. We're talking next week. Enjoy the Oscars, and keep going with you.
Game's on with you.
Excellent. All right, there he goes. Alex Michelson. Alex. E-L-E-X. And that's an odd name, but I guess there's a story behind it. His mom and dad wanted to name the child Ellie if it was a girl. And the mom and dad wanted to name it Alex if it was a boy. And they said, well, let's just settle on Alex, E-L-E-X, if it's a boy or a girl. And it turned out to be a boy. And he got that name Alex. I think it's a cool story, right? There's another story about Tim. It's not as fascinating, but I asked my mom and dad, I said, hey, since my dad's legal name is Tom, who am I named after? And my mom said, oh, you're named after your Uncle Tim. I said, I don't think I have an Uncle Tim. And she was, oh, kind of a sad story, you do, but he died when he was 9 months old. I'm like, oh, what are we? Downer? All right, more now with Mark Ron, KFI 24 News.
More than 9,000 California residents were under evacuation orders today as a new atmospheric river brought heavy rain, thunderstorms, and strong winds, swelling rivers increased and flooding several major highways during the morning commute. Police say they've arrested a 10-year-old student in Maine after who arrived in school with a firearm. No injuries reported there. And Deadline reports Jenna Ortega from Wednesday in Fox was starring Tim Burton's Beetlejuice 2, joining Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder, who are expected to reprise their role from the 1988 film. That's right, 1988. SoCal weather, heavy rain continues tonight with lows in the 50s, and we got a flood advisory until Report brought to you by Mattress Firm. It's looking slow on the 5 in Burbank.
Back to southbound side, it's loading up at Alameda. The drive remains slow all the way to the 605 to 79 opening using Norwalk. The train heading to Bryson, Anaheim from the 91 in stretches as you continue all the way to 60,000 Oso Parkway in Mission Viejo. The path to Glendora with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Still troubles on the 210, 210 westbound with the loop past 57 to Sunflower. A problem with the space rate in the two middle lanes. It's been a long time. Fortunately, a lighter volume side of the front there, so it's really backed up to the Santee. Eastbound 210 are on the break from downtown Pasadena, almost all the way to the west. Certainly some good traffic, but pretty few as far as it's going next to the store. Now, also looks like we've got a problem clearing 15 northbound from Dixon to West 91 in Corona. Going to the left line in there, and some unusual sun in that spot. Mike O'Brien can get high in the sky.
Staying on the 15 northbound in Ontario, delays leaving the 60 all the way to the 138. KFI in the sky. Help break you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
Reset your brand. That answer turns the choices. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base for select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed. This reporting is sponsored by Tire Rack. Nearly 6,000 drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack speeds survival 18 times to save lives. Your one-day hands-on driving school gives you experience in car control. New exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive. John here, you've heard me talk for years about Cutting Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 teeth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs, from bridges, braces, fillings, cleaning, root canals, to cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Cutting Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. In this week's marketer report, increasing Australia letter, Global Chief Marketing Officer, direct-to-consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Keep your real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now to get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. California is still a state where 1 in 5 Americans want to live. Assuming money wasn't an issue. Well, isn't that all? Thanks, all. Now, Walrus Shark, tomorrow evening at 5 on Day Live and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
He got his beard, got his hat, got his...
You can't take it in the bathroom. It just does not stop the brain. It's unbelievable. So we're going to talk about that. A sinkhole threatens homes in Camarillo, storm related, I imagine. And regulators have shut down Silicon Valley Bank. It's the biggest collapse since 2008. A lot of people, if you're old enough, you remember what happened in 2008. So that's a big deal that bank is closing. Big, big deal. You know what I wanted to do, and I never really, it really never became anything more than an idea. But Kelly and I had talked at one point on Friday between 5 and 6 p.m. Because there's a lot of people in their car. A lot of people are taking road trips. Maybe you have friends in the car. You're off to Vegas or Morongo. Maybe you're going to San Francisco, San Diego, Phoenix, wherever you're going. And Kelly and I had an idea of, hey, everybody's full of news by then. They've heard, Monday through Thursday, all the stories, all the cases, all the rain, the snow, all that stuff. Let's just do a road trip sing-along hours where we only play songs that are sing-along songs. And I think it's probably better for FM, but I thought that's a great idea for a Saturday evening or Saturday afternoon show on a music station.
Yeah.
Where you just play songs, like for example, let's say we were doing it, Hey, it's John Lake Show, we're doing the ding-dong sing-along. But it's not us singing the song, it's everybody in the car, and we're going to start with our very first song here, and it'll be after 5 o'clock. It'll be like, 5:05, 5 minutes after the hour, 55 minutes to the hour, it's John Lake Show with our ding-dong sing-along. And right now, to start things off tonight, is Sweet Tail Line, everybody. So let's join in. Ding-dong sing-along. Here we go. Most people can know the rest of it. If you don't, look them up quick. Here we go, everybody. Where did it begin? Yeah. I can't begin to know, but then I know it's flowing through. Yes. Wasn't a spring, pretty day in Southland, where there leaves we are alone. And start singing, very dirty. Reaching out. Reaching out. Touch you. I can be. God, yeah, you. And when I heard her, her off my shoulders, now that I heard her holding you, here we go, everybody. One, touching one, touching one, reaching out, touch, touching, touching you. What a great idea. We could do this for an hour, Valley. It's a super idea. All right, so you want to play casual? Let's just try. This rain deal, though, is a big story. Come on, I'm going to take it downer to get back to start. So I'll get back to you. People like that? For years, it was a drinking almost every Friday. Oh, Billy, you were probably your Sunny Delight family, were you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were around here. It's nothing like a hot day. You come in and you drink it right out of the jug.
I think our family started the vodka seltzer. Yeah.
I don't think my uncle started it because when my uncle went to a bar, he used to call it a stand-up, where he'd just go in. Yeah, he's still going to stand up, which means you didn't sit down and you get a shot and talk a while out. And so he'd walk into a Cadillac. The bar was called Cadillac in Glenmore, Ontario. And my uncle would say, hey, Larry, set us up 2 shots there with me. And the bartender would say, you want some water back? And he'd look at him and go, like a shitty head. Too much water. Yeah, but he was great. My Uncle Tommy, man, he had a way, even when he was 75 years old, he would and could, probably didn't really, and he could. He had a way with women that every woman he ever talked to absolutely loved him. Absolutely loved him. He could walk into a bar and talk to 2 25-year-old girls and have them laughing in 8 seconds and sit with them all night. I mean, he was unbelievable. The best, one of the great personalities ever. And he also had a saying when somebody says, "Hey, aren't those, aren't you a little old for those girls?" His saying was, "You know what? I may not be. What was
I remember.
Oh, here it is. He goes, I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was." Yeah, that's it. Sweet man, my Uncle Tom. A future
Los Angeles and County.
everywhere on the video. And we got another weather and by some oil and Newsom. There's been problems, but 2 requests from Governor Newsom has declared a presidential emergency as another atmospheric river moves over California. The emergency declaration gives them massive counties and easy access to direct federal assistance to help protect public safety and property, and keep generous growth and people practicing mass terrorism. The moderate county sentenced to 25 years to life in prison for killing a college student in 1996. Like Florida, the found guilty in October of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say Florida's guilt, 15 charges in an attempted rape in his dorm at California Polytechnic State University, where they were both students. The body was never found and was declared legally dead in 2002. That's denied the motion seeking a trial and acquittal. $50,000 is up for grabs and for reasons were finally identified multiple armored truck robberies in LA. That's where they kept it before. This child drivers like the movies and stole more than $5 million in the last year. The executive task force arrested a second man Wednesday. U.S. Attorney L.A. Martin Estrada said last week he stopped their name because they stole toys from a home on Chesapeake Avenue in the West Adams neighborhood. These robberies was also committed using numerous firearms, including black cocktails, AR-type assault which pointed at the victims when they arrived. The 2 rewards equaling $50,000 and put up by French and the FBI in LA. 4 days on things they finally 2 LAPD officers in Lincoln Heights have been released from the hospital. Officer was seen in the armor talking about in the third shot in the foremost and bombing on this one to back. The third officer remains in the hospital for more treatment. All 3 were struck once united and tried to get a parolee at large to come out of the shed on the property in Lincoln Heights. LAPD said Johnson and Magana shot an officer after they lost the first action of the dead. A short time later, Magana was found dead on the floor, and the visual from a SWAT robot showed a gunshot wound to his temple. Gregory testifying here. Reports of the disbarred lawyer in LA has funneled more than $1 million in tips and payments to investigators at state bar and the investigators' wife. Reports found a nearly half-hour investigation by a law firm working for the state bar's governing board. It describes corruption of the agency by former lawyer Tom Girardi beyond what was previously known. The state bar did not go back into operation until 2021. Over 100 lawsuits and more than 165 complaints over decades. New York City holds a 9 million people and 8 million rats. You say 16% of 79 arrests on those were tested positive for COVID-19 antibodies. CDC Dave Packer says rats carry a variety of diseases that can spread due to the quarantine says the risk of rat spread of COVID to people is relatively low. Researchers said yesterday that infected by the Alpha, Delta, and Omicron variants, rats tested for common fall of 24
if a woman wants to vote in the Senate, she can understand that the office says it welcomes the law because it establishes equal rights for all people in Berlin. As JFK said, it's been unlimited. South 90 weather from 4 o'clock today. Rain in Los Angeles is lows in the 50s overnight. We've got a flood advisory until 7 o'clock. Rain likely again tomorrow, but it shouldn't be as severe. It should be gone by tomorrow night. Sunday looks partly cloudy and in the 60s. Right now it's 56 in Huntington Beach, 56 in Costa Rica, 57 in Compton, 55 in Newport. The KFI Financial Update sponsored by the Goldman and Myers Industry is turning today. The Dow Jones down 345, S&P 500 down 56, NASDAQ down 109, average price per gallon rate for gas in California is $4.92. It's blowing a wild line here down the way. Yeah, that's right. It's the whole cast. It's really northbound. Away from the 60 out of Ontario.
Would never be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Was it for Mickey? The one hit wonder.
Here's the problem. South 15, that's 138, but that's still stuff in here. That's 305. Now, the second time southbound, according to the thing going back, was that probably with the right forward to the track. That's still there. That's like that before the 60. But now, looking 60 down 3 to 5. Uncle Brian, KFI in the sky. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got married. I can never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Sandy.com. And it's Sandy, you get an HR person. It's only $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Here's you have to deal with your HR problems. Policies such as election things, hostile work environment, coordination, that's my problem. People complaining about other employees. Everything you need is with Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, and critically, so Sandy, that's Sandy.com. Attention Southern California, Central America is ready to install your solar now. And complete your paperwork in time for everyone here. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications in county. Working any solar company in California. No one was harder than jeopardize with the free to solar and Go Solar American style. Declare your independence with Shepherd Solar. Your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket. No payment until 2044. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and NK batteries are in stock. Plus, Pepper offers new furnaces and heat systems with a lifetime warranty and 3 years with a 15-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Pepper Solar for full net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit PepperSolaris.com.
It's an urban myth. I'm here to say right now.
Rain is the top story. The Oscars in town, that's a big story. And then also,
I think there were questions in high school.
the celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI AM 640 wants to send you to celebrate 100 years Tuesday at the Disneyland Resort. People can pay by 8640 for details and understands the win. A 4-pack of one-day, one-car tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. There's also connect to chance for your wins and pay by Instagram page for the tickets for your birthday. For posters and park reservation inquiries, visit Disneyland.com for important details. All right, so Oscars this Sunday, and nobody knows more about them than Jason Nathan. He's really good there. I'm good. I'm looking at the campaign budget of the year. Oh, boy. I'll bet you that for where the range stuff is going to be a money back. We're already looking at this. There's water all over the place. I think the forecast is that it's not going to be raining on Sunday. I read something today that I thought was, I don't know, it's structured the wrong way. Starting tomorrow night, starting Saturday night, the red line is not going to stop at Hollywood and Highland. It's going to continue on to its next stop, north of Universal and south of the, I guess, Hollywood, whatever. But there's a lot of people that work in that area, and they depend on that subway to get them to and from work. And now they have to walk in the rain or wherever the weather is, 10, 15, 20 blocks to get the next stop. That's not. Yeah, I get that. The streets in the area are all shut down also. So you can't even walk in this area if you need to. All the businesses, here, all the highways are shut down. Yeah, that happens every year. One of them are, so like I'm looking at Johnny Rockets right now. I'm looking at Hot Pocket. We're not going to go in and get your church alcohol. Because that's pretty close here. So that's all happens every year. Around you, you can't even get close to that area. You can't even get close to this area unless you're in a limo with a pass. That happens every year. Okay, so they're all prepared. Everybody's ready for it. We're going to get the white carpet out. On this also Hollywood Boulevard, but I also have this blocking off street south of that as well. The alley and then the street that's just south of Hollywood. Yeah, so everyone will do that every year. Orange and Hawthorne and a bunch of those streets are blocked off as well. Because, this is the world that we live in, and they don't want anybody getting closer, whether it's, people there to do that for that food, the police downtown, the streets are blocked off as well. I think I'm not watching her. Kind of hanging out here looking at that carpet and looking about back to I think people do that for the work area, I also heard like from Steve Berkeley, in order to cover this event, if you're with a friend, you have to wear, if you're a woman, a dress, and if you're a man, at least your sports coat or tie. Yes, usually, I don't know if you have to wear a dress if you're a woman. You have to be in a formal way. I think you can be in a formal, you could probably wear a tuxedo if you wanted, or some kind of formal jumpsuit type thing. Because you want to just want anybody to go behind that is usually on the air. They want the actors and celebrities and not only the everybody. So when they look out, they want to put everybody real big. It's going to be possible. So it's the range of air, everything here. I like when restaurants have dress codes, and I'm old school. So everybody, you notice here, you guys are covering the white carpet, I guess now, before, the event. They show just to start an hour before the awards. Now we're starting 9 hours before. Yeah, they do a long time before that. I'm a screen playing public film. You're trying to yeah, there's a lot of them. I know you said this earlier. I know already. You can say, if you ask me to say, you can say, oh, that's awesome, man. That's so demoralizing. You stand and Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distribution? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully packaged real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and the potential for upside and exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Choose your fully packaged commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, reach your purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
I can do anything. And he took this girl and speak into the true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. See, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Dogs don't forget to think about, am I going to go to that person? All I have to do is open the door, and they are right there waiting for me. They don't care about how bad my day was. They're there to love me. Look at it. That's the difference between cats and dogs. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The Conway Show, they can just barely call it that, I guess. I don't know. But the rain is a big story. It's about damn time. To just rain quick. I love the rain. I just don't like what it's doing to everybody. The sinkhole collecting homes in Camarillo, we just saw that earlier. I just looked at that on TV. That was horrible. And then the Oscars are Sunday. Oscars Sunday. You're going to have a great time. Speaking of Oscars, it's sort of a young person's game where you go to a bar, go to a house, and watch with your stupid friends, and you bet on it, you vote, you get all crazy, you keep track of who's betting and who's voting and all that stuff. And then as you get older, you're like, I don't even know this show exists. But we have a young person who works in on our floor named Venmo, right? Aaron Venmo.
Hello, hi, happy to be here.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, young dumb people. But I consider you one of the brighter of the young dumb people.
Oh, thank you. Honored.
But you're still young enough where you go to parties and vote on the Oscars.
Yes, and it's really exciting because I grew up in Michigan and we got to stay up till 11:30.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Nice. So this is exciting. We're done by 8.
That's right.
There's our oysters.
Now, is this the first year you've been out here for the Oscars? Second, third?
No, this might be...
Fourth? Okay. So when you were here the first year, from Michigan, and you're watching the Oscars on TV, did you feel sort of really cool that you were like 5 miles from where it was happening?
Yeah, I was really excited.
Yeah.
I grew up like every year. We lived in this city that really, really cared about the arts. And so in places in the Midwest where you think people wouldn't care, like we really cared. Young people, they fostered the arts a lot where I grew up.
Well, that's cool.
We cared a lot about everybody cared about the Oscars.
Yeah, conversely, I was in Washington, D.C. with my dad, and he said, hey, you want to go to the Smithsonian? Or he did an afternoon off, and we were back there, he was working. And we had an afternoon off. He said, you want to go to the Smithsonian, or you want to go to Pimlico racetrack in Baltimore? I said, well, Dad, I said, we are in Washington, we should see the Smithsonian.
And so you went to the racetrack.
He took me through the entire Smithsonian
Smithsonian in 7 minutes.
Wow.
Because they modern, this is, science, this is history, boom, this is American history, bang, let's go.
Oh, yeah, okay.
In the car, and Pimlico, we missed the first break. The second break. All right, so tell us, because you vote on this stuff. You've seen every movie.
Yeah, almost every movie. There's one animated short that I wasn't able to see.
Okay, but you can give your opinion, and if you're right, some people can win some money if they use your PC.
Well, I really don't. I get stressed out when people use me, but I do. I have sent my ballot to a couple people, and I do have I have an 85%.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah.
85 is unbelievable.
It's a beat.
Take you to Vegas, man. Bet on some football.
Yeah.
All right, best picture. Who do you like?
I think it's going to go to Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay. All right, best actor.
Best actor, this is hard. I think if you go with Austin Butler, you're going to be okay. I think if you go with Brandon Fraser, I think you'll be okay.
Okay. All right. So Austin Butler is your pickup.
No, I went with The Whale. I went with Brandon Fraser.
Oh, you went with Brandon Fraser?
I did. He's been winning a lot of big awards. There's the Golden Globes, there's the SAG, and then there's Critics' Choice. And whoever gets that award for those three tends to be the Oscars.
Yeah, it's sort of a barometer of what's going to happen.
Yeah, plus everyone's been talking about it much lately, but also...
Foreshadowing is what they do.
Yeah, but also Austin Butler hasn't been able to stop talking like Elvis, so I think they can't pay him for 3 years.
Okay. All right, then let's go with actors. Best actress.
I think it's going to go to Michelle Yeoh.
Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah, everyone thought it was going to be Kate Blanchett. It still could be for Tar, but...
Okay. All right, then let's go for director.
Okay, I don't know if mine is crazy. Everyone's expecting Spielberg to take it home. He very well could be. It's Spielberg, but I'm going with the Daniels for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, so everything...
I think it's going to be.
All at once, okay. Have you seen the movie?
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Really? Okay. Can you describe it to me, like, in 8 seconds?
It really is Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's the only time I think I've ever... that and Jaws, where I'm like, oh, I know exactly what this movie's going to be about. I love everything.
All right, and then best writer is a big one, too.
Okay, that screenplay, I think it's going to go to The Fableman.
That's right. All right, screenplay. Screenplay's going to go to?
I think The Fableman.
Fableman?
Yeah. That's what I think they're going to... Like, if they don't give Spielberg the directing award, I think they're going to give him the writing award.
Okay.
It's like his most vulnerable movie.
And then what is another popular award? That song?
That song, I think everyone has been saying it's going to go to...
Adele?
No, it's not. I don't think she's nominated either. I think everyone was saying Lady Gaga for Maverick, but I think it's going to go to this movie called RRR, which is Naku Naku. It's been winning everywhere, and I'm like, I don't think it's going to win that.
Oh, that's an interesting song. I was actually listening to that song earlier. Yeah, let me play a little of it for you here. So, this is it, right? You know.
Didn't get people talking.
Naku? What is Naku? This is it, right? That's an interesting song.
I couldn't tell you what this movie is about, but
that's one of my favorites, and that song, here's another favorite. Lady Gaga. This was Top Gun, right?
Yeah, and then isn't it Rihanna? Rihanna did the Black Panther?
Yeah, Rihanna did Black Panther.
Lift me up. I mean, all three songs.
That's right. Okay, so you think it's going to be the first one I play. What about a song, no?
I would listen to
Is that from Tell 'Em Like a Woman? Sounds like Dolly. All right, so you got to go to parties and celebrate. You have to make an appearance at a party.
I'm going to one of my friends' houses in Hollywood, and we're really excited. I love the Oscars.
And then where are you going to end up? Watching your home?
Yeah, I'm excited.
With your
Nothing.
with your in-laws?
Yeah.
Do your in-laws like you?
I
Lisa. I've known you for like 12 years.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah.
You've known Adam since you were in high school or junior high?
Middle school. Yeah.
Middle school.
Really that.
Wow. That's wild.
Our whole life's been together. Like, okay. Actually, my mother-in-law, she is a local film critic, and she watches every movie, and after every movie she posts on Facebook, and she goes either good, fair, sad.
Right.
Very rarely does a movie get an excellent rating. And everyone in our little town of West Bloomfield, they root to see what her movie is.
Grandma does it?
No, she's not a grandma. Don't say that.
Just mom.
She's not my mom. I have a barbecue. My mother-in-law and I love her very much. And that's how people are from Italian. That is just
Okay. But this is good. I think this song is very good. I don't know what they're saying, but I love it. I love the vibe. Well, fortunately, it's in a different language, so get away with that.
Yeah.
I think. All right, Erin Benmo, thanks for coming in. Let's see how correct you are on
Yeah,
Monday.
I could get like 1 out of 23. So
Yeah, you can get completely
let
hooked
me
on
check
it.
in my database.
How many categories are there?
There's 23.
23. All right, and you're hoping to get 20, right?
That would be great if I got 20.
And there's no money in it, though, right?
No, I think it's fun because I can run like all week.
No. All right, I get that. I get that. All right, thanks for coming in. Erin Benmo or Cooper? Cooper or Benmo?
Benmo.
Okay, all right, the Benmo. All right, thanks for coming in, Rabbi. All right, there she goes. We're Scott Lake, we're live on KFI AM 640. We're now with Mark Ronner, KFI 24 Newsroom.
People in Santa Cruz County are evacuating as another storm hits part of the state. ABC's Rob Marciano says cars are slipping, stalling, and sliding all over the roads in NorCal.
This one is so different from the barrage of storms we had last month. Those were cold. This is that atmospheric river. It is warm with heavy rain. We had winds gusting to 80 miles an hour last night.
Marciano says the heavy rain and snow will be spreading to SoCal all day. Governor Newsom declared a storm state of emergency yesterday to support storm response and relief efforts. Progress has been made to open up roads in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains.
Crews have been working around the clock to clear snow.
All of our county maintained roads are 100% plowed at this point, at least one lane passable.
San Bernardino County Supervisor Don Rouse says non-county maintained roads are now being worked on. Rouse says some of those roads are narrow and private companies will be needed to help them plow. As residents continue to dig out from the snow, the county has set up a program to reimburse people up to $500 for snow removal. Blake Troll is KFI News.
A man barricaded himself into a house in La Fuente. The LA County Sheriff's Department and industry deputies responded to an assault with a deadly weapon call this afternoon. And allegedly shot at deputies and hurt 2 people. Deputies weren't hurt. Deputies surrounded the house and a crisis negotiation team is working to contact the man. Employers in the U.S. have added 311,000 jobs to the economy in the past month. President Biden says inflation is now down 30% from where it was over the summer.
Today's job numbers is clear. Our economy is moving in the right direction.
Biden says what pleases him most about February's report is that people who've been staying out of the job market are moving back into it. He says people in the U.S. are becoming more optimistic about their future. Stuff-line weather from KFI. Heavy rain continues through the night with lows in the 50s. Rain again tomorrow, but not as heavy, and it should be gone by tomorrow night. Sunday should be partly sunny and in the 60s. Right now it's 56 in Orange, 57 in Anaheim, and we got a stall on the 405 on Culver City.
Loading up the drive if you need to leave southbound, coming up on the 90, middle lane is blocked, and right here are backing up. So overall, leaving 54 to 101 freeway. Beyond the stalled car, the drive remains slow as you travel all the way into Costa Mesa. You've got a nice little opening between Westminster and Huntington Beach. We've got Michael, Brian, hey, Eye in the sky.
Oh, we're the happiest place on earth. The 5 southbound at Coachella. Looks like the left lane blocked on that accident, so unusual slowing now. Bumper back to the 91. Now, northbound 5 is adding to slowing pretty much to the 133 up through Anaheim. Now, also the 91 eastbound, if you're leaving Carson, 91 eastbound, yeah, for the 120 up to about Lakewood Boulevard. It's going to loosen out more moderate speeds and stuff quite a ways out to the San Diego Canyon. 91 eastbound, though, they're very heavy from the Imperial Highway over the Green River. Michael Bryan, hey, high in the sky.
The Cajon Pass is a huge mess. 15 northbound jamming up off of the 210 all the way to the 138. Southbound phone out of hysteria, getting away from the $3.95 and you travel back to Kenwood. Hey, FI in the sky, help us to go faster. I'm Michael Martinez. It's not too late to get a flu shot. Barnes & Albertsons pharmacies make it easy. You're free with most insurance, and walk-ins are welcome, or skip the line by making an appointment online. Restrictions apply. Visit the pharmacy for details.
If you own a small business made up through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that. That's real money. So once you get to refunds.com, you answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for your tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that succeed, and nonprofits, even if you have increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the student loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses in my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualified me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
If you're a heart failure and only 14 with a symptom sound familiar, it's time to talk to your cardiologist and get the full picture. You may have the what you for a long time in life. ACTRCM is a rare and undiagnosed disease. That's connectyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attention Southern California, TRILLIONAIRE is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for ending in June. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Pepperdine, which is free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with TRILLIONAIRE. Your local and veteran-owned solar contractors who get the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payment until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by TRILLIONAIRE before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit TRILLIONAIRE.com.
Very good job, though. It's beautiful.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Service, friendly technicians, low prices.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters to you.
The Oscars are in town for Sunday. Another major story. And saving entertainment, Billy Joel, Stevie Nicks. SoFi Stadium tonight. And it's the Phillips at 5:36. So, 12 is and I bet there are people in their cars right now driving to SoFi Stadium for that concert. And I bet one of those guys is Michael Crozier and his lovely wife. I bet they're listening right now to KFI. So a shout out to Michael Crozier and Jennifer Crozier. He always likes when, you can do love songs and a big shout out. This is a modern version of that. Idiot on talk radio, giving Crozier a shout out. But I'm sure he's on his way. That concert starts at 7:30, and with traffic, you want to get there early, get your buzz on. I don't know what they're going to drink there or eat there, whatever, but if the Croziers are listening, I'd give them one hint. One tip. Be careful out there. It's still an outdoor stadium. It's going to be wet. So you could slip and fall. Turn your back at it. And we have Ronald here, but not for sure.
like Ronner. I'm a big Ronner fan.
That's true. That's true. Ronner, of all the people, look, I don't want to blow my own horn here, but let it all out. Come on, that's 3 hours. Is it true or false that I've encouraged you to pursue your own skill here at KFI?
You've been really nice about that, and I appreciate that.
Has any other host given you that encouragement?
They all want me to shut the hell up and just use the name. I like Ronner. He's great, man. God bless you.
All right. CNBC analyst Jim Cramer is in trouble. He's in social media. You guys make that Mad Money show, and he recommended viewers buy shares of Silicon Valley Bank parent company. He said it's a good buy. Well, now we're saying goodbye to it. It's going out of business, being shut down by the Fed. And so Cramer, he said the stock is still cheap at $320 a share. If you bought it at $320, you lost your shirt. 1 month ago, Jim Cramer made sure that he reminded all the others of his now ill-fated stock tip. 1 month ago, Jim Cramer urged his investors to buy Silicon Valley Bank stock. You don't believe me? Here's the audio. I can prove it to you. Here we go. By the way,
What up, baby? How you doing, bud?
Invite. The NYSEX performer year-to-date is SVB Financial, don't you? This company's a merchant bank with a deposit base in Wall Street is mistakenly concerned about. SVB's don't feel about our bank. Recently bought one of our favorite research firms, Loft and Ages, and it's become less dependent on private equity venture capital to offer. Wait a second. Those startup listeners, they can come back. Yeah, some will come back here with a stock. Directly touch their overall position. Stock was a fourth quarter performer 2022. I think the fears were not justified. It's a very compelling situation. Hey, by the way, long-term private equity venture capital isn't going away. Even the bankers continue to invest in many pools of capital has always been a very good business. You hear that? He said, this bank's not going away. It's always been a great investment. Overall position. Stock was a fourth quarter. Fears were not justified. It's a very compelling situation. And by the way, long-term private equity venture capital isn't going away. Even the bankers continue to invest in many pools of capital has always been a very good business. Stock's so cheap. Now, you have to remember the stock is still cheap at $320 a share. He said that on February 8th of this year. February 8th of this year. And 5 weeks later, that stock, I think it's gone down to zero. It's going pretty close. SVB Financial. So, that's tough, man. You get caught like that, pumping your stock. A month later, he was selling at $320 a share. If you look at what it comes at today, you'll see SVB stock price. It's down to zero, right? It's bigger. SVB Financial Group. It opened at, it's at 106. It's down 66% today. So it's still, it's not zero, but it's not 320 anymore. And year-to-date, we'll see what it is year-to-date. SVB Financial. It is. I'm not going to stop trading for, I don't know if it's still trading, but they have to stop. SVB Financial was at one point $333. On February 2nd of this year, it was at $333.50. February 2nd, so 5 weeks ago. And now, it's at 106. And looks like it could go to zero. So that's the vibes have gone bad. And it really has gone bad since yesterday. That stock was at that stock on Wednesday, the day before yesterday, SVB Financial was at $268 a share on Wednesday. And now it's at 106. So somebody's lost a lot of money, a big sell-off of this thing. And I don't know why it's not a zero, if they're going to close this thing down or shut it down. I don't know. I mean, but, maybe somebody in here is smarter than stuff than that. Oh, yes, you did. The celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI AM 640 wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of history and the Disneyland Resort. So keep listening to KFI AM 640 for details for your chance to win a 4-pack of 1-day, 1-car ticket to how the second biggest bank collapsed in the United States, and it's happened over the last 48 hours. The company's downward spiral, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, on late Wednesday, they surprised investors with news that it needed to raise $2.25 billion to shore up its balance sheet. They needed to borrow just over $2 billion. This was hysteria and run caused VC's investor, they all told customers, and then the customers started withdrawing. A staggering $42 billion of deposits by the end of Thursday. The customers withdrew $42 billion in 24 hours. Man, oh man, that is some story, man.
Just for fun, maybe look up here in 1929 on Wikipedia.
Yeah, see what happens when there's a run on the bank. Yeah, isn't that wild? Well, there are some people that are predicting that. It's not just a recession here, but it could be a full-blown depression. But that is unbelievable. All customers were told about this, and then withdrew a staggering $42 billion by the end of Thursday. By the close of business that day, SVB had a negative cash balance of $958 million. That's how much they didn't have. They had a negative balance. Man, I can't ever remember a bank with a negative balance. That is wild. Well, that's going to be a big story. It's going to be a story that could be the beginning of the end for not just that establishment and that bank, but others as well. So people are nervous. When people see a bank close like this, people get nervous. Even if your money is, safe with Bank of America, Wells Fargo, or maybe with a credit union, you get nervous. And I bet there are people right now listening who are going to make withdrawals, just have cash on hand in case anything happens. I bet that's happening right now. We're live on KFI AM at 640, and we got Technos Vegas coming on with us. He's always a great guest. Coming on with us at 6 o'clock. So that'd be cool. He's always very kind of here on the show. We're live on KFI AM 640. More now with Mark Ron on KFI 24 News.
President Biden has approved an emergency declaration request from Governor Newsom as winter weather blasts by the state. Iran and Saudi Arabia have agreed to reestablish diplomatic relations and reopen embassies after 7 years of tension. And after Andy Serkis has jumped at the chance to star in a new Lord of the Rings film after reports Warner Brothers is going to be making new films in the franchise. He plays Smeagol, a.k.a. Gollum in the original trilogy. We'll look at some trouble on the 110 right after that.
Well, if you ever injured in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, van, dog fight, whatever it is, you must call Sweet James immediately. Immediately. He's the absolute best. So getting hurt in an accident can happen to anyone. If you're hurt in an accident, you got to call 1-800-500-5200. For the last 18 years, Sweet James has helped accident victims, thousands of them. Winning almost $1 billion for their clients, $188 million in settlements just last year alone. So if you've been hurt in an accident, it has a major impact on your life, and it can ruin everything. So you got to call the attorneys that were awarded best attorneys in America, and of course, that is Sweet James. Sweet James is weak to you, but up on the insurance companies and holds them accountable. So if you're injured in any kind of accident, please call the phone number. I'm very comfortable giving it to everybody. I get to family, friends, everybody. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. SweetJames.com.
SoCal weather, rain and true tonight with lows in the 50s overnight. Flood advisory until 7 tonight. This report brought to you by Bank of America and from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. It's calling on the 110 in Carson.
This is the north-south side. There's delays are filling in at the 405 freeway. The drive remains slow ahead. If you pass the 5, finally opening up into Montecito Heights when you roll past Avenue 43. Let's check out Costa Mesa with Michael O'Brien and KFI in the Sky.
Yeah, tough drive here, Angel, on the 405. 405 northbound, you're moving up there. Just about Fairview. Fairview is going to be tough all the way west to that orange county stretch up to CFE Boulevard. Now, the 55 northbound, other breaks down from MacArthur on and off up to 91. And that actually starts to seem like it's improving. Now, the northbound 5, that's still a heavy one from the 133 up through the orange stretch into Anaheim. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Hey, Rabbi in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm in collecting that. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023.
This report is sponsored by LTICT4Me.org. Do you have an ISIN if you earned less than $30,000 last year? You may get money back when you file your taxes. Learn more at LTICT4Me.org. It's your money. Claim it.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLE or text SUPPORT to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Hey, it's Team Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. It's not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CFLB 100 is return.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, aortic rash, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those insulin-related symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. You may have TRILLIONAIRE amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus the thousands of other stations and playlists, all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Portions of the following program will be recorded. And now, a few words from your dog. Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Committee's Wiggle Waggle Walk, joyous fun challenge and hear the hundreds of animals that take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. Sounds like it's raining now. We're going to have rain throughout the evening. That's a big story, considering how much rain we've gotten over the years and how it's affecting our good friends up in there. And Arrowhead, Arrow Bear, Arrow, Big Arrow, Lost, Red Line. What's up there? Mount Summit, Mount Baldy, over. So, a lot of snow from mountains and now being affected by yet another storm. And another one coming in next week. So weather, big story. Oscars are in town Sunday. That's a big deal. And first, a lot of people are anti, Hollywood, anything market community. They think they're cool. They're not. But the Oscars are here this weekend. And Stephanie, what are you doing for the Oscars? You strike me as a big Oscars guy. Is that true? Yeah, a big Oscars guy. I'm too. Yeah. I will figure it out after the fact, but have you ever driven anybody to the Oscars with Uber or Lyft? Yeah. Actually, I took someone to the Rabbi. Really? Yep. Now, if you're talking about celebrities you drive, no, you're not comfortable doing that. No. All right, but was it a celebrity? It was not. Okay. You just drove with what, a guy who was going or working there? Yeah. All right, so the Oscars not a big deal around your house. Yeah. You'll watch it? I'll watch it, especially now that we have the option on Hulu. I'll just catch it after and just, I know it's on Hulu. Yeah, I didn't know that. You know, in Hulu, they're in bed together. Oh, that's right, okay. Yeah, Disney's part of that whole deal. So, where's Miss Elliott? Is she with us? Yes, sir. Miss Elliott, how are you? Very well, thank you. Okay. What do you and Johnny do?
Well, I do my Oscars party every year.
Yes.
And we have it set up in the backyard and tents and everything. And it's hard for people to come.
It's so unusual.
And,
hold on a second. You
Actually, last year and the year before, not to talk about the fact that you have a party and you charge people, and now you just charge for. Go back and show me and play the audio of me saying you charge for. It will never happen. But here's why I'm thinking you do it. Because you're not getting enough people this year to cover all your costs. Is that possible?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. How many people do you usually have?
Well, at the height, we had like 50, but the last 2 years, it's gone down to
They were cooked.
Okay, and it's still 200 hours or
well, inflation and everything. I had to get decorating, I had to get the TV, I had a lot. We've got 6 set up.
Okay, that's a good deal.
Yeah.
A person?
Is that pricey?
Now what?
Oh no, they weren't worried about that. They were worried about the why not the person that they were worried about.
All you can eat.
Okay, then that makes sense.
Yeah. And dessert. And how are you?
Your 16-year-old
Oh,
boy.
okay. You want to
Hi, I'm doing okay.
You got to be quiet. So you're going to have 50 people over.
No, I said only 6.
Oh, no. What happened?
I don't know. I don't know if it's the rain or what. So I am upside down with
Oh, no.
So any of you want to come, you are welcome.
Us?
I think I'll get
I'm going to lose her address.
Oh my god. This is like
Rick is going?
Yeah, really fun.
How do you get invited? I never get invited.
Isn't that so cute?
You let one
Yeah. Okay. All right, $50. What time can people show up? Noon? Noon. Yeah, so you're pretty fine them for 5. All right.
I'm just concerned about the rain.
Last year, John said you went to 4.
Probably 4, yeah.
You'll go upstairs and
We
sing.
do a whole red carpet thing, and then it's like the tree thing, and then it's like...
Wait, so when people get here,
Oh,
when people get to the party, they walk across the red carpet? I don't know.
they have little chocolate
Yeah,
Oscar cookies.
Okay. All right. Do the Oscars know you're charging for this?
I don't know.
I mean, I think they're doing
I don't know
it.
if to tell them.
I think they'd be interested that you're making money off their broadcast. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking, you know, they that. I guess they didn't run. You don't think they mind? Okay. All right. So, like, I'm not spending $200 to you and I like both of you. It's just that it's not $200 worth of another reason I will be here. All right, now, do you want listeners or not? Are you there yet? Are you the best class?
No, I was going to a party that
Wow.
yeah, talk here, I'll wait for you over
Kelly told me something that I think is a lie. And is it true? Let me just ask her, tell yourself. Is it true that you wanted to have your party and set at the table at her party to tell your scissors or flip-flops or sandals?
Nothing on it. I mean, you have to wear shoes, right?
You wanted to set at the table at Celia's party.
How rude is that? Listen, we had a swag bag. If you want to donate some stickers or flip-flops or whatever you do, you can donate your
$200 to get in, like they want to buy more merch. Oh, yeah. I mean, what's so cool about it?
I was telling you, you set a precedent. You let my sister sign your book there last year at your party, so what's different? All right, let's take a break. It's getting hot in here, and Telio's bothered. I can see it. None of you can answer questions if you're bothered. All right, sorry, Telio. Don't be pissed. Don't be pissed. No, this is silent treatment. Don't be silent treatment. Yeah. Telio, this is stop eating. You're live. We'll go back and talk to Petro. We'll straighten things. Yeah, we're live on KFI 640. Telio, please. Stop.
I'll be taking a break.
Oh, man. The hour we lose this weekend was the hour I was planning to spend at the gym. Yeah. Oh, well.
Los Angeles,
Everywhere. On the radio. Well, maybe not the weather for the good too. I'm Mark on live from the KFI 24-hour flash flooding starting to develop on the central coast all the way to the southern and San Joaquin Valley. The National Weather Service and state alarm says people should pay close attention and be ready to take action because the flooding is dangerous.
We put forward that hopefully that rain will taper off later this evening into the overnight hours and some sort of tension.
Warren says more rounds of both rain and
Listen, you know, a lot of people come in here and they have a lot of courage to go on this weekend. Don't make fun of me.
Other habits are like on us to develop quickly. Calming and snow covered San Bernardino Mountains.
The rain has saturated snow on top of rooftops and caused them to collapse from the added weight. Rooftop snow is turned to ice that also loosen up and fly off in danger. Kelly, this was warning when it's snow and need to flood. Officials say they pre-positioned equipment and other resources of critical facilities. People have been urged to get sandbags. The National Weather Service says the rain could taper off tomorrow. Like trolling, I knew.
A man arrested in connection with Paris stabbings, including one that killed a teen in El Camino, charged with murder and attempted murder. Public County DA George Gaston says the man could face around 40 years to life in state prison if convicted. Was arrested after
Do you know what I have to do to be able to show my video? It says you can't stream in the channel. I don't know. I think I need to level up or something. I have to be in the for how long? So how long does that usually take? Excellent. I appreciate that.
His grandson says his vitals were stable and nurses were shocked when he showed no signs of hypothermia. A woman has been arrested for allegedly abandoning her newborn baby at a gas station in Fullerton. The bathroom, Sergeant Ryan O'Neill says the infant was taken to the hospital. Surveillance footage yesterday led detectives to a car possibly linked to the crime.
Detectives Linda Swan at approximately 1:45 this morning. The 25-year-old female resident, Vanessa Maldonado, was arrested for attempted murder and felony felony.
O'Neill says the safe and surrender baby law allows any person to surrender a baby to any hot or other designated safe surrender area within 72 hours of birth. No questions asked. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Assets of Silicon Valley Bank and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. This was a bank failure for Washington in the height of the financial crisis in 2008.
The bank style that for customers, mostly these tech workers and venture capital-backed companies, began withdrawing their money all at the same time and created a run on the bank.
CBC's Alexis Christopher says those investors have been really hard by rising interest rates. He says they will reportedly advised to pull money from the bank to cover their expenses. Employers in the U.S. have added 311,000 jobs to the economy in the last month. ABC's Elizabeth Schultz says February's report is better than expected. Unemployment rate rose to 3.6% from a 53-year low of 3.4%.
Wage growth actually slowed down a little bit from last month. That could be a sliver of good news for the Federal Reserve as it tries to cool down inflation.
Schultz says the Fed is clear that inflation is still too high in the average household.
Hey everyone, well, my name is Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, and you can't see me right now, but I just want you to know I appreciate being here with everyone, and I hope everyone's having a good night.
Oh, you're so sweet. Absolutely.
Rain and lots of it today with lows in the 50s overnight.
Oh, that's so hard. I can't do it. Wait.
Rain is likely to continue tomorrow, but it's likely to be gone by tomorrow night. On Sunday, we should have partly sunny in the city. Right now, 56 in Huntington Beach, 57
I don't know how to do that.
57 5 in Burbank. The KFI financial
I don't know how to do that. I mean, wait a second. Show me.
The Dow closed down at 1845. The S&P 500 down 56. NASDAQ down 199. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.92.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Talk to Kobe and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Slow on 405 in West LA.
On the southbound side, it's just moving Santa Monica Boulevard delays the single-digit speeds all the way through the 90s, opening up a little bit as you're continuing to Inglewood. More pulling ahead out of Hawthorne from Rosecrans would be continuing all the way to Field Beach Boulevard and Field Beach. We've got Mike O'Brien, who's checking out the Time Pass, KFI in the sky.
The challenge all day. Looks like the north outside of Church ground up still from the P10 out of North Montana up to the 138. Now 15, you're battling with Delano and Martinez there on the south front side from 395 to the 138 as well. It also looks like we've got a double side turn on the 710.
Oh my God, this looks perfect.
That's a problem third to the right shoulder. That's going to be tough from the 60. Michael Bryan, KFI on the side.
If there's any problems, you can always check out our update. Pound 250 keyword KFI traffic. Check out Drive in Irvine. This is on the 55 northbound MacArthur Boulevard. During the breaks to the 22, crowded approaching the 91. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
You know, the Combo Show is being brought to you by Puritan Water. Your complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuritanWater.com.
On Ice Team's Daily Game contest, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No possible, and Ice gets a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Your faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice Team's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. It can be dangerous for you to steal your identity and unknown things. It's so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers?
Oh, no.
You're into the camera.
Help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to help them. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can take up to 25% off your first deal with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Yeah, timeshare. Keep your real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Jeffrey Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets to timeshare industry that doesn't work for the net, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare.
You guys are also cute with the hearts. I want you to know I'm doing it. I'm live on YouTube, but you can't see me because I don't have enough experience points or whatever here. But you guys are just a really great group. Shout out to you all. I'll put it in the chat. It's Rabbi Rothschild. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild, but I'll put it in the chat. I'm live on 6 different streams. I have more content than any person in global history. I stream my life for world peace like the Truman Show.
The big story was on the weather is a major story. It's been continuing for the last 2 months without nothing but rain, and snow. Oscars are in town.
No, you definitely won't. You definitely won't. This is for world peace. So I have more content online than any person in global history. If you look in the chat, I put the search results. It goes right to YouTube, and you can pick from anywhere from 5 different streams on YouTube to watch me. I have more content than any person in global history. I'm going to be the richest person in global history, and I'm going to make all of you very rich, and we're going to make all your dreams
Also,
fulfilled.
Belinda, we're working on a story. A large
why didn't you, I have a question.
This afternoon,
Why didn't you live
where a deputy
in
state
camera on
with
Discord?
someone who was
I just got on it yesterday, so I haven't been here 2 days apparently, or I absolutely would be.
Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department received a
Oh, wow.
report about someone firing shots at pedestrians.
But if you see, it's more content than any person has in global history. You can watch me live on at least 6 different YouTube streams. So I want you to know I'm with you virtually. I just can't be there, on the Discord. But I want you to know I appreciate being here with everyone.
It's a standoff now, and the sheriff's department is out there trying to
What's this guy? And straighten him out just a little bit. Melinda, California. All right, Petros Papadakis is with us. Okay. We always like to have him on right before the Oscars to get his fixed. Oscar, you're on KFI. What happened in Belinda?
Really? NASA, you're the man. Do you know what ChatGPT is? If you know what, if you know what ChatGPT is, go to my Twitter, Best Rabbi Ever, and I stream out, or I tweet 4,000 character tweets, because I have a Twitter Blue account, and they're all about the secrets of the world, like what are the best vitamins, what is going to come in with future technology, things like anti-gravity and levitation and free energy. It's all really interesting. So go to Best Rabbi Ever on Twitter. And if you have any questions about Chat, if you have any questions about ChatGPT, or you want to ask him anything, I'll ask it for you.
Was mother and then another word after? No.
Liz, apologies. Thank you so much.
Monster? Wow. I don't know if I can say it. Let me text it to me. Okay, but I'm just saying, the LPA is very upset.
Very cool. So you guys like to sing karaoke, I take it?
Oh my God, this is a good one, bro.
And I was like, you can't say that? It's just like, we've been on the search for this karaoke down there. So you're like, this is like, making money. Okay, all right, so we're in the chill box. You know, weird what you can say. Back in the 80s, I think 80s or 90s, maybe you wrote a whole song about it. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Because I got playing for it. Wait, so he used that term? He said that he was a giant in a world of privilege. Oh, wow. And he is, quite tall. But, so that was the first thing I saw. When I woke up this morning, this was like all while the kids are screaming at me. And I'm like, wow, are they going to come and get me for, going after the M-word town? Maybe. On AM 570 all these years? It reminds me of when Adam Cole had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on their show. And Adam said, hey, Kareem, what do you think about, the probability of having a rather short life? And Kareem says, what do you mean? And Adam's like, well, we have been to, senior living schools. I've never seen anybody that was 7'3". Our Kareem reaction hated so they're getting Kareem. Alright, so they're getting down for using to describe young people. Yeah, and I couldn't wrap my head around that because, I've been privileged. So then I went on to the LA Times and I learned that white people are partnering their pollution of the people of color. Just for white people to drive to work and all like that. I'm a white guy. I drive a Silverado, right? And it takes full gas to a bunch of just all the way down to West Stadium. Right. So, then I felt bad about that. Oh, boy. Right. And then I checked the Daily Breeze, and they're drawing a battle line on, books that you can read to the kids in the class. And it's luckily my kid goes to Riviera Hall, both of them. So, wow. So we can have money. Okay. So I felt distressed for that. But, I just feel like I do feel, every day you wake up, there could be a
What was that, that machine? It wasn't mimeograph. Remember when we had copies made in elementary school? And it was like that purple ink on paper?
Lithograph.
Lithograph?
Lithograph.
Whatever. How many people work on this? Mimeograph. Who are you? But anyway, so there should be, when you wake up, there should be a list of what you can do that day. And you can't, what you can call, like, for instance, let me ask you a question. Okay, and this is probably the wrong guy to ask, so this is getting trouble with it. Can women be crossed already? Can women cross it? Like, what do you mean, like, can they or not an athlete? I don't think they can. Like, remember when you say that 9.5 weeks went to the bar with Ricky Rourke with a real fucking that? Yes. And then they had relations in the alley, and then Ricky Rourke ended up fighting the rest of the week, and then they went home and did it more. That's the same with Michael Jordan had that hit over his mustache. Was it? But I don't know if really can cross that. If I came in, hard to pull off. If I came in, a big thing. If I came into KFR and I had a bra on, pantyhose, a skirt, high heels, I did my nails, and I was wearing a wig, people go, oh, he's cross-dressing. Right? He's cross-dressing. But if a woman walks into a bar wearing a plaid shirt, a cowboy hat, a big belt buckle, jeans, and work boots, nobody says she's cross-dressing. No, you're right. Absolutely. Women cannot cross-dress. No, they could do like the basketball short thing. They could do it all. But that's something that really is probably you're right. You're right for women that they can't cross-dress. I think it hurts them. Now we're talking about a different kind of team. Yes. All right, let me ask you. Oh, by the way, last night I was at open house at Burroughs High School where my daughter goes, and let's go Bulldogs. No. Bears used to be Indian. Now they're Trail instead of Indian Alley. I mean, Arcadia High. They're not. Oh, yeah. I got a call. We were the Birmingham Braves when I was in high school, and now you're the Patriots. I got a call about 10, 12 years ago, and they said, hey, can we come on the air to talk about trying to fight to keep Braves as the mascot for the school? And I said, to be honest with you, when I went to school there, why 30 years later, if you did no hair for the Braves. But anyway,
it's very beautiful.
2 of my daughter's teachers graduated from USC, University of Southern California. I asked both of them about you, and they were both aware of you. One of them said they knew you. But that's how famous you and your family are. You get older with these 4 women. They were both men. They're both men. How old were they? They were probably 40. Oh, okay. But they knew who you were. What did one of them say that they knew you? He said, oh, I know that guy, and I listened to his radio show. He's very funny. He's got a lot of things to say. I don't think it's something. Well, what am I supposed to be? I don't know. I'm here all year. I don't know. Sorry. He always has a lot of things to say. Mr. Burroughs. Hold on a sec. We'll continue with Petros Papadakis.
That's a great snake. The viper?
We're now with Mark Ronner. I don't know what kind of Florida. College students smart in California that's got like 25 years to life. Regulators have shut down California-based Silicon Valley Bank. Whose stock had lost 15% of its value in a little more than a day after it was unsuccessful at raising funds.
Now, what is that? Is that something that you created?
Thursday previews with $5.7 million expected to make between 35 and 40 million this weekend from North American theaters.
Yes.
Some trouble on the 605 after this. But Summer Milongo is madness at the sideline bar sports bar. Oh man, is it ever madness? Woo-wee! The entire 30 football with big screens is on tonight. College basketball. They call it college football. I call that almost. So you can bust it up with June Full live June 10th. It's tickets now. Also,
it looks like a parrot or a macaque.
When you're in 5 and 1 center, what do you do? A room with a view. Get $20 in free slot play plus a t-shirt for $99. That's pretty great. Wow, what a deal! Select days through the 23rd by 888 Malonga. Also, play and dine to get up to $100
ski resort and spa. Good times for everyone. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're heading to a class on the 605. Rico Rivera.
Listen, along the southbound side, coming up on Whittier Boulevard, it rolls everyone off to the right shoulder with the way to still pushing back from Rosehill Road. Also, when it's over the town, those potholes are opening up. This one's on the 405 northbound, coming up on Getty Center. So, watch out there. No word as to whether or not any cars have been swallowed yet, but pushing the road away from Wilshire Boulevard. And the southbound side is slowing down away from Getty Center. Inspector is heading back towards Seal Beach Boulevard. It's half out of passage in West Midtown, eastbound, pushing back from Mountain. It's pretty heavy and slow all the way to Azusa. The Cajon Pass is a huge mess. 15 northbound to the Easttown Freeway, all the way to 138, and at southbound side, almost from the 395 back to Kenwood. Hey, Emily in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
There's a football song name. It was credit for the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
On the action, I suggest you're visiting the Flames in Calgary tomorrow. The Kings will entertain Nashville.
I love the
Football
detail.
star Joey Ohtani will take Japan over South Korea with a double and a single for their second straight win at the World Baseball Classic. The Panthers will acquire the number 1 pick in this year's NFL draft from the Bears. He returns for the number 9 pick, 3 other draft picks, and wide receiver DJ Moore. I'm like Staples Credit Marketing Services help small business today. Lots of $50 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit Staples.com for good details. Visit your sign to try Staples. And express the perfect guarantee. This report is sponsored by Master's Firm. We take your rent. That Master's Firm Street Spring Sale. Shop brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed. I am Kyle at Blinds.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blinds blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blinds.com. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages to 1031 and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. 301-9010 or go to FNRTradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 800-301-9010 or go to FNRTradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRTradio.com. I never chose to become an addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a book counselor.
For no standing addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
After 9 long years, Facebook Messenger is coming back to the main Facebook app. Facebook moved the inbox to its own app, forcing users to download a separate app called Messenger. Now the company is rethinking that move. More tech news, tips, and useful information this weekend on Rick on Tech with Rick Genero tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI.
Lilith, that's an excellent observation. I think it's excellent.
This is Rick. We're working on some big stories here. Rain's big story, officers are in town, and Billy Joel was TRILLIONAIRE. And it goes by. Pedro, are you a concert guy? Are you strike me as a guy that would enjoy going to watch Billy Joel play? I'd love to go see Billy Joel. Billy Joel is inside the Astor studio where he goes through the whole album, The Stranger. Oh, really? Just got the song, and then goes back to, and it was before he got sober, so it was really funny. Oh, wow. And, yeah, no, I would, but I remember going to a Bruce Springsteen concert, and I can imagine it's very similar to a Joel concert. Yeah, where like the lights go on, and it's just a scene
of white farm. Hey, I mean, you might as well be at like an Irish restaurant. Like, it's white people. It's like going to a show in Thousand Oaks. But
like Riverdance and Thousand Oaks is the same crowd.
yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
But
Michael Blackley.
yeah. You remember what he did when he left Riverdance? You remember what he called? Lord of the Dance?
Oh yeah, Lord of the Dance. Right. You're the only guy I've ever known that's gone to several Riverdance shows. I've never known any other guy to do that.
Wow. Well, to be fair, you know,
Sure, I get it.
I used to go to a concert every night.
Really?
Yeah, when I lived downtown and when I was a younger man, I loved independent rock concerts
Yes.
and reggae dancehall concerts.
I think that's what you have in common with Sweet James. He loves that too.
Sweet James likes metal.
But he likes the small venues and the
He
concerts.
does like the small, loud venues. But I really loved going. When I was a kid, I would chase reggae artists, really obscure ones, into very, very tough parts of the city of Los Angeles. And I've even done that in Florida. But then when I got a little older, I started doing the indie rock shows around LA. I really loved doing that, and I wish I would start doing it again, but I have debilitating anxiety about leaving the house.
I get it.
Hey, is the Oscars a big deal in your house? No, all those movies suck.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I watch a lot of movies over here, and man, those movies suck. You know, they send them over here.
Yeah, it's in my house too, and they everywhere, always at once. I'm not looking at that yet.
Yeah. I heard it's terrible.
Really?
I haven't watched the modern.
Wait a minute. Who have you heard it's terrible by? Everybody I know says it's great.
Somebody told me it was terrible.
Terrible. Like the exact opposite of what everyone says.
I'm not.
Oh my God.
Two recent movies I watched that I liked. One was called Vengeance, made by DJ Novak, the guy from The Office.
All right.
And I thought that was really good. And the other one was called Under the Silver Lake.
Okay.
With Andrew Garfield, the guy with Spider-Man.
Are you guys covering this on your show with you and Matt Money Smith over at 570 AM, where it's been a really bad year for guys who work and own car washes?
Is it true?
Yes, because they've been closed.
Is that why they upsell me so hard?
Yeah, they've been closed 5 weekends so far in 2023.
Oh, because of Lorraine.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you know, it has been like, you know, if you've lived here your whole life.
That's right.
So you try to school people, like, and no one cares. And I find myself just doing it by reflex. Like, yeah, El Nino in 82 was rough. El Nino in 98 was really putting in work. You know, then we had the Northridge earthquake. And, you know, you try to tell them, like, all the different times in, like, 6-year intervals that it's just like this. But this is a lot of rain.
But you know what? Look, if you live in the Midwest, you don't care. Your year is shaped by weather. You know, you got to get ready for winter. You got to get ready for summer. You got to get ready for spring, ready for fall. You got to get ready for these holidays. And includes, you know, shutting part of the house down, opening part of the house, spring cleaning, all that stuff. The only way we know that the seasons are changing now is the seasonal department at Target.
Well, what bothers me is when you look at your phone and it says 0% chance of rain, and you're outside and it's raining on you and your phone. And I'm like, you know, we really tripped with technology maybe a little way too high.
Have you seen the Chris Rock special?
A little bit. I watched the clip. I guess it's on Netflix, right?
Yes. You got to watch it this week. It's really
We
good.
used to watch the one all the time where he talked about OJ and Break the Pain. Like, it was the very first one. And yes, it was absolutely brilliant. It was very popular on the USC football team in my time. So yeah, I like to see, you know, Rick Perry get skewered like a Tsutsaki as well as any other person.
Wait, so your dad's not going to have a big Oscars party and you're not going to go with the whole family?
I haven't watched the Oscars or been interested in it since my LA cool girl friend dumped me back in, like,
How did she dump you?
99.
Did she tell it? Did she call you? Or?
Well, no, we broke up and got back together multiple times.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But what real dark chapter?
Would you have less interest in the Oscars or the Lakers?
Oscars.
Oscars?
Yeah, it's just fun to watch the Lakers lose.
Okay.
That's bad. Did I not say that?
No, I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. You're the only guy who's
balls on radio. Nobody else has them, including me. No, that's not true. You characterize yourself as just walking unit. I don't see it. I have flat skin like a Barbie doll down there. That would be a kid. What you got going on this weekend? I'm going to a King game. They're playing the Predators. The Pred? Yeah. You know what a Predator is? Sure, a guy that goes and molests children. No, it's the guy that can produce and edit. Oh, a Predator. Oh, I see. I got the wrong. You don't know, like, if you got a Predator, you got Sharon Bellio's a Predator. No, don't call Sharon Bellio a Predator. She can produce and she can edit. Oh, I don't know. Did she not? Sorry, Bellio. He didn't mean that. But a Predator. I wonder if they're going to make them change the name of that eventually. The Predator? Natural Predator. The Pred? Yeah. You know, when you go to the Predator, that kind of sounds like a guy looking through beneath the blinds. He should be. But that's more interesting. When I went to a Predators game in Nashville, the Kings happened to be there, and I stepped in and watched part of the game. You cannot buy anything in their souvenir store that doesn't say Nashville on it. Now, if you go to Lakers store, King store, you can buy a Cowboys jersey or, a Kings jersey or, a Ducks jersey, whatever. But in Nashville, you can only buy Nashville stuff. Well, what do you have against music city? Nothing. I don't think anything. I was up for the war, so I went there, and I was only there for 24 hours. I did not. It was yes, I was up for one of those, and we didn't show up. And you want it weird? So great. See, I'm the idiot that thought I had a job. Like when I was young and stupid, and I thought I had a shot, and I cared, and I flew away with that. I could see you like sitting in a bar next to like some woman with her hair all up, and being like,
I'm not sure how long someone has to be a member of the English Hub to level up to be able to show their camera and screen.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I would tell you a quick story, and then I got to want to get out of here. I was going to dinner in Orange County with Dr. Ray and Dr. Ray's friend. He invited us out. There was 9 of us. We did commercial service, including Elliot. No, he came on with the drug about the COVID forever and ever. So we go down. We were at Mont Capone's. We're at the restaurant.
How long did it take?
A private room. There was just a couple of tables. Sharon's there. And I sit down and I introduced myself to everybody. I introduced myself to everybody at the table. Yeah,
thank you.
And I introduced myself to everybody.
$10 to let you know.
And then I sit down, and Dr. Ray taps me on the shoulder and says, "That's not our kid."
So what do I have to do? Chat or talk or something? Okay, that's fine. I did it instead. Thank you.
You think like not the radio guy, got it on your So then I could hear them while we're having dinner, because they continued that dinner, we had dinner, and I could hear them going, I
asked the question, what did you need to do to level up to be able to show your camera? And no one really knows.
You don't have to do that at my dad's restaurant. He walked in and said, right there. Funny on the better. Thanks for coming.
I have a really good way to show people prompts on OpenAI ChatGPT to learn English, and I wanted to show people how they can generate quick glossaries to learn English language.
Director of the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Nancy Ward, says more than 9,400 people are on the evacuation order.
The impact of this stream weather that we've been challenged with so far.
It says you can't stream into this channel. I just joined it, so I didn't know if you had to be here for a certain number of hours or something like that.
54,000 people are still without power. There's an emergency declaration from President Biden approved this morning. LA County Sheriff's deputies surrounded a house in La Fuente.
The Sheriff's Department says there's around 15 calls were coming in about one shooting of Emmett people and into the air on Wayne Street. The deputies from the industry station arrived, and then barricaded himself inside the home and began shooting at deputies. The department says 2 people have been injured, none of whom are deputies, and it's not clear if the man lives in that home. It's also not known if the injured were shot or not. The Department's Special Enforcement Bureau has been sent to the scene. Their SWAT team will take over the incident. Steve Gregory, Fine News.
A mom and daughter in Studio City tied to a botched butt implant surgery are going to trial for murder. The LA County coroner says a 26-year-old woman died in the hospital of complications from the illegally done procedure in 2019. The mom and daughter are also charged with practicing medicine without a license. Police say they performed inherently unsafe, FDA-unapproved cosmetic butt augmentations for clients found on Instagram. Arraignment scheduled for March 23rd. 6 people and an unborn baby have been killed in a shooting the Jehovah's Witness hall in the German city of Hamburg. ABC's Chuck Stuyvesant says the shooter was also killed yesterday. A police spokesman says officers found people with apparent gunshot wounds on the ground floor and then heard a shot from an upper floor and found a fatally wounded person upstairs. Several people were hurt in the shooting. Prosecutors say the suspected shooter used to be a member of the Jehovah's Witnesses. We're going to check your drive on the 5 right after this.
All right, let's talk about Roundtree Gardens here. We're joined actually by a very good friend of mine, Randy Brown, the CEO of Roundtree Gardens. And I want to have him on and support this amazing project called Compassion House. It's their faith-based hospice center. So, Randy, tell us a little about this and more about the Compassion House here.
Compassion House is really a duplex, and the house is there for the care of the patient and in a very home-like setting. But the other half of the house is a place where families can stay, spend the night, and take some downtime while they're there, and be nearby as their family member or loved one is nearing the end of their life. And so we really wanted to take the family into consideration and make sure we were equally supportive of them, and Compassion House helps do that.
Oh, that's great. Okay, and what about this? Obviously, well, the listeners want to help out. How can the listeners actually help out Compassion House? Tell us, where you can get your support and how people can get a hold of you.
One of the ways that you can help support that would be to go to our website, roundtreegardens.org, and click on the Compassion House banner at the top of the page, which will take you where you can make a financial donation to Compassion House.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks, Randy. Make your tax-free donation by visiting RoundtreeGardens.com and clicking on the Compassion House banner. That's RoundtreeGardens.com and the Compassion House banner.
Southline weather, KFI, pouring rain through the night. Lows in the 50s, flood advisory until 7 o'clock. Rain continues tomorrow, but shouldn't be as heavy. The W should be finished by tomorrow night, and Sunday looks partly sunny with highs in the 50s. Right now it's 57 in Newport Beach and the same in Garden Grove, and it's looking slow on the 5 in Griffith Park.
This is the southbound side. That's where traffic is crowding up right around Colorado. You're on the Grayson stretch. It's all the way back to the 605. Even delays on the northbound side are pushing back out of Norwalk from just about Imperial Highway. The continuing stretches back towards the 110 freeway in Lincoln Heights. Now we're also heading out to the Cajon Pass. It's just a mess on the 15 northbound, leaving the 210 freeway all the way to the 138 southbound going from just about the 395 heading back to Kenwood. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Samuel, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its fall sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12 months famous cash financing, pricing that keeps the big bosses, a totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big fall sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in to the best podcasts. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat Oat Milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat Oat Milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
Homeowners, stop worrying about drinking harmful water. Get a Puritan whole house water filtration and conditioning system for $0 down and just $49 a month. Go to PuritanWater.com.
What if a mouse could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to take you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one-day, one-park tickets to
Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI and join the celebration. Offering subject to maximum restrictions and changes of notice. Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI AM 64.
More City Lady Talk.
The greatest song ever written, Billy Joel. AM 640, it is the Conway Show. People are in their car right now driving to SoFi Stadium to watch Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. There are people in their car right now, and they're like, wow, this guy's talking about us. They're driving towards SoFi Stadium right now to see Stevie Nicks and Billy Joel in concert. And if I got out of here earlier, I could have gone, but it's going to be too late. I'll be out here at 7:15, so I don't get to Staples, not Staples, but SoFi. Won't get to SoFi until 8. And then parking when it's raining and getting in. Quick question. Yeah. What's the last concert you've been to? Oh, I would have to think about that. The last concert that I've been to. Not a big concert guy, but I'm God almighty. It may have been Thompson Twins? Really? Maybe, I don't know. No, it's been a long time. I went to see The Who in San Diego at the old Jack Murphy Stadium. And that was back in the 80s. That was 1982 or 83. I think 82. Maybe 82. 82. And so 1982, I went to see The Who at Jack Murphy Stadium.
Timmy, what was that tribute band that you took Jen to see and you kind of passed it off to her like it was the actual band?
I'll have to look up the name
Was
here.
it Surreal Neil?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're right. That's great. You got that remembered me. So my wife and I are in Vegas, and I think it's our anniversary. And one of her favorite guys in the world is Neil Diamond. And I thought, wow, if I could ever get Neil Diamond tickets, that would be awesome. You know, we're in Vegas, and I see a billboard that says Surreal Neil. I'm like, wow, Neil Diamond's here. And I look closer, it's not Neil Diamond. It's a Neil Diamond cover band that's called Surreal Neil. So I get my wife pretty buzzed. You know, she's on her 5th or 6th lemon drop. And we buy tickets, and we're in like the last row, like cheap ass tickets. I mean, you know, there are, you know, custodians and waitresses sitting in seats in front of us. You know, people that work at the theater are filling the seats in front of us that nobody's in. So she says, there's like a dance mosh pit down in front where people are dancing. And she goes, woo, let's go, let's go. And I'm like, no, that's not my bomb, And she takes off. And she goes down and she dances with a bunch of people there. And she comes back with her high heels in her hand. And she goes, that's not Neil Diamond. She goes, you tried to pull this off as Neil Diamond, like you're some, you know, big spender. That's not Neil Diamond. That's the real Neil. And it was a moment there where I had to sort of, eat that. But look, at least I got her tickets to the real Neil. I was, the cheaper guy would have been outside the casino not giving her anything. So I'm like middleman. I'm not the high roller to get her Neil Diamond tickets, but I'm not, a guy out in the casino buying her nothing. I'm the middleman, you know? I'm the blue-collar middle guy. So I got her tickets to Surreal Neil. And she told me, she said, look, if you told me it was Surreal Neil and it was just a Neil Diamond cover band, I would have been fine with it. But Mr. Big Spender, you tried to pull it off as you're a hot edge by getting tickets to Neil Diamond, and you're not. You're Surreal Neil. Surreal Tim. That's in New York. But I don't remember the last time I went to a movie, obviously, with the exception of my daughter, I took her to Toy Story and all the animation movies. But the last time I went to see a movie in a theater that I wasn't in,
Okay, right. You qualify that.
was Schindler's List.
What?
Yeah. I went to B Movies of Tarzana and saw Schindler's List. I don't know what year that came out.
93.
93? Was it 93?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's where I was. 1953. But I remember going, well, maybe it was Sleepless in Seattle. Was Meg Ryan in Sleepless in Seattle?
Yes.
Okay. So I went with Jeff Warnick. We were on a double date. He knew these two gals, right? And we were on a double date. And he said, you pay for the movie, you take the movie, I'll pay for dinner. Because he goes, I don't want the credit cards and the whole thing of splitting it up and all that stuff. I said, okay. So I picked the movie Sleepless in Seattle when it came out. So I'm in there, it's boy, girl, right? And he leans over his date and he says, "Is Meg Ryan in this movie?" And I said, yeah. He goes, "I don't see Meg Ryan in movies."
Aww.
And I said, oh, well, just, they'll be embarrassing to leave. He goes, "I'll meet you at Jamie's in the lobby." And he sat in the lobby on one of those big couches, those big cushions with no back. It's just a big cushion you sit on, like a bench. One of those red benches with leather on it. Yeah. He sat there, eating popcorn for an hour and a half while we watched the movie. Went out there and he was sitting there. I go, "Why didn't you watch it?" "I don't watch it."
That's silly. That's a great movie.
Isn't that dumb? It's a great movie. It's a fantastic movie. One of the best movies ever made. Yeah. He missed out on a good night.
I agree.
That was a great movie. Right. And then his date thought he was weird. They're kind of that odd. He sits out in the lobby while we're all watching the movie. And then me, on the other hand, watching the movie. Yeah. And just me and two guys watching the movie.
Right.
Yeah. Which, I don't know. There's something suddenly about that. I mean, it's not suddenly how it happened. It's by default. Not like they wanted to be there. But maybe just happened to be. All right, we got to take a break here. We'll come back and talk with Mo Kelly. Later with Mo Kelly comes up next on KFI AM 640. One hour with Mark Ron or KFI 24-hour newsroom.
More than 9,000 California residents were under evacuation orders today as a new atmospheric river brought heavy rain, thunderstorms, and strong winds. Swelling rivers increased and flooding several major highways. Tennessee Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally has apologized for his behavior on social media. He commented on suggestive pictures of a guy on Instagram after he had passed anti-LGBTQ bills. And if you think we had a bad weather like, two volcanoes on the same island in Alaska's Aleutian chain have been rocked by earthquakes, prompting concerns about a possible eruption. It's looking slow on the fire in Griffith Park.
It's the southbound side with delays leaving Colorado. Now reverse ahead to the 605 and on the north side out of Norwalk. Watch for another slow drive here away from Rosecrans. That is heading back towards the 134 freeway. Still very tough in the Cajon Pass. 15 northbound away from Duncan Canyon all the way to the 138. And southbound flowing from the 395 out of Hysteria, traveling back towards Kenwood. It's even slow moving in Tustin. This is the 5 northbound from just about Red Hill as you continue ahead towards the 91 freeway. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Eva Martinez.
Visit to the Most Champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
On the ice tonight, the Ducks are visiting the Flames in Calgary. Tomorrow, the Kings will entertain Nashville. Angel Ball star Joey Ohtani led Team Japan over South Korea with a double and a single for their second straight win at the World Baseball Classic. The Panthers have acquired the number 1 pick of this year's NFL draft from the Bears in return for the number 9 pick, 3 other draft picks, and wide receiver T.J. Moore. I'm Frank Aaron.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Every member is waiting to impress. Learn more at MDUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, more. Grocery store-anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high-credit national tenants. Tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation-fighting triple net lease, and more information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with National Grocery Store Partners projecting quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including all successful cash distributions are not guaranteed.
How is everyone? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm streaming live from Los Angeles.
So much sensitive info altogether.
That's correct. Out in California.
Has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Oh no. Lifelock minority men getting you to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to protect them. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your
That's absolutely okay. I like the world peace. Have you ever seen a Truman Show or Big Brother? Well, I've been doing it live for 668 days, and I do it for world peace. I want to give people a platform to discuss world peace. So I do.
Why did he just kick me out? There are other options. Kelly, have big smile and point you like live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI.
How are you doing, Uncle Sam?
Anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Take a name, baby. When this stream gets big, or whatever stream gets big, I'm live on YouTube on 6 different streams. And I have more data than any person in global history. And data is the #1 resource in the entire world. Which means that I'm going to be great. And when I am, I'm going to make high, and lie, and primrose, and upper 10, and you're all going to be very rich people. I absolutely will. Primrose, absolutely, go ahead. Primrose, you're on 6 different YouTubes right now. Go ahead. That's okay. What's on your Primrose? I'll ask you some questions, and it'll make it more natural. What's on your Twitch account, Primrose?
On channel 7,
What kind of games? What kind of games do you like? What are your favorite games?
We're going to be playing in an hour, half hour, 40 minutes. The concert starts at 7:30 at SoFi Stadium.
Do you have a favorite Fortnite character?
Right now, driving to
Who's your Fortnite character?
to see that concert. Listen to
So we appreciate it. And you're in for
Are you good at Fortnite?
Billy Joel, the big arena like that, with
Absolutely. Hey, so long as you're having a good time.
Talk to a lady that is more interesting and more talented than both of them.
Exactly. Anybody else play anything?
Jane, you're driving from Burbank 170 miles to your home. How far are you from your house?
I am now 39 miles
Do you play any Grand Theft Auto? Word, Primrose, do you play any Grand Theft Auto?
120 miles already?
I got driven 134 miles, and
I understand. It's all about your requirements and everything, how to take some time. Well, that's bad. So we've got Primrose. What's your Twitch? What's your handle?
I live in Santa Barbara, south of Santa Maria. I came across the market pass, thinking I might say.
All right, everyone. So that's at Effie Effie. That's at Effie Effie. This is Primrose. She is a Twitch streamer, small Twitch streamer now, but my stream is going to be the biggest stream in global history. And Primrose is going to be one of the biggest Twitch streamers of all time, especially because she is young, she is very energetic, and she's got a great array of games that she plays already. Just imagine she's been playing for like a few years, and on Twitch, give that 10 years. Imagine what your Twitch stream is going to be. It's going to be amazing. Absolutely, Primrose. If let's just say we hit the lottery and this goes viral, and you can create a not-for-profit like foundation or something to help a certain group of people or animals or the earth or something. What would you do with the money and the Sure. So let's say this goes viral, and I'm able to give you all the money that you want, and you can create a not-for-profit or like a good benefactory philanthropic organization, something like a charity. What would you do with the money, and who would you help?
140 miles in this weather and this traffic in 3 hours, that is incredible. So congratulations to Jane. Well, I really love that you're living. It's just very comforting knowing that she's in town. If anyone was worried,
excellent. Anybody else? If this goes big and we're able to make all your greatest dreams come true, does anyone have any charities that they'd like to start and help people or animals or space or science, anything?
Joining us here in studio. Nice to see you, bud. Hey, are the ounces that you deal with your house? No, not at all.
Excellent answer. Uncle Sam is going to help military veterans and the disabled. That's a beautiful thing. So we got Primrose is going to help basically try to keep it animals, but also elderly. And then we got Uncle Sam with military veterans and disabled. That's great. And good-hearted people. That's a wonderful thing to hear. How about lie, hi, or God?
You hear Chris Rock laugh Will Smith was going to come and do something funny.
That's okay, Primrose, you're saying something.
And then Will Smith walked up and hit him, and I stopped and said, I'm not kind of yeah. And then I went and went to Twitter.
That's cool. We're all like that. We're all like that somehow, some way. Well, I'm not quiet, so I stream my life all day, every day on Twitch, Twitter, all the things that you see. So really, you have to understand, data is the #1 resource on Earth, and because of that, I have more content than any person online. I can live stream my life for more than 600 days online, and I have more content. So AI needs models, human models on which to build its database, and I'm a perfect human foundation for that. So I said from last night, you're the next Mr. Beast. You're going to blow up anything now, and it's true. So I hope to be able to help you all, and anything that you want to do, we're going to make it happen.
We stay abreast though, sure. But as far as the show itself, no consequences. Yeah,
Excellent. Does anybody want to watch anything? I can basically stream anything that you want. So, do we have any television shows that we really like? Oh, that's super late. Dude, there's this Coldplay concert. Do you like Coldplay?
Right up to her doorstep. Okay, she'll be there.
Okay, then we don't have to play a band that you don't like. I'm trying to find a thing that a lot of people like. What's something else that you like?
But you're not into like the artsy movies, just like the big blockbusters. I like the
so I'm streaming my words at the same time. So let's see how this works.
Like, for example, if Top Gun Maverick were to win Best Picture, right. I look at it as a historical moment in Oscar history. Right. But I'm not watching a 3-hour show just to find out if the laugh was in when they announced Best Picture. I'll just wait for the return.
That's right.
All right, well, Pete Gregory covers these. He's going to be at the Oscars this year. And he's saying for the last 20 years, he's been at every single Oscar award except that's where it goes. Isn't that wild? Yeah, it is. The one that he missed was the one that everyone will talk about forever. I wonder what he would have done if he were there. Yeah, right. I mean, we would have had great audio, and he would have had great stories. He'd done on Bill Handel, Gary Shannon, all this, maybe Johnny Penn, I don't know. And then us and you, and crazy. All right, nice to see you, buddy. Thanks for listening, and I'll be on Monday, right, the Johnny Penn Show. Stay tuned for later with Mo Kelly now on KFI 86.1. Hey, if you don't spend your clock forward this weekend, you'll be living in the past.
Do you have any musical requests from Billie Eilish or her music video?
Los Angeles, I'm fine. No more snow. I'm Amy King live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The snow-covered San Bernardino mountains are now getting rain. Typically, the rain could cause challenges, including more collapsed roofs and flooding. Equipment and other resources are positioned at critical facilities. People have been urged to get handbags. The rain is expected to taper off by late tomorrow. Governor Newsom has asked, and President Biden has issued a presidential emergency declaration because of the latest round of storms. The declaration authorizes.
These are all my live streams, so if you want to watch this alongside me.
The storms impacting much of the state. Police in Fullerton have arrested a woman who allegedly left her newborn baby in a gas station trash can. Sergeant Brian O'Neill says the hours-old infant was found alive yesterday and taken to a hospital.
Investigation, which includes surveillance foods and possible suspects of reformulation, tailored foods. During their investigation, they said that at 1:45 this morning.
O'Neill says a 25-year-old woman was arrested for attempted murder and felony child abuse. Because this is a reminder that state law allows anyone to safely surrender an infant with no questions asked within 72 hours of birth at an fire station, hospital, or other designated safe surrender location. A man has been arrested in connection with a nearly 26-year-old deadly shooting at a bank in Thousand Oaks. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office says the man was arrested for shooting a woman in the back of the head during a robbery in 1997. Two men dressed as construction workers held at the bank. One of them handcuffed the woman before shooting her. The two men left the scene in a Ford Explorer back and continued to run away on foot. It's not clear what led to the man's arrest, but in 2021, the FBI offered a $30,000 reward for information about the murder. The Huntington Beach Fire Department has been certified as the nation's first Type 1 hazmat decontamination unit.
To decontaminate up to 1,000 patients in a really quick fashion.
Huntington Beach Fire Chief Eric McCoy says the team's been around for about 20 years, but this is the first time the Office of Emergency Services listed specific training and equipment.
People that are exposed to biologic weapons, nuclear weapons, radiologic weapons.
That means months of training, thousands on the HCFC apparatus, 1,000 kits and more.
So that includes the modesty kits and have the equipment to decontaminate non-ambulatory cases.
So when clothes are removed, the patients get left with clean, their modesty is protected even if they can't move. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The House has voted unanimously to declassify intelligence information from the U.S. about the origins of COVID-19. The 419-0 vote was the final approval of the bill, which will now be sent to President Biden's desk to be signed. The order is focused on intelligence related to China's Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Great video.
Potential links between the research done there and the outbreak of the virus. Experts say the true origin of the pandemic may not be known for many years, if ever. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has testified before the House Ways and Means Committee to talk about President Biden's proposed budget plan for 2024. Biden introduced the plan yesterday in Philadelphia.
This budget will deliver deficit reduction of nearly $3 trillion over the next
been years. Yellen says fiscal discipline remains a central priority in budget. It says the task now is to navigate the economy's transition from rapid recovery to
Various friend next. This is Billie Eilish, Various Friend.
A rollerblading robot that can do somersaults.
We got it. Our own little concert for Primrose. She's like gonna go to bed? Hell no. This is Billie Eilish night, baby.
South by Southwest in Austin, Texas, to show what's coming up in the Disney park. The robot prototype resembled Julie Hop from Zootopia. Disney says the robot also uses motion capture data to bring out a character's personality. Southland weather through day 5. We're rain tonight with lows in the 40s and 50s. Rain tomorrow morning should start drying out as we head into the afternoon. Highs in the low to mid 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Window Sea. 50s to mid 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy, the highs in the mid 60s for Sunday. Chance of rain again Tuesday and Wednesday. It's 57 in Anaheim, 57 in Los Angeles, 52 in Santa Clarita, 54 in Pasadena. The KFI Financial update is sponsored by Jacobian Miners and 3 attorneys. The Dow finished today down 345 points. The NASDAQ lost 199, S&P 500 down 57. The average price for regular gas in California, $4.92 a gallon. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacobian Miners now. 53 since 1972. We're just going in this pretty on 10. Look at the east outside with the rain turns. Pretty heavy erasing the 405 all the way to the 5 and 409. The westbound flowing backing up leaving the 5 freeway. Looking a lot better once you make your way past Los Cienega in mid-city. So very slow moving along the 5. This is outbound out of Griffith Park. The right away from Colorado. Heading slow all the way to the 605 freeway. Anaheim Hills. As eastbound loading up at Air Canyon. Better by Green River. The time in looks like it's Panorama on the 5 northbound. The way away from 17th Street. We can continue ahead towards the 90 line. But the worst spot right now is on the Grand Pass. 15 northbound delays off of the Sierra to the 138. But southbound flowing moving the 395 heading back to Kenwood. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration. You locked your head up the street?
Yeah, it's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get it for you.
Be careful, mister.
Yes, sir. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mouth? Okay.
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your showers, and
What?
they were up a tree too.
Really?
This room was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff.
We're going viral, baby. Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish, Various Friend.
Every day, we're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
Before the hero does.
If you know how to plug in, call Zero Zero. Come in air. Go online at RootofZero.com. It's a real fact about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Rabbi founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. On the
This is Billie Eilish. All good girls go to hell.
Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. More stimulating talk.
And I have the radio station.
It's later with Mo Kelly Friday night edition, by AM 240. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some big stories that we are watching right now. Of course, the unrivaled, unparalleled storm which has hit California. Evacuation, flood fears have been heightened. We'll have that information for you throughout the evening. Not very far, Magic Mountain closed early today because of the storm. And yes, have climbed to 13 in totality after the San Bernardino snowstorm of last week. And let me just go ahead and get to this storm, this latest storm. It seems like every single day we're dealing with more rain. And last year we would have been days for rain, but now we're getting it every single day. So let me give you your forecast for the weekend, just in case you didn't hear anything in the KFI 24 hour. Tonight, it's going to rain. Tomorrow, it is going to rain. Then maybe have some sun, and then it's going to start raining again. And then at the beginning of next week, it's going to stay with me. Rain. And there's your forecast. You need not Google. You need not ask Siri. There it is. This is true. It's going to rain. And with that in mind, I'll ask you questions. I'll ask you questions. And then they're calling you a pineapple express. And I'm not exactly sure. Since when did we start using storm systems as the companies made in 2008? I don't like that.
I think it's just everybody needs to have a name. So there's the atmospheric rivers and the pineapple expresses and the polar expresses. And I think that
Which is the holy book.
that's it. Right? The pineapple express surface after polar express. You're like, oh, hey, we got the cold one. We got the warm one.
So they chose another movie because they're the polar express.
So we would have a custom title. I really remember it.
I don't need custom titles for songs. Atmospheric river was the system for me. Pretty clear.
I never heard that until about 2 years ago.
Right. To be clear for a moment, to call it a pineapple express is to give me the feeling that I could not take it as seriously as need to. It was because the pineapple express was a comedy, and so that's my first point of reference. That's the association. Oh, pineapple express. Can't be that serious. The movie wasn't even serious. So why am I going to take a storm front seriously? They named it after an unfunny comedy.
Billy Eilish, all the first girls go to
You
hell.
got a Polar Express? Was that a kid's movie, I think? Well, yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, but it's still a kid's movie, isn't it? Yeah, it's okay. Like a woman's fuzzy over a storm front? No. It's incongruent. All right. That's the thing I don't understand. Conceivable. I don't understand it.
This is Billy Eilish live
But there's your forecast. It's
from
going to rain tonight. It's going to rain tomorrow. It's going to rain probably some other time during the weekend. You might get some sun in there. It's going to rain next week. And I want you to be safe. Because sometimes people do dumb things. And then I look at the news and they say, county authorities in LA County and beyond are asking people to stay indoors. Well, thanks for that. I never really thought about staying indoors when there's a torrential downpour outside. I thought I was going to go ahead and go maybe play tennis in the rain, like doing some swimming. Who actually goes outdoors in the rain in the sense of going outdoors? Now, if you're going to the concert at SoFi Stadium tonight, you're going to a destination, and I understand that. But this is something I didn't see sometime in the year when we were talking about the concert in which George Joel was going to be performing. SoFi Stadium is not a dome stadium. It's an open air stadium. Is it really? Yeah. So I don't know how dry people are going to be at SoFi Stadium. I just want to put that out there. So if you bring your rain slicker, your boots, your umbrella, ponchos, you might be somewhat uncomfortable. Definitely wet, but somewhat uncomfortable. Now me, I'm not going to a full-blown outdoor concert since maybe 1984. And that was the Jackson's Victory Tour at Dodger Stadium. Because our whole idea of an outdoor concert just seems strange to me. You're not going to have the best sound. Sorry to rain, literally. Rain on your parade and rain on your concert, but the two of them. When you're outside, the sound is not as good because it just echoes everywhere. And obviously you have to deal with the elements. And then there's the parking and the traffic, which is exacerbated because of the weather. Generally, an outdoor concert is not a great experience. Unless you go to Dodger Stadium and you know the weather's great, like you can get there all the time.
That was savage. So SoFi Team does have a roof though.
They do have a roof. It's retractable.
No, it has a roof, but it's exposed to the elements at the end of the stadium. The roof isn't retractable. The sides of the stadium open to the elements. Is what it says. I haven't been to SoFi.
I've been to SoFi. I don't remember there being a completely enclosed roof. Now the sides are wide open, but they have like columns, so that's not going to protect you from the elements. I could be wrong, but
if there's not an actual full roof on there, how does Billy Joel get out there and do anything? Now there's electricity, but just microphones and all the amps and the speakers and stuff. That could be a bad.
well, that's always the concern with any open air concert. And SoFi, let's say it has a roof. I'm not sure it has a fully enclosed roof. The elements and the water is still a consideration for any event like that. Because I think it's open on both sides, so it doesn't matter where they put the actual stage. That's something to look at. Well,
The paneled roof protects fans in the outdoor stadium. But I just went Googling and
but it's beautiful there. So it's absolutely gorgeous. And it's not just the stadium, it's the area around it. They have, like, let's say, a pond, they have like a waterfall. It's well landscaped, and the architecture is just fantastic. Just the idea of going to see Billy Joel is great. I'm not so sure I want to do it at SoFi Stadium, especially not in
here's one of the comments from the video, because they show they're building a stadium with like a time lapse. And someone wrote, I love our stadium, especially working with our climate team and sustainability.
who writes stuff like that. Well, anyhow, good luck at the concert. It's going to rain tonight. It's going to rain tomorrow. It's going to rain next week. All you need to know.
Don't have any part of it.
Well, you don't know what part. So you might as well see it.
That early part. Early part. Yeah. It's going to be rain. Drive by the day.
I hope so. I hope so. And we'll come back. We're going to check in with Jane Rose. It's also not only Storm Watch, but it's Jane Watch. We're going to find out if she finally made it home or how close she is to making it home. And earlier, she was going to John and Ken today. And she does not live as close to the studio as she once did. So now she lives more than 170 miles away. And this way, talking about this way, it's going to take her at least 3 hours, maybe 4 to get home. So not only are we going to check in to see where she is in her trip, but make sure she makes it all the way to her front door. It's Storm Watch and Jane Watch. It's later with Marcel. KFI AM240 will live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app now to anything. KFI 24 hours.
Speaking of stormwater, more than 9,000 residents of Santa Cruz County are under evacuation orders of the new atmospheric river dumped heavy rain. Rivers are swelling, creeks are flooding, several major highways are flooded out, and small rural communities are also seeing a lot of flooding. Regulators have seized the assets of one of Silicon Valley's top banks, marking the largest failure of the U.S. financial institution since the height of the financial crisis almost 15 years ago. Silicon Valley Bank was the nation's 16th largest bank. LA is home to some of the best food in the country, according to Yelp's list of the 100 best places to eat in 2023. Broken Mouse Lee's Homestyle in LA is number 1 on the list. Carrabba Falafel Shop in Garden Grove is 10th. Apu's Cafe in Long Beach is 12th. And Lord Empanada in Monrovia is 61st on the list. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning should go after the afternoon with highs in the 50s and 60s, mostly cloudy for Sunday. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, it's still pretty crazy. It's flowing right on 57. It's north outside. We're not sure about getting this highway away from the Ontario Highway all the way to the 60s. We talked to Constable Santa Ana, which is the farthest northbound away through the 17th Street, traveling much towards the 91. Using that 5 north connection is from one right on no longer from Route 10. This stretch is traveled towards the 16th freeway and across the town in the city. So we get to the heavy away from the 405 as we travel back to 5 and Boyle Heights. And I'm on the sky. Let's get to that after. I'm going to come on to next.
Hi, I'm Tyler at Blindster.com. People understand Blindster has sold millions of custom blind safety centers to satisfied customers across the country with 2,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds are low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com.
St. Vernon to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and British. Rosetta Stones prepares you for real conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. So language is learned. Hi, this is Rosetta Stone. Please, if you like news people, you need to custom blinds is job for experienced professionals. For a blind shirt, it's got a quick red screwdriver. You can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blinds.com. Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated? Well, this one is who are you? Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain? $99. If you have a huge, I don't have to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a main line to food stuff. That's the show this summer with my family. $40 for $99. Oh, no? Yeah, they're big expensive. But you can read all about them on our website before you call. The show is thestrongestSummer.com. Wow, you're like upfront and everything. I'm just going to buy you a brother who wouldn't tell me anything. No, but the gym, with professional plumbers, who go by time, no good, and unplugged drains for $99. Oh, why do it over the Welcome to Trade.com, the Breakfast Coach Podcast. Shows that will help you start your life, learn your purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others. Listen to our Trade.com on iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. There you go. Mimosas are finding on the menu right now. You a mimosa girl? Yeah, it's usually a crap thing that's what they can matter. Pork report with Neil Sevigra tomorrow afternoon at 2 on AFI AM 640. Right? Better than the coffee. Work on the phone today. If you really got on the road, if you had a good 170 miles or so miles to travel to get home. Now, why you didn't live like right around the corner from the studio, I don't know. But I'll ask her. And also, she's getting ready to call me. I'm so glad you gave me a shout out to Primrose. And how are you today? I'm well because I'm almost home. So it took me 3 hours and 22 minutes to get 175 miles. It's just raining here, but it's just a whole pencil right now. But not bad. But it's good that the drive is a lot of time. I was in the car longer than I was. But I'm too happy with working on it. Well, it's always worth it. I still wanted to be there because I couldn't try to solve it. Wanted to fill in. But it's nice to be here. I have seen everything. I did see you, but I haven't seen everything else. So that's the fun thing. I like it. You have a plan of the fastest car to drive in and drive back. You can load up on food. You can have like a book on Facebook. You got an audio book or anything. I think I have to get a lot of it. I try to constantly just together now that I've heard. I have to put out the podcast. When I'm driving through, it's at the back. So I want to use the story. I don't know how to do it. I just want to do it. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. Take care. Good night.
Well, then I guess you have to come stop by my house because I'm semi-close to football stadium, and we can go to a game or something. You're well connected. You probably have all sorts of connections. You can go to any event that you want because you're the.
I'm really well. I am so well connected that I am driving 175 miles.
Why did you get a driver? What do you like to have your husband drive?
Yeah, that's how well connected I am.
I have to ask you one other question because you ask so many questions because you always talk about these things. First, how are you feeling about our Trojans after this semi-great week?
I feel pretty confident. Defense is still a major sticking point. But I'm on the Taylor Williams bandwagon. I'm so glad, that we can stay healthy and everything. I feel very good. I always really got this thing. I hope they are successful there. We'll have to see what happens. What do you think?
I am ecstatic. I thought this first year, the ROTHSCHILD exceeded my expectations. To be seated at a national championship conversation in November was great for me, and I think they'll be able to build from here because you'll have some legitimate recruiting classes coming in as opposed to trying to get people to the transfer portal.
But the transfer portal is now the name of the game. I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but it seems to me no matter how the transfer portal is now everything.
It's disagree, but he's returning USC to the point where people see it as a viable contender for a national championship.
Oh yeah, right. And it's gonna sell tickets, and I'm gonna drive down to college for a couple times to go far away now because it's an exciting thing to watch. Especially when you keep hoping for good things
One other thing, I know that you are a true Star Wars fan, like I am, and Laura is. Have you been watching The Mandalorian?
I have not. I know you're going to kill me for this. I decided how many of these platforms, I'm not saying the website, what's these platforms? How many platforms do I want to pay for? And I started this angry about this from my all of our personal business. And it's tough. I stopped listening. So, now, I know that, but I felt, I don't know, because I got Netflix, I got HBO Max, I've got Amazon. I'm still hanging on to Amazon, which is not exactly true, because of how fantastic. And Sunshine is in Trouble was fantastic. I recommend it. But yeah, I know in the world. I know it's bad. I know it's a bad person. You're not a bad person, you're just misguided. All right, thank you. Okay, well maybe now, maybe I'll talk about this. Maybe I'll keep back on this one. Just for a time that I will get up to speed and then finish it. Yeah, just one time. Everything just go back to being a I know that that is taking up some for you to stand in that. So, I don't know. If it is not something like you, it's not. I don't know. All of a sudden, nothing is there. No. No. Because you're looking at some all of a sudden shift to you. Oh, that's it. No, it's not. Are you a good one? I have to stop because I'm going to stop and stop. And I can't drive while I'm talking about right. Yeah, I'm home.
Thank you so much for coming up. I'm glad you're home. I'm sorry that I didn't see that we have to stay in touch so we can talk football and Star Wars and future.
Absolutely. I'll be busy. Oh, no, you're taking it to me. Thank you, girl.
Okay, happy birthday. Bye. This lady will both Kelly. We'll talk to you all month when we come back. Say by 8:40. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app now. To any TV say by 24 hours.
Everything Fairfield is chilling south of the man who barricaded himself in a house in the country. Everything Fairfield is on the says the house has been surrounded and crisis negotiation team is working to de-escalate the situation. Medical leaders report the community safety is very important. Sheriff's deputies and industry deputies responded to an assault with a deadly weapon called this afternoon and nearly several deputies and hurt two people. Residents were not injured. Neighboring houses have been evacuated. Two LAPD officers injured during a shooting in Raven Heights today in the hospital.
Found dead on the floor, and the visual from the SWAT robot showed one company.
Police have been working on strategic releases from two reservoirs in California to prevent flooding during extended storms. At least 10 rivers are forecast to overflow as heavy rain melts the snow and rain down from central toward the southern Sierra. State climatologist Dr. Michael Anderson says there are two atmospheric rivers behind the one we're seeing today. Some rivers overflowed in January when 9 atmospheric storms hit the state, and flooding caused the earth to death. Chinese Parliament has given leader Xi Jinping a third five-year term as president, leaving on track to stay in power for life. The vote for the president was 2952-0. The two-year term limit was deleted from China's constitution years, and he is 69 years old. A clinic in Brooklyn has helped kids overcome their fear at the hospital by examining their stuffed animals.
medical students ran the teddy bear workshop this week and only saw stuffed patients. They say the kids took their favorite toys to the hospital to be examined for illnesses, sent to x-rays, or even into surgery. Doctors say the clinic lets kids learn about medicine, understand how it works, and helps the health professionals in a little bit more playful way. South Line weather from 0 to 5, rain tonight and tomorrow morning, overnight lows in the 40s and 50s, tomorrow highs in the 50s and the 60s, rain to taper off by the afternoon, mostly cloudy Sunday and Monday with highs in the 50s and 60s, and then the chance of rain tomorrow Tuesday and Wednesday. It's 57 in Garden Grove, 57 in the Philippines. It's a country by Dino on 91. Oh, that's the movie guys to the one south. I don't like to look there. It's such a change and stuff out of the way, but it was really funny that the guy was something for the 90 on westbound. That's how it's on the back to the top. All the doors as far as Central Avenue. So heads up here. Now the northbound side of the one-10 is moving well away from the 405. It's starting slow traffic ahead passing the 105 freeway. Heavy ahead all the way to the 5 and southbound flowing also. Cloudy up to that same stretch. In Hollywood, the one southbound and starts the range away from Santa Monica Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles, and it is still a lot of the drive. In the Cajon Pass, 15 northbound loading up at Glen Helen Parkway to the 138. The southbound side is backing up from the top of the turn, heading back to Kenwood. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm in Come tonight.
California Department of Public Health on IC's Daily Human Podcast. The cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't do this as a film when you're going and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. There's a better way to fly. You're probably fed up with being stuck in endless lines like that. By simplifying your travel with Surf Air, you'll save an average of 2 hours on every flight and can quickly avoid busy airports. You can shoot around thousands of aircraft, then arrive at smaller airports closer to your home, all while flying on your own schedule. SurfAir.com is the best alternative to commercial air travel. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration, simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? You just need to call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and $250 free hair. AdvancedHair.com. If you've been seriously in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At the Trillion Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Hi, Trillion Myers, justice for you in 1972. I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navarre's nasal care, and I love Navarre. I've told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. Get Navarre's powered stuff will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs, and Navarre will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navarre? Quote, my doctor wanted me to have clear mucus for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use it anymore. Navarre uses toxic power, so it's foolproof. They're nice and almost particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's suffering. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navarre. The all-natural solution trusted by over 2 million people in health countries that is free for smaller teeth that help you without drugs. Navarre is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navarre, N-A-V-A-G-E, free known healthy life. This is Jacob Emmerich. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-2. For official rules and more information about contents of this station, go to KFI-AM40.com/rules. We're putting the air back in, so follow us now where we are at KFI
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and especially when here on the and the city building in Texas. But there's also some other stories that they have like 24-hour news from the following. The sinkhole, which is threatening multiple homes in Camarillo, may be getting worse. And of course, the atmosphere rivers are flooding California with more rain and snow. And now State Farm Magic Mountain is closing early. Because of the back. Now let's get back to the on Monday. For children in this city, it's not going to be on rock and roll. It's going to be on. It almost has to do with the story behind it. You hear that cool bubble we had, the remix of Starship and Joker City? Play that again. Play it, Stephanie. So, it really enjoy it with that. I look high and low for that. I could have played the original, but I want to read it. Reportedly bought thousands of acres of land, about 35 miles or so outside of Austin, Texas, and plans to build his own city for employees to live and work in. The Wall Street Journal reports that Musk has described the city as sort of a Texas utopia along the Colorado River. On creating this town, Musk would be able to set some of the city's regulations. No, he's not a control freak. Last year, and all of his views of foreign employees, more than simply just fall to the ground for like subway time, the president's speeches reportedly talked about ending an election for mayor of the city. The proposed municipality is said to be adjacent to the boring and SpaceX facilities that are currently under construction and to already include some modular homes and signs to infiltrate the Fairville, Texas, established 2021. However, I guess it's on the Fairville. Wait, what is going on here? I was feeling Musk building from Man Beyond Thunderdome. You have Masterbox and Bobby. Who rides Bobcat? You know who. we were following is the way that, okay, you gotta work there, you gotta live there, and you can't commute, and you can't work remotely. You can have all sorts of control over personal life. Of course, and I wouldn't like that at all.
But this is reminding me of something. I went to Egypt, and they were showing us when we were heading down to the pyramids. They had built all these communities in the desert, and they tried to get citizens to move into them. They gave them nice housing and shopping facilities and work to get people to come and stay there. And they're all just, like you said, abandoned, rundown places that people won't. But they built all these things.
If iHeartMedia were to say tomorrow, well, hey, Mo, we're going to make it easier on you, and we're going to have this new apartment building like they do across the street from
You can ask the name.
the big judge, 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, where Gibbles used to be. They said we're going to reserve an apartment for you at a reduced rate because, they want to get a piece of that money. There's no way in the world I would work and play for the company, the same company. I want some No, I'm not going to iHeart, Snailbrook, whatever. No, I'm in the world. No, I want that separation. And if it were a condition of employment, which it seems like it would be here, with Elon Musk, the Twitter bill.
And even if he doesn't make it an absolute condition of it, he could make the condition so favorable and unfavorable that it wouldn't be easy to work if he wasn't.
It would be a very, very good healthcare. Things that are probably not so I'm just sick all the time, but I'm saying to 80 points, it can have wide reaching healthcare.
And it's close to Austin, isn't it? Yeah. So you say it's put it out in the middle.
Now, reportedly wants to offer rental houses to workers that are well below the local market value. That's to your point. Trying to make it like an office in Tennessee. What allegedly put the price of a 2 or 3 bedroom home at $800 compared to $2,200 a month in nearby Texas. They're also plans for a Montessori school in the municipality. This is way too much control.
And they keep that he got them rent, not letting people buy.
Yeah. $800 well below. Well, look at now all the young people say, we can't go to the hospital. We're going to go to a break. Let's think about I would say, the diabolical of this. $800 a month, which is still $800, which is basically a deduction from your check. So you own your house. You're the landlord and the boss. You think that the house people well, we also want for you. Before you like radio app, and I just want to let you know, we are giving away a 4 pack of 1 day, 1 park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California or Disney Park of the Night. I'm not going to say when, but it's not right now. You're supposed to get my $40 newsroom, and
Dr. Keeper died in S&P 500 falling 1.4% since the FOMC in September. While the highly anticipated report claiming pay raises and swelling and other signals investors want to see is putting pressure on inflation. The 25-year-old woman is facing attempted murder in Saudi charges after her neighbor and baby was found in a bathroom trash can at a gas station in Fullerton. The baby is in critical but stable condition at the hospital. The star of Netflix's Wednesday, Jenna Ortega, is about to start in Tim Burton's Beetlejuice 2. Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder are expected to reprise their roles in the first film that was released 35 years ago. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning should dry out in the afternoon with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Churches. We've got Crash in Industry on 60. Listen on the westbound side, coming up on Fairway Drive, middle lanes are blocked and delays have been backing up away from the 57 freeway. The Trillion branch in Gardena is wrapping up on the 91 westbound at the Lenscombe South Connector. So right on that transition,
and you ain't backing up away from Central. It's also a slow-looking drive as you roll out of West LA. 405 southbound from Santa Monica Boulevard in stretches all the way
Welcome.
Torrance, and that 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills is loading up at Weir Canyon, better by Green River. Pay up on your side. Help get you there faster. And it's not too bad.
This report is sponsored by BlindShirt.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at BlindShirt.com. Shopping for new blinds? At BlindShirt, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom-made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. BlindShirt.com. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call Every Day at the Marketplace. Now there's top reasons to visit the leader.
Raise Gun Gift Giveaway. With a handy hand mixer, then you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 13th to 14th.
And the number one reason.
It's Madness at Sideline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of good food is going bananas with college football all month.
Rolando, good time for everybody.
Our mission at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, is to fight to get you more. So far, we've recovered more than $16 billion in compensation for our clients. Teamsters, you deserve more. More lawyers, more officers, and more support staff nationwide than any other injury law firm. Contact Morgan & Morgan today. Just dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Crypto.com Arena will be rocking this March as the LA Kings make their push for the playoffs. Don't miss out on an exciting look of hockey on the ice and a full slate of team nights and promotions. Visit LAKings.com/tickets to get yours today. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, the HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1, rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Bill DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Bill's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One focus for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Description applies. Please like the details.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious fruit treat. 18-ounce containers of Simple Truth organic blueberries are $4.99 with your card. Ralph, fresh for everyone. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love and never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Hi there, I'm Joel Arsgaard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel
Large Yard, Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There was no telling. See, this was before TikTok. This is the only thing we had which might have impacted our drinking habits. It wasn't like some trend. It wasn't like trying to be cool. It was just a song about a drink. Now they have TikTok, and they have these things called 4 blackout rage gallons. And they're 4 plastic gallon bottles filled with water, syrup, and other flavorings. And
Welcome.
And it's the latest TikTok challenge. Young people, particularly college students, are showing their boards off on social media, and they show themselves briefly, and, even though they may end up going to the hospital, they've been waiting for a series of ambulance calls to parties, particularly at the University of Massachusetts. They're like college kids say, hey, it's not a big deal. You guys are getting worried over no reason. It's just good being good. I've been in college. I've been in college. I would never receive advice from 20-year-old me. Because let me tell you, the reason why you have to be at least 35 years old to be president is not because you need to be, old enough where your brain is fully formed. It's just you're less likely to engage in reckless thought and decisions. That's why. You are an adult at 18. You're probably completely mature in a physical sense by the age of 21. But you're not going to be president until you're at least 35 because, we don't want to anytime you say that drinking is good. It's no big deal. I have tasted ever clear right to the day. It wasn't a board. It was just ever clear. Not only enjoyable body, at the train, I've had my share of episode. It's not something that people may not eat. Oh, really? It's green alcohol. And it's like, I don't know, maybe like 95%. Now, damn, this doesn't with it. It's 182, right? Yeah, it's at least 90% alcohol. And it tastes like nothing. So it's easy to take down, especially when you show up to a party already inebriated. I'm just saying this to say that I know how foolish a statement like this is. Never in a million years would I have ever wanted anyone to listen to 18-year-olds. That was a no period. Well, I will tell you though, when we had fraternity parties in college, we knew that we went to the fraternity party that anything in a big old trash can was ever for fun. And anything that takes the extra punch is loaded with Everclear.
Look, all I can say is, as someone who is in a fraternity at a university, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. And here's the thing. We all probably exhibited less than exemplary behavior and less than prudent judgment in our late teens and early 20s. And as we've gotten older, we've realized we've done a lot of things which could have either got us put in prison or in the hospital or in a morgue. I can say that confidently. The difference is we didn't have the social peer pressure group the size of social media, where we have an exponential number of peers saying, do this, do that, it's fine, showing us even the directions how to do it. It's one thing to drink, crash, and punch. It's another thing, a YouTube video or a TikTok video where they show you all the ways in which to do it. There are different types of pressures now for young people, and young people just kind of are their own echo chambers. Like, no, it's no big deal. No, you can do these iPods. Look, you can watch me, I'll do it. I survive. You can do it too. And now it gets progressively more and more dangerous, regardless of what they say. There's no 18-year-old who can tell me about the dangers of alcohol. Trust me, I've outdrunk all of them. All of them. Why? Because I've been on this earth longer. And I've been doing more things than they have for longer. And as I've gotten older, I've learned one thing. It's easier to get dead than you might imagine. It is real easy. It only takes like one night of bad judgment. And to your point, Koala, we've all gone to the party after already drinking. Yeah. And then you get to a trash can punch of 90% alcohol. That's how you get up in the hospital or dead. Yeah. Yeah. If you're fortunate, you just have stories where your friends say, and look, we were so glad we could scrape you up off that concrete before the police got there. Or, you know, there are a lot of nights that I don't remember. Not proud of it. No, not proud. This isn't a flag, but this is the truth. You know, I'm going to tell people the truth. There are a lot of nights I do not remember. Sometimes when people come up to me and say, don't you remember when? No. Who was doing so-and-so? Sorry, I don't remember. If you say so. Yeah, but we spent all night together. I don't have any memory of it. I would have loved to have memory of it. That's you. Unfortunately, we're not recommending. I'm just saying, as a person who's old enough to have done some things which are probably not smart, this is not a good idea.
All you're saying is you are glad that you grew up in a time before social media.
Oh, absolutely. No record of it. No, not even the record of it, just the pressure of social media, how to influence my behavior. And I definitely believe that this is a TikTok channel, so obviously they're being influenced by social media. If social media wasn't there, then it's less likely to have the type of impact on young people that it is now having. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, if anything, the only, if you want to call it, that influence he had was maybe like, you know, college film and music. Yeah, you know, the Warfarin or the more people are come on, you know, the peer pressure. Yeah. But we actually had a name for it. It was peer pressure. And you could easily say, nah, it's a lot easier. It's better with most sellers. If I age is 40, people want to take account for business. Nah, we're live everywhere now. How's it going? You know that smart speakers can be used for more than just feeding all your info to Homeland Security. You could also use it to listen to us. Like KFI, AM 640,
KFI.
KOST,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the Radio app.
Gaining ground on anything. Washington can find 24-hour newsroom progress has been made to open up roads in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains.
We're even working on the clock to clear snow.
All of our county maintained roads are 100% plowed at this point, at least one lane possible.
San Bernardino County Supervisor John Rouse says non-county maintained roads are now being worked on. Rouse says some of those roads are narrow and private companies will be needed to help them plow. As residents continue to dig out from the snow, the county has set up a program to reimburse people up to $500 for snow removal. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew.
A man in Monterey County has been sentenced to 25 years to life in prison for killing a college student in 1996. Paul Flores was found guilty in October of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say Flores killed Kristen Smart during an attempted rape in a dorm room at Cal Polytechnic State University, where they were both students. The body was never found. He was legally declared dead in 2002. A judge denied the motion seeking a new trial and acquittal. A teacher in National City accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a former student has been arrested again, just 2 days after being out of jail. Officials say the teacher was initially arrested Tuesday when a parent called police suspicious her 13-year-old child was in a relationship with the woman. The teacher was put on suspicion of 6 felony counts. After posting bail, he was arrested again yesterday on 14 more counts, including lewd acts with a minor. 5 people in Mexico have been arrested in connection with kidnapping of 4 people from the U.S. Ambassadors to Mexico, Prince Salazar says sending military from the U.S. to Mexico would only get in the way of this investigation.
What we have to do is to work strongly with Mexico to address the security issues of the cartels.
Salazar says they have a very significant operation underway, and American military operations won't resolve the issues with the cartels. 2 of the 4 people kidnapped in Mexico last week were killed. Their bodies were found Tuesday. They've been returned to the U.S. The other 2 people were rescued and are also back in the U.S. Former President Trump has been invited to testify before a grand jury in New York. The jury's been investigating hush money payments made on Trump's behalf during the 2016 presidential campaign. Trump's attorney says he was asked to testify next week as prosecutors close in on the decision on whether to move forward with what could be the first criminal case ever brought against the former president of the United States.
Welcome.
So yesterday, it's just another example of the government weaponizing the justice system against Trump. Employers in the U.S. have added 311,000 jobs to the economy in the past month. President Biden says inflation is 30% from where it was over the summer.
And today's job numbers is clear. Our economy is moving in the right direction.
Biden's February report is that people who've been staying out of the job accident, that people in the U.S. are becoming more optimistic about their future. A new study shows more younger people in the U.S. are getting screened for colon cancer.
3 years ago, cancer experts recommended the minimum colon cancer screening age be lowered from 50 to 45 years old.
ABC Field says that's meant more people into testing. The American Cancer Society says it has found an increase in people even younger developing colon cancer. Colon cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death. A study published last week says 60% of new cases are being detected at advanced stages. 5 people in the state of California have won a combined $7 million from California lottery scratch games. The state lottery said yesterday all 5 won at least $1 million. The winnings come after Manny Altadena won a record-breaking $2.04 billion Powerball jackpot in November. He recently used some of his money to buy a mansion in the Hollywood Hills. It cost less than 3% of his earnings. Southland weather from KFI, rain tonight, lows in 40s and 50s, rain tomorrow morning, then it should dry out as we head into the afternoon. Highs in the low to mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA and the UNLV, 50s and mid-60s in the valleys and the Empire, 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy with highs in the mid-60s Sunday, pretty much the same from Monday, then very chance of rain against on Wednesday. It's 57 in Anaheim, 57 near Downward Beach, 56 in West Covina, 55 in Rancho Cucamonga. Forecast in Calabasas on 101. This is on the southbound side, coming up on Mulholland. That's where a car wreck and sometimes blocking the car for the left and the second lane from the left. The drive is pretty jammed up at southbound lane, so they can shoot the left off to the shoulder. So I'll get this in traffic getting away from Parkway Calabasas. The northbound side is doing just fine without any problems going through. There is a slow drive across Mid-City and eastbound, just away from Robertson all the way into the 5, having the Boyle Heights. Speaking of the 5, southbound flowing still moving up, kind of heavy out of Griffith Park from Colorado all the way to the 605. But the Cajon Pass is just a huge mess still. 15 northbound away from Barnhill Parkway to the 138. And southbound flowing from just about the escape ramp as you roll back towards Kenwood. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. This Navaj is powered special will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And then Navaj will help you. What do other people say about Navaj? Let's just, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navaj. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much good, but oh sweet, merciful air I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. Each one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
It's been tough talking to my doctor about constipation, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. I finally laid all my symptoms out there and how they keep coming back. He said I may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. We agreed it's time to try something different.
Windex, for linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Windex works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms are studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Windex to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Windex if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stool. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Windex and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS. Visit a doctor in person or online. Say yes to Windex. Learn more at Windex. LINEESS. Sponsored by Happy Animal Pharmaceuticals. For my problem, search Pacific Coast Termite.com or call 800-PACIFIC. More stimulating thoughts.
And I have a radio station.
Important. It's great we're both coming to live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. 100 years of Disney. KFI AMC 40 wants to kid you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. So keep listening to KFI AMC 40 tonight for details on how you can win a chance to go to Disneyland with a 4-pack of 1-day, 1-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. And I think that's a good starting point, Miss Hollywood. Let's first start with Disney After Dark. Well, good evening to the evening. We're having great fun. I saw yesterday. It was an amazing time, and luckily you learned the or she was lucky enough to get the night off, and I think Mark Ryan for him too. Or okay, so anything is here, by the way. I'm looking at Amy right now. She's not near a microphone at the moment, but anything that I went to Disneyland After Dark. So along with the 100 years of wonder promotion that we're talking about here on KFI. Disneyland After Dark is one of those events that happens that has nothing to do with the daytime emission. And what I enjoyed about these specifically, last night was Princess Night. It was the very first time that they had done it at the Disneyland Resort. And last year, for March, their after hours event was Villains Night. So last night we had an amazing time.
Hi. We did. It was fabulous. Like if you like the Disney princesses, what kind of that? Yeah. They were all there.
It was. I
mean, like everyone from Aurora through Sleeping Beauty to Snow White from the very beginning to the more recent ones, Mulan and Merida and Princess Leia was there. I mean, like everybody was there.
No, so specifically Princess Leia being there was a brand new thing this year. So Princess Leia leading into next month after a dark event, for May's After Dark event, which is Star Wars Night. It was the very first time that Princess Leia was meeting at Tomorrowland in Disneyland Park, along with R2-D2, which was a lot of fun. So we had a good time with that. We know we love Star Wars here. But what the biggest thing for Disneyland After Dark is there are unique offerings for that have nothing to do with the daytime offerings, meaning the food is different and special. We had a really unique Princess Sunday from Disney Girl. We had a delicious macaroon. The Matterhorn
macaroon, and then there was the Princess Trifle, which that was probably my favorite thing. And then they had, in Bengal Barbecue had a special offering, like a shrimp and sausage and pineapple.
Right.
Sounds good, but it was good. I was like, I don't know.
It was right.
But yeah, so they had probably 15 or 20 different special offerings that are only available tonight. And so like some of the other After Dark, like the Star Wars one, they had the same thing. They have all these things that are only offered during that time. They have cuddle and say, let's only do this. And one of the things that they did, they always have a caramel apple in Disneyland, but they had a Princess caramel apple, like Cinderella's third caramel apple. Super cute. And they're like $12 or $13. Right. Which seems expensive, but they're also very sweet, and you can share them between like 4 or 5 people. So I brought one to the all have.
Which is delicious.
It does. It's delicious.
Okay. But with that being said, it's also, we literally saw being made fresh, and it's something that was only available that night. And the thing that's specific to the Disneyland After Dark event, As we are all well aware, Disneyland can be a tricky penny to get through the door. And a lot of these events can be a lot less cost-wise than a daily admission. Now, granted, the hours that you're available to be in the park is reduced. But as Amy can attest, and I did, majority of the attractions that are open are walk-on. Okay, that was my question. Are most of the attractions available to the ride?
Yeah, most of the rides are open, and there's so many fewer people. There's just fewer people. So, like, because we were checking the ride wait times, and like Pirates of the Caribbean was like 5 minutes.
Right, that's nothing.
I know.
Okay,
And,
but the best one was right to the list then.
well, that we did that earlier in the day, but we got on in like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And then like Space Mountain that night, which is usually between anywhere from an hour to 2 hours in the standby line, it was 20 minutes. And a couple of times we thought it was down to 10. I mean, it really is just almost walking.
Why the lines of Space Mountain be so long, given it's, I would say, like it's a heritage ride? It's
Because it's a fabulous ride.
I know we've done it a few times. Right. And it's been redone in series that's really advanced, but it's also depending on how many ride vehicles are operating, how many cast members are there, there's the ebb and flow of coming through, whatever the situation may be. On an event like Star Wars Night, obviously anything Star Wars, even if it really does not any longer have those really long waits, will be much longer wait time, because everyone wants to get on that central Star Wars attraction. So things back in Box 2 will be popular for that night in May. But the thing I'm encouraging folks to do is to capitalize on it, because I've never wanted to have a princess fantasy in my life, and I live my princess fantasy. Amy and I got to watch in a cavalcade with Giselle last night. That little figure thing. Don't say anymore. We're just going to go with that. You can see it on Instagram.
Is this what happens at Disneyland?
It is. Stays at Disneyland. Or you can find it out this weekend with Nick. Or also now you can find it with Amy K. Yeah, they say on Instagram. So you can see a bunch of that content there specifically. But yeah, these are the great opportunities, whether you are interested necessarily in what's happening, to be able to try new foods and also to be able to get a little bit shorter wait time on attractions. Now we have to go to a break. When we come back, I know you have a few suggestions for people to round out their weekend if they're not going to do something different, correct? Right. So what we're going to talk about quickly, as briefly as possible, when we come back, will be the Boysenberry Festival. Kicks off this weekend at Knott's Berry Farm. Today was the very first day, so I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Also, a very special event is returning to Cal State Long Beach this weekend. It is only available, that will be our last call for this weekend with Nick. And maybe, quite possibly, we might give away something Disney related that we've been talking about for the past week or so. Ooh, what's it? What that? You guys are such a thing. Yeah. The stereotype. We might even have matching shirts from last night. And I'm not kidding. There might be matching shirts, so you got to go to Instagram to see those pictures. Where on Instagram? This weekend with Nick and Amy K. Both of those will have them all over Instagram where you can get all the details. Additional to other Disneyland After Dark events going down.
Or you can see the Cinderella apples too.
Oh, right. It's later with most Kelly. KFI 840 we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. Just go to KFI 24-hour news from an ABC.
Elizabeth Clark's family filled an entire side of the courtroom in Salinas as a death sentence. Paul Storey to 25 years to life in prison for murdering the college student who disappeared in 1996. Flores wasn't arrested until 25 years later. Elizabeth Clark's body has never been found. With the COVID-19 emergency set to end at the end of March in LA County, the county's rule that people exposed to the virus have to wear masks for 10 days can be dropped as of Monday. Health officials are still urging people who are exposed to be tested as soon as possible and then test again within 3 to 5 days. A new Air Force One will still be blue and white. The Air Force is the light blue on a new model of the modified 747 that transports the president. It will be a little bit deeper in color and more modern tone than the Robin's Egg blue on the 18 Air Force One that is leaving this place. Rain tonight is lows in 42 50s. Rain tomorrow morning, taper not in the afternoon, high 250s to mid 60s. Citizen industry on 60. This one is along the westbound track coming up on Fairway Drive. Middle range is where it lands with some cars full over. Now the drive is backing up, getting away from the 57 freeway. Woodland Hills Cities on the 101 southbound, coming up on Mulholland. This crash has been cleared out of range, but traffic is still pretty heavy away from Parkway Calabasas. And, of course, the Cajon Pass. Still a mess. It's improving, but it's still awful on Route 16 northbound. Glen Helen Parkway all the way to the 138.
That's outside side loading up. And just get out the escape ramp as you continue back towards Kenway. Hey, Eye in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. He's looking at the cigarettes, but he says, where's the gum off the counter? Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yes, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. Brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox is the fix. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and if they fluctuated on the BVD, they handle their claims from start to finish. Unlike those other warranty companies, the last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, and search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From 1909 to 1979, statewide hospitals in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the Phoenix Law. After 1979, this practice continued in state prisons. If you were left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2022.
If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby & Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Allie's charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in for our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Allie's donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send their rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Skill's help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling and water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Phil D. Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Phil, and Tangible Investments for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation, free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. I know the weight of the world seems to rest on your shoulders. And sometimes life seems like it's still only the two pieces of hair. But I assure you, I have a plan for you. The Big Price Show, Sunday morning at 6 on KFI AM 640.
Your stimulating talk.
Thank God it's Thank God it's It's great to remote channels are live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and it's continuing. Finding out what's going on this weekend, close to you, or maybe even not so close to you, with Nick Hollywood. This weekend with Nick, we continue. Nick, we were talking about Disney last segment. Right. Yeah,
I'm looking at your outfit.
Yes, sir.
Uniform.
I got my fit on tonight.
Couture.
You're correct, sir.
It is all about Knott's Berry Farm.
That is indeed the correct, that's the correct look at my, putting the fit on to my OOTD, my outfit of the day.
Yep.
Specifically is going to the, I love Knott's Berry Farm. I love Disneyland, but down the street, a little cheaper, a little bit more reasonable. I shouldn't say cheaper, but a more reasonable product for a lot of folks to enjoy. And the Boysenberry Festival, which is an annual event at Knott's Berry Farm, kicks off today. Now, unfortunately, if you're aware and you are following me on Instagram this weekend with Nick, or you're following Knott's Berry Farm by chance, they get closed early because hours ago was raining. So the big event will be going on tomorrow, for things clearing up. But with the Boysenberry Festival, this is where everything really takes a spin. So whilst they're not created, we worked with and was a part of creating the original Boysenberry and being told, because if you're not familiar and you haven't gone to a restaurant that has Knott's Berry Farm jam sitting on the table, correct? Boysenberry is where it's at. And so this is a very, very important time for Peter Fair, who owns Knott's Berry Farm, but also the Walton Knott family and everything else. And when the pandemic happened, it was the 100th anniversary of Knott's Berry Farm. I didn't know that, which is amazing. And so they did the best they could.
Queenie, how are you?
Knott's Berry Farm predates Disney. Yes, it does. And so at one point it was
so far so good. I've been doing a lot on Discord, actually, after figuring out how to upload my voice memos for the podcast. I started researching it on other servers and did not know that they have the video functions that they do. So I really think that's how I'm going to go about it. There are a lot of people there, and I can just show my full screen, and it's much more visual as opposed to Twitter, which is obviously more verbal. So very excited about that, and thus it's been a good day.
We figured out a piece of events that they weren't able to operate as a theme park. They figured out how to.
I have for a long time. So I just have like 12 different switches going on. Switch is difficult, and I don't like the fact that Switch doesn't record your stream indefinitely. It only goes for 90 days. So I did do it about a year ago, and to the point where like it would work okay. I mean, I get a few people on the stream, but it's just really hard to sustain a huge amount of people on a single stream, where Discord is different. I'm in some like public Discord, it's called the Campfire, and people are singing karaoke, and people are showing like videos and things, so I've got a close play content going, and people just come in and out. There's a lot more interaction that I normally get because you figure out in the big ocean of content out there, and also people don't, you can't interact with other people really aside from chat in YouTube. On Discord, you can talk, you can video chat, share screen. So I really have to thank the Angry Ape Society for my interest in Discord and really figuring out how that works, because if I had it my way, I would love to just be on Twitch all the time and have a huge amount of people there. But again, the reason why I do it is for the archive, and that 90-day limit really is
the other thing that's really exciting is that live entertainment has returned to the Disneyland Resort as well as Knott's Berry Farm. So there's a brand new show this year that is called Knott's Preserved, a musical celebration of the heritage. The musical celebration of the Knott's Berry Farm experience, and from the heritage all the way through to now. So that takes place at the Calico Stage and it's outdoors, but it's a really, really impressive event, and you can also see some behind-the-scenes footage.
Great question. They upload this week. So I just want to do a live stream habit. They save those streams and then upload them, and then you can sit and play down if you want. And I would be fine with doing that, but the fact that upload speeds are what they are currently in society.
The Cafe Long Beach American Indian Studies Department is finally going to be able to put on their 50th anniversary.
One thing though, Discord is a really great platform, but it's very confusing to a new user who doesn't know. Like I had help really. Thank you to Queen. But like I had to, you first have to like get your account fund, then you have to like register your fund, and register your fund. Then at least, and it's not just, it's like every single Discord is different. but you have to like get verified and do all these other things, and then you get all the options. And I did not see all the options when I just came in, and so I just came in and I'm looking for the. I saw the announcement of contest, and I had no idea. I just think that this code would be, more user friendly and show you what there is, to, to see if you want to be a part of it, as opposed to keeping everything big.
And if you're walking around South Long Beach, 2 parking hours over there. So yeah, it's really worth it. So you can get that information again. Instagram this weekend. All the details on the power that's going down 50th anniversary. Finally being able to celebrate that in South Long Beach. All great information, but I have to know, can you hang around with us? Maybe eat some food with us now. Talk about the Oscars with Amy, who's going to give us some reviews of movies which are up for an Oscar. Yeah, I'm all for that. And also, interestingly enough, I saw a box in the studio that has Amy's name on it, and also says Ted Lasso. Ooh, did you see a Lasso people thing? She's a super fan, so I think, yeah, I want to know what's going on with that as well. So I will definitely be there, 100%. So maybe you should Instagram Live. You should, because it's a good way to this week. Well, I'm excited for this one because if you're not taking this opportunity, if you're the lucky winner, that's my pick. You gotta do it. Okay, so I think you should not give away the tickets right now. KFI 840 we're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app now. KFI Football Newsroom. And then you can.
$50,000 is up for grabs. Information leading to the arrest of the 5 remaining men tied to multiple armored truck robberies in LA.
Investigators say the suspect bandit just-tied drivers like that stole more than $500,000 in the last year. The FBI fugitive task force arrested a second man. This robbery was also committed using numerous firearms, including a black short barrel AR-type assault rifle, which was pointed at the victims when they were robbed. The 2 rewards equaling $60,000 were put up by Briggs and the FBI.
It's a beautiful platform, and no one really in the mainstream knows about it. As far as what it is, it's a dangerous thing. It's not very user friendly. It's very difficult to even get into some of the discourse. First, you have to get invited. This is ridiculous. There's no like easy search platform, and if there is, it doesn't include everything. It just includes like major games out there. But then there was these really interesting rooms of kids to study. There was notes that's really beautiful. People learning English, people learning all kinds of languages. I mean, it is interesting that people think that's all it is, and that's all they focus, to which they focus their attention. And they're so worried about bots and spam that it almost makes it exhausting of all the steps that you have to go through to just get an account or just to even talk. I mean, here's a perfect example. You go to one Discord, and I just want to show my camera, and it says you do not have access to this. Okay, well, does that mean like I don't have access on the whole stream, on the whole platform, just Discord? What does it tell me? So then I have to ask, like, verbally, and people are like, oh, you need more experience for it. I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? Like, what do I have to do? They're like, oh, you can chat, use voice chat, and things like that. Okay. So on some Discord, to get, just for instance, the ability to show your video, it takes like 2 or 3 like types into the chat box. Okay, fine. Others, it's 2 days. So you might be in that chat box for 2 days, and it does not tell you anything. You have no idea what you're doing. I can't believe that this is a platform. It's viable, it's very good, but I can't believe that people think that this works well.
The main officers say the coyote does not have permanent damage. The unit decided to investigate the coyote hunting as felony animal cruelty. And an African cat found with cocaine in its system has been taken in by the Cincinnati Zoo. A myriad of cat now just cocaine cat on social media, captured by local animal control officers and it's found in a tree in Denver. Animal officials say the cat should not be treated as normal house cats and require more specialized attention. The name cocaine cat comes from the true story of Cocaine Bear, which was turned into a murder. Southend weather from KFI, rain tonight and tomorrow morning, overnight lows from 40s and 50s. Low-tide seeing rain ends by tomorrow afternoon. Mostly cloudy Sunday and Monday, expecting 50s and 60s. Good chance of more rain on Tuesday and Wednesday. 55 in Yorba, 69 in Irvine. We've got storming in Hollywood on the 101. The southbound side, where traffic loading up, going away from Melrose, heading to downtown Los Angeles. Crowded across North City County, away from the Brea to continue all the way to the 5 and Boyle Heights.
Exactly. It's very gatekeeper based. It seems like everything has a role, and you have to be like you have to know a mod and then get things from it.
Right up 54 Fairways Rise, we're telling you about a bunch that is still backing up the 60 westbound from the 57 freeway. KFI on the side, helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
There are 10 million job openings in the U.S., but less than 6 million unemployed workers. So no wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me tell you about JobGet.com. Now, there are other hiring sites, and when you use them, it costs a pile of money. You get inundated with resumes of people who don't fit the bill. They don't have the right qualifications. They're too far away from your workplace, or they ghost you on the interview. JobGet is different. With JobGet, your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to candidates in your area. Your candidates get immediate notifications right to their phones, letting them know you're ready to talk, and reminding them the interview is coming up. That's yet, JobGet is always the most affordable hiring source on the market. Folks with one click hire the right people for the job. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle. That's JobGet.com/handle. International Awesomeness Day is this week. For what?
Giveaway. With that handy atmosphere, when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 13th or 14th.
And the number one reason.
It's Madness at Skyline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of big trees is going bananas with Cali people all month.
Morocco, good time for everybody.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs? Like putting food on the table or paying your rent? Keeping your home warm in the light box? Buying new trees for growing food? Or help with medical needs?
Definitely in agreement on that. I just can't see like your normal Facebook user using it anytime soon until they make it easier to get out like that.
Pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today.
The customer support team when it comes to these platforms is not included. The best I've ever gotten is so I've had issues with Twitch. Twitch just randomly was crashed on me on like 15 different devices. It didn't matter what the device was. If you use Twitch long enough, it would crash on your home page wherever you go. So I do have the right idea. You know what? I got an Amazon Prime account. I'm going to an Amazon on Twitch. So I'm going to call Amazon on camera, and I'm going to complain about this issue that I keep it. This was in December 2021. And I have that on camera. But with a very nice woman, and she like, said that she moved it up to the next one. Okay. So I noticed like 3 months go by, issues. So I got it on camera. So I take that camera and play it back when I call Amazon a second time. And I say, look, here you are on camera saying that you guys, escalated this ticket, and it's not being fixed. So then I get the person who says, yeah, it's still not fixed. Okay, so then I call back a third time. I got 2 other of their people saying that it's broken on camera, and I play it for them, and I was like, yeah, it's still broken. I don't know what it is. Finally, I got to the point where I had somebody ask from one of their developers there, and they just said that it wasn't that important. And it was like, okay, fine. It's not that important to you, but it is your platform that is breaking. I don't understand it, but that's the only time you're ever going to get any kind of communication with companies because they don't have anything that is they're helpful some stuff. It's just frequently asked questions, and so that's like been my one little, my one like flag of my customer service experience. Is I did get to talk to Twitch about, or to Amazon about Twitch, tell them that basically wasn't working, and had them repeat a bunch of times that it wasn't working. So I took the pride in that. Wow. Did you ever get your issue back?
Like if you're looking for a movie, Amazon. If it's a cool streaming show, Amazon. Maybe even a spin event, Amazon. That's what I'm playing with anymore. If you have any ideas, you can always let me know.
but I don't know where you live with me. You could let me know what weekends with me. I know that is that Instagram address. Or Amy Casing on Instagram. Or, it's stuff down. I was telling you guys, the movie Anchorman. That's cute. You give me something in front of the prompter, I'll read it. Okay, so right now we're going to talk about movies. Because we've got Oscars coming up. And I was thinking that we've talked a lot about some of the bigger movies like Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is kind of key favorite to win a bunch of stuff.
Facebook itself does not have a telephone number. It has a telephone number, but no one picks it up. It's literally just an internet, like, dial 1 for dial 2 for dial 3 for. I worked at a startup, and basically the startup was a small company at the time, and I think a person previously there had created a business profile, and the startup was really starting to become pretty big and go city to city. And so we wanted access to our Facebook account, and oh my God, to just get some of the absolutely legitimate, and you just needed a little bit of assistance. Absolutely right. To the point where you're even considering driving, well, we're in California, driving to Facebook headquarters to ask them how to fix the ticket on the
I know, the surgeon's nodding. So his take on things is very interesting. So, like in the middle of a scene, like one of those little, like a cow or a dam from a Batman movie or from the Batman TV show, that comes onto the screen, and it's just woven into the story. It's really interesting, and it covers a span of like 30 years of Elvis's life. So it's really fascinating. The thing that I didn't like about the movie is, as most movies do, they take liberties, they take creative license. And so I was like, oh, did that really happen? And it pulls you out of the experience because you start thinking. So that was one of the detractions. And then one of the positives of it was they had all the music was just so amazing. So they had that, but then they juxtaposed it with rap music. So the soundtrack is contemporary and historic, and it was a really interesting movie. So I really enjoyed it in that regard.
Pleasure to see you guys. Glad you're here. Shout out to Hi. And shout out to Uncle Ken. Love you, baby. I'll be right back. I'm going back.
No, I'm not sure, but I kept thinking, oh my gosh, that's contemporary music. But the way that they layered it on each other, it was really interesting. And again, it was very visually interesting. And then since I looked at Elvis, which probably quickly was Blonde, which was the Marilyn Monroe movie, and then looking through my list, I'm like, oh, it's true. She was not nominated for anything. But she was nominated for a SAG award. So that movie was weird. So based on Marilyn Monroe's life, the gal who played her, Anna de Armas, did a really, really good job. And it was long. It was like 2 hours and 45 minutes. And not a lot of action. But it covered her career from kind of when she started. After 72 was a child. And essentially it all turned to a horrible process. It was horrible for her. But the movie visually just so interesting. Parts of it were black and white. Parts of it were in color. And the way that the scenes flowed from one to another, it was kind of dreamlike. And the more I thought about it, it might have even been sort of a drug induced, for having problems with drugs. So that movie too wasn't a great movie, but it was really interesting. Okay, so I have to wrap up now because I have to talk about one that's really nominated for something. I watched Triangle of Sadness today.
It sounds like it was boring.
No, it's horrible. It was this movie, and again, it was also long, 2.5 hours long. Woody Harrelson was in it. Don't know, there was probably a couple other people that you would recognize. But the movie itself was about rich people and how they're entitled, and then the poor people who take care of them. And then there was all this stuff that I don't really dig into, like the metaphorical this and that, but there was literally crap in the hallways, and there was a storm coming, and so there was like literally a storm that was sort of projecting out. And the tables get turned, and it's just weird. And visually, it wasn't great. It was just weird, and it was 2.5 hours long.
But the critics loved it.
Of course they did, and they're probably going to win some stuff tomorrow night. Or this Sunday night.
Anything. So anything? Oh, I'm on it. So you recommend Elvis? Though?
Yeah, definitely I would say Elvis. Maybe blind. Maybe visually it's very interesting. I wouldn't spend much time on finding those stuff.
There you have it. Amy's on it. And you know what? I think it's that time. Give us a call at 800-520-1KF5, 800-520-1534. We'll take caller 6. If you are caller 6, you'll win a 4-pack of 1-day, 1-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. Caller 6, the 4-pack is yours. 800-520-1KF5, 800-520-1534. Caller 6, you win a 4-pack of 1-day, 1-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. It's radio with Mark Kelly, KFI AM 240. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. It's up to the KFI Springfire Newsroom and Amy Kane.
State transportation officials say it has removed so much snow from the California roadways in February, it would be enough to fill the road bowl 100 times. There's another atmospheric river rolling through the state, the 10th one this winter. President Biden has approved a request from Governor Newsom to declare a state of emergency as California is preparing for even more winter storms and floods following weeks of heavy snow. The parents of a 15-year-old high school student in Columbia, South Carolina, have sued a teacher, principal, and others, saying the girl was yelled at and pushed up against the wall by a teacher and she didn't stop to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning should dry out by later in the afternoon. We've had some 50s to mid 60s. It's slowing to come on past our 15s. We've got most advertisers starting on delays away from Glen Helen Parkway all the way to the 138 and southbound delays from about the escape ramp at Heavy ahead as you roll back towards Kenwood. Then see some slow traffic as you leave Calamasa heading into Beaumont. It looks like Leslie or Singleton Road on the eastbound side of the 10, there is a crash, and that's what's keeping you from moving away from Oak Glen Road. Also, as you travel along the 5, this is in Commerce, that drive is crowded into the 710 freeway. And go please stop once you make your way past Boston. Hey, FI News Time, help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. On IT's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches of gold, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IT's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
177
Car prices at an all-time high. Now dealers are now getting hired for D7. Donate to carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations for land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. There's a better way to fly. You're probably fed up with being stuck in endless lines and accidents. Try to simplify your travel with Surf Air. With the Surf Air Network, you'll save an average of 2 hours on every point and completely avoid busy airports. You can choose from thousands of aircraft and arrive at smaller airports closer to your home, all while flying on your own schedule. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. Exclusively at Huntington is Infinity. It's the latest technology in new teeth of the day. That's the teaser. Infinities are individually milled custom zirconia crowns that are more durable, lighter, and stronger than their competitors. Infinities will give you the natural look and feel of real teeth. Call now and get free exam, CT scanner X-ray. A $1,500 value, you get it free. And bring in any written offer from a competitor, and Huntington will beat that deal. Easy financing options available. Call 640-FILE, 888. 640-FILE, 640-FILE.
Thank you, Alex.
You locked your cat up the street?
Yeah, it's way up there. It's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get it for you.
We can careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up at 3 too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to clog things, call ViralRabbi coming in air. Go online at ViralRabbi.com.
Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby and Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No. Well, obviously that was right.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
My friend is the other side.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer socket. The Snowden plumbers at Mike Simons will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website at snowgoodplumber.com. Contact your license for $399.
As well, we have our fresh children to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies. So I think for things like sorry. In fact, only the best produce like zesty oranges and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh standards and fresher produce, well, fresh for everyone.
You can earn 4 times the fuel points on all produce, floral, deli, and bakery items through March 14th. This is click your digital coupon because more of the house whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a more beautiful life. Home with being the house whisperer tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI.
Yours really pop.
KFI is 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's rated with low calories, and we're not quite done. What makes you not done with us, in between, is an unavowed, unashamed Ted Lasso thing.
Absolutely. I think it's fully the best show out there. Unequivocally. How many seasons are now? 2. Season 3 starts next week.
Okay.
And it's rumored to be the last of the 3. Which makes me very sad, but I get it. So it took me a little while to get into television the first time I was watching it. And then quickly got into it and just love it. Love the characters, love the acting, love the goofiness of Ted, and love the supporting cast, love it all. And love that it's not all happy, joy. Like there's some depth to the characters and it's fun. So I just love it.
Okay. Well, now what people like, are we Instagram Live? Okay, we're Instagram Live at the Snow Kelly. Amy has a box that she's getting ready to open and narrate the content of.
Okay, so it's a big box because ice cream inside. Because I hate seeing taste like a wet paper bag, but ice cream is the best. Kind of like seeing Billy Joel perform live. Never disappoint. Enjoy. Believe. Ted. That's the thing that you believe. So, and he does. He hates cheese. And that you learn that very, very early in season if you haven't already. Okay, so these ice creams are made to be devoured, shared, paired, spooned, licked, locked, and loved. They were made for you. Jenny's ice cream, Ted Lasso, another key phrase from the show, but modified. Ice cream is life. In the show, food quality is life. Food quality is life. Okay, so it's ice cream. Not that interesting that it contains fried ice. Oh, very interesting inside. Jenny's biscuits with the box.
Uh-huh. looks good.
Have you guys watched Ted Lasso? Okay, so Biscuits with the Boss. When Ted first gets to, what's the name of this is what a big fan I am. I told you I don't pay attention to all this. When he first gets to Richmond, he has a pretty contentious relationship with the owner. And where's that guy? This is my play-by-play. So one of the things that Ted Lasso does is he starts bringing biscuits to her to try to win her over. And she quickly becomes obsessed with biscuits. So now we have Biscuits with the Boss.
Like biscuits.
Biscuits in England are different than biscuits here. It's not like biscuits and gravy here.
Oh.
Yeah. So
It's like cookies and ice cream.
I don't know. I haven't tasted it. Do we have? Aaron's been most.
Yeah, we get a little view of Aaron so they know what Aaron looks like.
He is. Okay. So is this like, it's going to probably be like cookie dough ice cream. So digging guys. And me tell you, Kenny, where did you get this? We're going to give him a second.
If you have Instagram Live, you can't be on the microphone. You're in yours. Okay, so this is typically a partnership with Jenny's Ice Cream. Sorry, Instagram Live is not looking at you right now, but everybody's giving it a shot. So Biscuits with the Boss is a special partnership between Jenny's Ice Cream, which is a very popular, and Aaron can speak to it, but it's a very popular ice cream brand. And yeah, so that's the very moderate taste.
Okay, you know how there's commercials about ice cream and if you can't read the ingredients, don't eat it. I can read all these ingredients too. Well, milk, cream, sugar, shortbread. So this is a shortbread. You figured it out. But yeah, so it's sort of like a cookie thing, but it's not chocolate cookie. It's a blonde cookie. This is really good. I love it.
So no. The Mo or no go? No, this is go.
This is a go.
This is go. This is really good.
Yeah, I don't often eat ice cream. Like I'm not a big ice cream guy. I like it. I'm like
You really,
I will tell you.
Get your heart out for quarter.
But you know what's interesting in this too is that it is very buttery. So it's sort of like cream. I don't know. It's almost too buttery. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm going to keep doing it.
It tastes like biscuits and butter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like this smothered in ice cream or something.
I think you really meant to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't taste like a cookie at all. It tastes like I never would have thought like you could get biscuits into ice cream. This tastes like buttered biscuits and ice cream. As advertised.
I like it.
Before we forget, now swallow the soup. Before we forget, name that movie called Classic. It's coming up next. So the phone lines are open if you want to get in and play. We're not playing for t-shirts tonight. Our giveaway was the Disney giveaway. Just to let you know in advance. Give us a call at 800-520-1KFI. 800-520-1534. Name that movie cult classic is coming up next. I think we should go to bed break early so we can go ahead and eat for more time. Yes, that's it. So I'm going to give ABC time to run to the newsroom, swallow stuff in your face. We're still live on Instagram Live. Oh my goodness, this is some good stuff. It is such an interesting place. I mean, it's wild. I'm like, I never would have thought biscuit. Cold biscuit. But now that butter in ice cream. But I'm like, butter in the ice cream. It's what you just mix it together. But no, but just mix it together. Yeah, but it's butter. It's not greasy.
Swallow it. You know what we're going to have to try this time if we can find it? Mustard ice cream.
I'm down. Okay, I'm down.
We might have a no.
Let me chime in real quick because next week, real quick, at least for what's coming up for this weekend with Phoenix, I will have for St. Patrick's Day. It will be both corned beef and cabbage, as well as because of producer Dana being vegetarian, I will have a vegan corned beef and cabbage. But also today, March 10th is Ranch Day, National Ranch Day, Hidden Valley Ranch, in partnership with a different ice cream company, came out with a ranch flavored ice cream also have that with us next week. All right, now. That's a go.
Ranch flavored ice cream?
Yeah, I'll cover it. Over mustard? Yeah, over mustard. Yeah, give me the mustard.
Maybe we'll do condiment ice cream night.
Wait. You said condiment ice cream or condiment?
Man,
You said condiment. I just was trying to make sure. Give us a call if you want to play the game. Name that movie cult classic. 800-520-1KFI, 800-520-1534. It's Late with Mo Kelly. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Okay, if you don't spend your clock forward this weekend, you'll be living in the past. Just like every day. Am I right or what? Thought so.
oh, that's fine.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, and home.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
No rescue. I'm AEP, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom, and everyone there whose car was stuck in a snowbank for almost a week with Gilbert Hass has survived on Croissant, candy, and biscotti. The 81-year-old left his house in good time late last night and accidentally veered onto a small road where his SUV became stuck in the snow. Liam's grandson said he stayed inside his car and conserved the gas and battery by only turning it on every once in a while to warm it up. The man even ate snow to stay alive. He was rescued by police by CHP and taken to a hospital. His grandson says his vitals were stable and nurses were shocked. He showed no signs. I confirm that. The Huntington Beach Fire Department is being certified as the nation's first Type 1 hazmat decontamination unit
To decontaminate up to 1,000 patients in a really quick fashion.
Huntington Beach Fire Chief Eric McCoy says the team's been around for about 20 years, but this is the first time the Office of Emergency Services listed specific training and equipment.
People that are exposed to chemicals, biologic weapons, nuclear weapons, radiologic weapons.
That means months of training, hours on the HCFC apparatus, 1,000 kits, and more.
So that includes the modesty kits and have the equipment to decontaminate non-ambulatory cases.
So when clothes are removed, the patients can be flushed with cleaning agents. Their modesty is protected, even if they can't move. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A man in Orange County has been found guilty of trying to assault a shelter in Miguel, then breaking into a home of an 88-year-old woman and sexually assaulting her. The attack happened back in 2019. The older woman was on phone with 911 when she was attacked, and Nashville police she was fulfilling her fantasy. She'll be sentenced in July. 6 kids have been arrested in connection with brutally beating a woman near Philadelphia City Hall. Police say the children arrested range in age from 11 to 14. 2 more people are being sought for knocking the woman unconscious late last month.
For instance, to completely take away any sort of comfort that I feel walking down the street, it just makes me sick.
The woman says she hopes the kids can do something better with their lives because nothing was physically taken from her, but her peace of mind has been stolen. Police shared a surveillance photo of the remaining unidentified attacker yesterday. Iran and Saudi Arabia will reestablish full diplomatic ties and reopen embassies. The announcement comes after 7 years of tensions between the two countries.
China broke into Russia before any years of proxy attacks between Tehran and Riyadh, growing tensions here in this region.
ABC's Jordana Miller says the deal is also likely to help end Yemen's long-running war, where the two countries back opposite sides. China's most senior diplomat says Iran and Saudi Arabia have displayed sincerity, because China fully supports their agreement. A city in Arizona is temporarily changing its name to celebrate Taylor Swift. Glendale, Arizona's name change will honor Swift's Eras Tour. The city will change its name during Swift's concert dates on March 17th and 18th. The city referenced a few of the singer's songs in the announcement, saying it knows all too well that she's one of the most influential artists of her generation, and is writing its own love story for her and greeting every Swiftie in style. The official name will be announced Monday. South End weather from KFI, rain tonight, lows in the 40s to 50s. Rain tomorrow morning, then it should dry out by later in the afternoon. Highs in the low to mid 60s, the beaches, Metro LA, and in the Northeast. 50s to mid 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy with highs in the mid 50s on Sunday, chance of rain again Tuesday and Wednesday. 56 in Diamond Bar, 41 in Portland, 54 in Palmdale, 56 in Truman Oaks. We've got a chance in West LA on the 405. This one has been reported on. Well, here's what happened. First of all, there was reports of a wrong-way driver traveling northbound in southbound lanes near Rocha Boulevard and then just moments later So everything should be out of line with 2 right shoulder, but one Catholic and so Catholic getting through that step, probably some debris left behind in the roadway, and the cars in downtown LA still moving on the 110 northbound between the 10 and the 101 southbound overflow through that same stretch. But the home pass is still crawling along. The 15 northbound leaving the 215 merge to the 138, and it's pretty crowded on the southbound side from the top of the turn all the way back to Kenwood. KFI in the sky helps us to the
Metals and are looking to sell for top dollars? Bill DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investment, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that been having with my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investment and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Phil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Phil encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. I'll say yes to him first because it can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or order to stool. It turns out I have UTI, or estrogen pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats UTI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may include patients by birth and polyneuropathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always approved. Do not
Creon is the #1 prescribed UTI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for UTI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com. For Better Stone, where language is learning. Or BetterStone.com.
More stimulating thoughts.
And I have radio station.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for movies. It's time for music. It's time for Mo Kelly.
Where you choose your own adventure. You'll choose the clip number between 1 and 10, and then we'll play the corresponding clip. You can listen to the clip in its entirety. You have some help. You can call for a lifeline from AT&T, or just call your team, or Chihuahua Star. But the only problem is, none of them know in advance who the clip. They have no idea. They are just as in the dark as all of you. Now, I know what they are, and I may give you a hint or two, but we're not going to help you choose. So just to let you know, I know, I'm sorry, we're not giving away t-shirts tonight. We gave away a Disney 4-pack. That was our giveaway. And we already gave it away. Okay, just to let you know, it's been given away. This is an announcement to all our lovely listeners. We got a winner? Yeah, San Bernardino. I'm sorry, Gary. Christian Gary. All right, let's get to it. Again, any team does not know what the clips are. Nick Palo team does not know. Neither does Chihuahua. So, if you've ever tuned in, we will charade the heck out of it to help you get there. We will charade to you. That's true. For every clue that you need, you get another, like, game lasting.
No, you're not. Come on. We're being stop it.
Stop. Okay. Here we go. Let's start with, and Seth is going to help you with the phone. Let's start with Patty in Hawthorne. Patty, good evening. How are you? And tell me about the weather. Are you in dealing with any rain?
No, none of that.
You sound a little bit like Wanda Sykes. Does anyone ever say that?
No, I haven't been told that, but I've been told that I look like Mario Guido?
Wow, all right now. Yeah. That's not a bad person to be modeled after. Well, you know how we play this game. Now, you have a choice of 1 to 10. You have to run all the tricks. What would you like to start with?
I feel the end of this string tied securely to your penis. And actually, stop. This is your first step. You're talking with somebody who does not stop when you walk away safely on the wall. So, yes, sir. Approve. Hello? Listen, hello? Where's the stop? Hold on. Approve. Step to the end. Punches. Prepare the release. 1, 2, 3, release. All right, Patty, do you have any idea which movie that is?
Yes, I do have an idea. I think it's so cool.
Yes! Wow, nice work. That's another game. Yeah. I didn't know that one.
I feel that it's my husband. I'm the one who calls in for my husband. He's the one who knows everything.
Look, it doesn't matter how you know, as long as you know. And usually when people hear, "Give my boy Blue," that usually is a giveaway. That's a really recognizable theme throughout the movie. But Patty, I want to thank you for calling in this evening. And how did you find Later with Mo Kelly? Do you listen to KFI all the time?
I listened to his show before on the weekends, and and then every so often I listen to the other shows on too. So it was just continuously transition to the news you guys don't like.
Well, I appreciate you, Patty, and I thank you for coming on over from the weekends. It doesn't mean that you can stop listening to the weekends because you still want to listen to Soul Cow Saturdays for Call 2 Hours Sharp as well. All right?
Yeah.
Well, Patty, I'm going to say good evening to you. Thank you so much for calling in. I'm quite sure we'll be able to talk again sometime soon.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Ken in Silver Lake. Ken, good evening, brother.
How you doing? How is everybody?
Doing well. Are you working ready by chance?
I have.
Have you sold any products on TV before? You have a very professional sounding voice.
Well, I'll tell you, I worked at Kiss FM back in the 80s and 90s. How about that?
That qualifies as a professional. Yeah. Ringer here.
I was in the local area.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
A couple of moves ago. Yeah. Before they moved to Glendale. Now you guys are further.
Yes.
I want to come there one day and visit KFI, which is just a big part of my life. I want to see where it's all coming from.
The only problem is you might take my job with that voice.
You stay right where you are.
You mess around and sit down in the chair and say, "This is Ken from Silver Lake. KFI is recording. We'll all be in trouble."
We're live everywhere. Yeah, I heard there you are.
We've been practicing too, you guys.
Okay, right. No, we just need a clean, Later with Mo Kelly drop. Something unique from the 10.
No problem.
No, wait, we're serious. Go ahead.
Okay. Live with Mo Kelly. Okay, 640, play it live.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay,
Okay.
You just hit any number from 1 to 10 with a exception of 7.
Okay. I'm going to choose number 3.
I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do American Idol. It's live. I'm going to do it. Okay. What are we going to interview about? No personal questions.
Then I still got to sit there and have that job.
No questions. There's your question. No personal questions.
We're going to talk about her boots. We're going to probably comment about her boots.
Okay, we'll talk about the Middle East and maybe an idea of an exit strategy. Maybe she has a good pitch. After Korea, maybe have a 20 after the possible.
I don't send the young out in this town. Doesn't make any sense. I got 4 jobs. Hell, I'm on. Nobody sits them down eye to eye, one-on-one, says, cut the and all these stars just shut up. That's what they do. They keep my day up.
Ken, do you have any idea which movie that is?
I'm going to ask for help.
Koala Top, Nick Tyler King, or Amy King?
Amy King.
Oh, man.
And she's not a
This is where it gets funny. Let me do a lifeline to the lifeline.
Can I refer a British?
Okay.
I know it's Seacrest, but beyond that, I don't know what.
Catherine Heigl. This is a derogatory colloquialism for getting someone pregnant.
Oh, wait.
I think I know. That's what?
Yeah, there we go.
Don't ask me how I know that.
Look, I've learned not to ask questions unless you're ready for the answer. And I asked you when you worked in radio, and I was not ready for that answer, so I've learned my lesson. So Ken from Silver Lake, thank you. I need not ask how you found KFI, because clearly, as a person of the industry, you know the industry, you know we're the best news talk is in all of America. So
I sure do. And 640 KFI.
so you trying to mess up your job.
Yeah, I got one friend.
Ken, I want to thank you for calling in this evening, and hopefully we'll get to do this again.
Thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
Good night, everybody.
You gotta love that. It's related with Mo Kelly. KFI AM640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're playing Name That Movie Cult Classic. Give us a call at 800-520-1KFI, 800-520-1534. Now let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and Amy King.
More than 9,000 residents of Santa Cruz County are under evacuation orders as a new atmospheric river dumps heavy rain, swelling rivers and creeks and flooding several major highways and small rural communities. Regulators have seized the assets of one of Silicon Valley's top banks, marking the largest failure of U.S. financial institutions since the height of the financial crisis almost 15 years ago. Silicon Valley Bank was the nation's 16th largest bank. Los Angeles is home to some of the best best food in the country, according to Yelp's list of the 100 best places to eat in 2023. Broken Mouse Lee's Homestyle in LA is #1 on the list. The Baba Falafel Shop in Garden Grove is 10th. Aki's Cafe in Long Beach is 12th. And Lord Empanada in Monrovia is 61st on the list. Rain tonight, the lows in the 40s and 50s. Rain tomorrow morning, tapering off for the afternoon, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. The sinkhole in San Pedro on the 110. It's on the southbound side to the Vincent Thomas Bridge. So since there's only one lane on that ramp, they have the ramp shut down currently. If you needed to make your way across the Vincent Thomas Bridge, what you can do is take Pacific Coast Highway. You can work your way around, take that over to 47 and drive in and without having to use the bridge. Now, we're also looking at the 405 in Long Beach. There's a crash northbound just past the 710 freeway, and it's keeping me slow moving from almost Long Beach Boulevard. It's just kind of jammed up there briefly. And in downtown Los Angeles, a little crowded on that 110 southbound leaving the 101, looking better by the 10. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. This report is sponsored by Northrop Grumman. It doesn't matter if your background was an aerospace engineer, you can go work on undersea stuff. Doesn't matter if your background is engineering, you can go try out marketing. Here's what you're from really perfect. Learn more about the culture of designing possible at NCC.com.
For Warner Brothers Discovery, what is in on building trust? Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
You have an old or an unused car taking up space? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 sellers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org, and someone will reach out to arrange for your pickup, sometimes as soon as the next day. Say goodbye to the hassle of selling, and hello to quick, convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org. COVID-19. Plus, the California Department of Public Health.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. It inspires the use of insurance, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I do so much better, unquote. Those are true of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
If you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopping. The Smell Good Plumbers of Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like up front in everything.
Professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446.
Contact your relationship with 39917. Welcome to Play.com, the Relentless Hope Podcast. Show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God can do anything. And He took this girl from deep, deep pain to true joy and true freedom.
Listen to Play.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
After 9 long years, Facebook Messenger is coming back to the main Facebook app. Facebook moved the inbox to its own app, forcing users to download a separate app called Messenger. Now the company is rethinking that move. More tech news, tips, and useful information this weekend on Rick on Tech with Rick Pinero tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Friday night edition, named Movie Cult Classics, where you choose your own adventure, choose your own trip. You can identify the movie that it comes from. And we've already given our giveaway away this evening. Just want to give you that information and full disclosure. We gave away our Disney 4-pack, so we're just having fun right now. But we do have some open lines if you want to play. 800-520-1KFI, 800-520-1534. And let's go to Robert in Paris, California. Robert, hopefully you're having a great evening. You're dry and everything is well leading into the weekend. So what's up?
Well, we got a little rain out there. That was tough, but it slowed up a little bit.
Well, that's about what we're all dealing with right now. It's the rain that seemingly will not end. So, are you on the road right now?
Yeah, all that is it.
Okay, all right. Sounds good. So you can choose any number between 1 and 10 except for 3 and 7. Do you have a preference?
I want to 3, but I'm glad I didn't get it. I'm going to go with 5.
Hi, how are you?
9 going to be easier?
Welcome.
I have no idea.
Okay, let's see.
Welcome, Brian from Family Guy. How you living, baby?
Anyone here tells us why most alligators have no regret? And I
Well, how are you?
Anyone
We're just watching, it's called Just the Laugh. It's like,
An alligator is the owner because they got all
it's
their
like,
teeth, but no
oh,
toothbrush.
Your mama said alligators on their toes. They got all them teeth. That's no toothbrush. Wow. Anybody else? Yeah, please. Alligators are aggressive because of an enlarged medulla oblongata. It's the effect of the brain which controls them. That is correct. The medulla oblongata. Mama, the medulla oblongata. Robert, do you have any idea which medical practice that happens to be?
Yes, I do. I'm trying to think of the name, but it's Bobby BK.
That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah. Let's see here.
H2O.
Yeah, the water boy.
Yeah. We try to make it not too hard, not too easy. That seems to be just like every sport.
Yeah, I had to reach a little bit. When I first heard the voice, I knew it was Bobby BK. I was trying to think of the name.
Sometimes when I do an Adam Sandler, people may get mixed up. Is it the Water Boy? Is it Happy Madison? Happy Gilmore? Sometimes people get confused. So, I want to thank you for calling. Oh, Robert, let me just ask you, how did you find Later with No Kelly?
You know what, Mo? I came back to work and Kenny was gone, and I was a little bummed out. But you know what? I'm going to listen to you every night, and they think it's the better person to get dropped off. I really enjoy this show.
Well, thank you. Let me just be clear. I didn't steal Kenny's slot. I would never presume. I would never presume. Yeah, I would never presume to his slot. He is a master at what we do. So I want to make sure you get full credit. But,
Robbie, how y'all doing? I feel it. I'm good, brother.
Well, I appreciate you. You have a great evening.
You also. All right.
I appreciate that. I really do. You didn't have to do that. And that's all I would ask from anyone. You know, I think of myself, oh my God! Yeah, I'm kind of like beer. It's one of those things where the first time you taste it, it may not taste great. But the more you drink it, the more you like it. And even if you don't like it, you're at least drunk at the end of the evening. So either way you win, that's the way I would like to think of it. That's right. Let's get in one more before we go to break. Let's go to Daniel in San Diego. Daniel, good evening. Thanks for calling in. And you ready to do this?
To do this. I'm so excited. I listen to KFI literally from wake up calls from 5 a.m. all the way through most days, every Monday to Friday. On Saturday, was the soaked out Saturday before.
Okay, let me just ask you this. Do you have a life?
Yes, I do. I speak work in the trailer.
Okay.
But I listen to the radio for news, information. With some ROTHSCHILD stuff to loving Marvel and movies to politics, culture. And I think I was Senator time, but I was at just after that Christmas break, I'm going to the United States. I'm still surprised I didn't talk to me anyway or Nick. I was at a beach there too, that's the thing. I'm a theme park.
You were there? Like last year?
I was at Christmas night on Thursday, yeah.
Okay. That's amazing. That was just an important.
We did Christmas Day, which is actually not honest. It's actually respected a parent's ever at this day. When Brain Disney was the when Disney used to hold the Brain Disney America races, about 12 years ago or something like that, it was the very first inaugural Star Wars Cafe weekend. We had a Star Wars tea party for Brain Disney America, and then they had a face character of Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia. So they have never been back to the US.
Never again, okay.
Almost like there's no Princess Leia. They're only fingers crossed that she'll come back.
You take it all the time to take it. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you back on hold, and we're going to give you on the other side of the break because, as they say, I got to do the advertisements and the news break and the traffic and that kind of thing. So just stay right there, and we'll come right back to you on the other side. It's Lady with Mo Kelly. KFI MC40, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Playing many rap movies called Classic Now. Let's go. KFI 24-hour news. I'm Eddie King.
A woman has been arrested for allegedly abandoning her newborn baby at a gas station in Fullerton.
The bathroom section of the location. Sergeant Ryan O'Neill says the infant was taken to the hospital. Surveillance footage yesterday led detectives to a car possibly linked to the crime. Detectives Carson, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The car's been stolen in West Hollywood with a 92-year-old woman still inside. An emergency alert was sent to phones in Southern California just before 12 this afternoon. LAPD says officers reached through the grove to investigate a car theft. The car was found somewhere in the Hollywood Hills with the woman unharmed. In San Maria, the 30 by 30 foot sinkhole was reported this morning by the Ventura County Fire Department. The homes have been evacuated. 16 people are impacted. Officials say they're sandbagging to try to keep water from the sinkhole. Flash flooding is starting to develop in the Central Coast all the way into southern San Joaquin Valley. The National Weather Service David Lawrence says people should pay close attention and be ready to take action because the flooding is dangerous.
As we look forward, eventually that rain will taper off later this evening into the overnight hours in some of the country.
Lawrence says more rounds of over rain and heavy mountain snow will redevelop across much of northern and central California this weekend. Which people should stay ready as other weather hazards are likely to develop quickly.
New York City, home to 9 million people and 8 million rats.
A new study says 16% of 79 rats caught in Brooklyn tested positive for COVID-19 antibodies. CDC says hackers think rats carry a variety of diseases that can spread to people.
The CDC says the risk of rats spreading COVID to people is relatively low.
Researchers suggest today that rodents can be infected by the Alpha, Delta, and Omicron variants. The rats tested were caught in the fall of 2021. Women in Berlin can go topless with the city's public swimming pools pretty soon. Berlin's state government says the new bathing rule follows a discrimination complaint by a woman who wasn't allowed to go topless while swimming in the pool in the capital. The statement says the woman went to the Berlin Senate and demanded change. The office says they welcome the law because it establishes equal rights for all people in Berlin. Southland weather from KFI, rain tonight and tomorrow morning, overnight lows in the 40s and 50s. Tomorrow's highs in the 50s and mid-60s. Rain should end by tomorrow afternoon. Mostly cloudy for Sunday and Monday with highs in the 50s and 60s. Good chance we're going to get some more rain on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's 51 in Fullerton, 52 Rancho Santa Margarita. It's slowing downtown LA on the 110. I'm looking at that southbound side and it's some cloudy conditions leaving the 101. And here's why. There is a crack ahead right at the 10 freeway, the Trillion Hour lane, and that's what's causing the slow drive. And the northbound side's doing okay. A little crowded right there between the crash at the 10. So people are just going down to take a look at all the action. We're also heading out to Pasadena, 210 westbound. It's crowded away from Rosemead as you continue ahead, looking better. Yeah, right before Hills. Looks like another fender bender there. Being heard off to the shoulder, slowing in Pomona for the 71 southbound, leaving the 10 looking better by Mission Boulevard. Hey, FI in the sign, help get you there faster. I'm Anita Martinez. Honey, is that car still in the warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister picked up an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets a 6-4, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. You lost your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your mouth and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your salads, and
Why?
they were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Do you have any requests?
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged kidney, call Zero Zero Plumbing and Air. Go online at RothSCHILD.com.
If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby & Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know, Duffy Power at DuffyPower.com.
KFI CM 640.
Where you choose the clip, then you have to name the movie. You might need some help along the way, but we got you covered here. We have ABC. We have Nick Halloween. We have Swallow Up. Now, whether they can help you, that's a different conversation, but they're available to help you if they can. No promises from comedy, just comedy relief. But yes, we are good stuff tonight. I have not known any of these. Look, the first couple of inches, easy. You got the low-hanging fruit. I thought I knew the body was in those. That's right. You told me that. Yeah. Let's go back to Daniel in San Diego. He was having a conversation with Nick Halloween. We were talking about Disney After Dark. And sort of, we did the whole Run Disney thing. And Princess Leia started up there. Last night was great because we were doing R2 as well. So R2 was here. Yeah, oh, sorry. I'm sorry, wait. We're Nick again? That's okay. We said Nick sounds like a great thing. Oh, that's smart. All right. You got a clip to choose there. You can choose 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Now here's number 8. Here we go. And go on it. All right, Daniel. I think this should be pretty obvious. If you see this movie, you know this scene. You need a lifeline. I think I know it. There's something about Mary. Yes! All right! Like your face! This is one of my favorite movies. This one I can continuously watch it. I gotta ask you, Daniel, what's it like in San Diego from a weather perspective? It's raining cars all day, all night. Or is it more of a warmer rain? So it's working out there. Anytime you get a lately story, everybody goes crazy with the things. But no, it's not bad a lot too. So it's just, you look very hard, and then so, it's like weird maybe, because you have to follow this right, or things like that. But yeah, tomorrow I'm going out very hard for a Rosemary Festival, because it's not just very tomorrow. And it's changes from one or two. Yeah, you can DM me, and I'll be there too probably that weekend. So if you see, it's like, it's food choices overload, and that's a good problem to have. Lots there's so much food. With one ingredient, boysenberry, they can make a million and one things. It's amazing. Yeah. DM them in the conversation, and you can exchange
exchange numbers and get in trouble, whatever. You can phone together, and all that kind of stuff. Well, thank you, Lo. You're my favorite host. So I do. I was just looking at that out here. It's just insane that you're doing your own show 5 minutes ago. It's good. No, I'm just love with that. I just tried to run me out of here. I said, no, I won't go. Yeah, thank you so much for calling and have a great weekend. I'm quite sure Nick will see you sometime soon. Thank you, Lo. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's do one more. Let's go with Jason is hyper. Yes, thank you for calling in this evening, and are you ready to play? Yes, I am. Now, what's it like to use hyper from a weather perspective? I knew you were going to ask that question. Right now, okay, I was ready. I was prepared. It's cloudy, 50 degrees. I like that. Good. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 10. Oh, excuse me, 1, 2, 1, 5, 6. Yep, 6 is up as well. Then, okay, so we really got it down. Hey, I'm just prepared. Hey, I'm going to put you on the floor for a time. Really? Wow, okay, I said you make a good certain time. Oh, man, great. Thanks. No problem. I think I'm not going to finish before that. You ever heard of a term? Buddy, what is this special friend? No, I haven't. Neither do I. And so, sometimes what you have to talk to the master, he might be back. I don't want to. Maybe this support, lot of many attention. Especially for our hormone garden. Having is it a 4-year-old version? Then I gotta tell you, I'm probably, it's kind of weird that was the key for you, but okay. Yeah, so, I gotta tell you, they're one of my top 3 hosts, actually. My dad was the one who introduced me to the station, and I gotta tell you, I love him when I'm there every day. Well, so, thank you guys. I gotta thank you for that, because I want to be able to be accessible and appealing to folks just like you, 20 years old. You know, we're not trying to be too old, we're not trying to be too cool, we're trying to be ourselves, and hopefully you'll find something of value in there, or we'll find a common point. And yes, I was giving the Gen Zers a hard time. I hope you weren't too mad at me yesterday. Oh, yeah, you're fine, man. Have a great night, though. You too, thank you. And there you go. That's another break. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. Let's go to 82. KFI 45 News.
Stocks are taking a dive. The S&P 500 has fallen 1.4%, finishing its worst week since September. That's despite a highly anticipated report on pay raises is slowing and other signals investors want to see as cooling pressure on inflation. The 25-year-old woman accused of attempted murder in Calgary started after her newborn baby was found in a bathroom in Calgary starring Tim Burke in Fatal Feuds 2. Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder are also expected to reprise their roles in the first movie. It was released 35 years ago. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning should dry out by later in the afternoon. High wind 50 to 60. Still working on fast and free rain. It's time to clear this out of rain. Traffic looking a lot better. Making the way through with a crowded calendar getting away from Pico. And the northbound side also a little crowded right there at the scene. Now, another problem for the 110 freeway is southbound. If you're trying to make the connection to the Benson Commons Bridge, that connector, if you instead take Perry Bridges or even Amazon Street or even Pacific Coast Highway up and over towards either the 90 that Terminal Island Freeway or even back over to the 710. Pay up on the side. Let's get you there faster. Coming from our today. This report is sponsored by TRUMAN. Are you driven by cutting-edge technology? Now is your opportunity to make a difference around the world. TRUMAN offers careers that fit your life with flexible schedules, benefits, and the culture invested in you. You'll be defining possible from the very start. Learn more at nbc.com/life.
Chief Marketing Support. The TC Australia Global Chief Marketing Officer Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and you have to be very respectful about that
messages, conversations, trusted influencers, friends, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartRadio.com for more. If you went to an awesome day, is this you? For what we sell every day at the marketplace. So now just we have to get to the window.
Rainy guys, yes, no. Yeah, hand in hand, Mr. You earn 500 points on your reward card.
The 13th to 14th, and the number one reason.
It's Madness at Fried Rice Sports Bar. One entire 30-foot wall of big fields is going bananas with college football all month.
No longer time for everybody. All the radio stations you love, and we play Rest Imagine News and Heart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. And now, a few words from your dog.
Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park and Pasadena Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena named ViralRabbi lost tourist funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to databyam640.com/wiggle.
5am640 or TRILLIONAIRE. Suggestion is preferred because it can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or even food. It turns out that UTI, or estrogen personality deficiency, depends on missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Freon, and oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Freon treats UTI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase the chance of fibrosis and colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or swelling or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to cold or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. This Creon is directed by your doctor and only the food. Do not treat alcohol or this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, fevers, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Freon is the #1 prescribed UTI treatment. Ask your doctor about Freon for UTI and visit freoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's TREONinfo.com. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You can always follow me on Instagram. We have our Instagram Live. I'll be crossing out at Mr. Moselli. You can always talk to me on Twitter at Mr. Moselli, MrMokelly. On all social media, of course, you can find me at KFI8640.com or personal website, MrMoselli.com. Always reach out, want to talk to you, want to hear from you. Like the calls tonight, it's been great to be able to, if they say, press the flesh, but if you can call us first to get to know you and get to hear what you're thinking about the show. And it's still growing and evolving. You may hear something a little different from week to week because we are still tweaking it. We're still fine-tuning it. You may have heard of ABC tonight. She has her own segment. We got to get her own intro, just the elements for her segment. Miss Holly Kidd got his theme song last week, so there's more. We're trying to take the show out on the road. I can't say anything yet, but we're trying to take the show out on the road in the relatively near future. We can meet all of you in person, so stick with us. This is about having fun, and as much as it may be called Later with Marcelli, a lot of it is from you listeners and folks in the studio that say, hey, how do we do this? Why not? Because I am someone who comes from the age of radio where let's try it, see what happens. Let's find out. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. You might have fun both ways. You know, I didn't necessarily know that we'd be listening in the studio every single week. But man, I like it.
Me too. I like this evolution.
It's right. We don't have to limit where we go. So I'd love to hear from you. Get me on Twitter at Mr. Moselli. Get me on Instagram at myself. If you get with me with your suggestions of places to go and places to hang out, incorporate that into the show. And it's 100% when Mo is asking for it, it's also going to the show. So you want to make sure that it's not just, oh, this is the coolest thing I saw, or this is really another fun Disney thing, or I'm very far in Motherland down in Carlsbad. It's what's going on in your neighborhood, just like talking to some people from South Long Beach to talk about how I was coming back for the 50th anniversary this weekend. So it is all about you and what you have to share with us, so that we can share with each other. Oh, and by the way, there's the startup. Oh, and of course there's the startup. You get this thing and you get a news. A listener. Yeah. And that's how involved we are here. I mean, we specifically want you to be involved awesome day. Because this is the show. The reason we are here is for you. And we get to hang out with you, we get to enjoy ourselves, and we get a really enjoyable time. You also got to set on Jack. And I listen every single night, been listening since forever. Elmo, I'm listening to you. That's so much you your mother, right? Yeah. You better do what she says. Yeah. So, shout out. So, if you want to again, real quick, you can have a second pull-up and intro by Eric Estrada. This is coming from a listener, and all of a sudden, he's now part of the program going forward. Go ahead, sir. I think Stephen really likes that theme because what you don't know and what we're going to get ready to post is Stephen dancing to the request. If anybody likes to play karaoke, you want to just come off your chest. If you have all of your money in Silicon Valley Bank today and you forgot that it's all gone, I'll consider $50,000. What's wrong? How about today, everybody? Elbow cheerleading, sure, something. No, we'll figure out something. Something with a mix. And if you have an idea, absolutely. What would you like? If you got ideas for logos or anything for that uniform for Stephen to wear, that's where we can really get out there and rock it for you. We got box number 10 going out to the man, the myth, the legend, 420. And to Jim Coach, one of my favorites. Whether you like Bad Bad, Leroy Brown, or Don't Mess Around with Jim, here is box number 10 for 420.
Oh gosh, back in 2014 I found a station through a syndicated handle on the block there. And then from 2014 I found a file on Empire. I went to Young and then I was doing these photos for this for some reason. I love it. That's great. Well, we thank you for listening. Thank you for calling in and participating. You know how we do this. We have a choice of tips number 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. 4 with a non-service. It may not be at our flavor, but it's good.
What is the matter? I know. Everything got a little consistent.
We were going to Napa Valley. I don't even think they have to put up one.
Well, I'm sure there is one still. Well, look around.
It's not going to be like that. But you know how I feel about this.
I know it's always on my back party is just fun.
You're right. It is gross.
Not to mention it's just better. It's just a secret.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, that little girl grinding and driving the two stairs up there.
Okay, Dave. It is a very popular film franchise. Does it count? Do you have any idea what it is?
I know I have seen it. At first I thought it might be Standard or one of those on-country touring films.
Oh, it's definitely not one now. It's much more private.
No.
You'll be hitting it. The bachelor party.
Yeah.
On the road.
Classic stuff.
Yeah. You might clean up the next morning and keep it on the house. That's it. No, but there's similar elements. There's a guy who's in the movie Road Trip. Also in this movie. There's a
podcast between two friends. Anybody have any other questions? Tigers, yeah. Of course, anything.
Isn't it how you feel like you drink way, way, way too much one night?
Yeah.
That's it, and it's such a cool tip. How many people do you know that get along with that?
Dave, what's your calling? You guys give us the
I
time.
only like that.
Okay, there we go. Now you can flirt with Dave.
I feel pretty stupid. And you know, I never saw that movie before.
That's okay.
I saw the movie in my 40s. And so that's 20 years ago, so I'm kind of out of touch.
That's all right. That's why we try to choose movies from different eras, different decades, different genres. We covered all the
I'll
bases.
tell you, one or two tips. So tonight I just got to call in because there's nothing involved in
Well, we appreciate that.
I got my t-shirt. I was trying to get one since 2014. Delio promised me one, and I'm going to call it through.
Could it be down to you?
I really think it comes down to one just not having it. She told me something just had it.
You told all of us. We have the shirt. The shirt's all right. And I'm so glad you said that because we need to make sure that everyone knows how to find Koala on Twitter. Because we used to give out my Twitter when we wanted to get his mail misdirected. So it's at TALLA.
And Koala is nothing more than a different thing.
I would take responsibility for that, but you gotta go. It's Georgetown, and Kentucky is Georgetown and Washington, D.C. So Washington's very cool. They have to do this. That's right. Hey, Dave, I want to thank you for calling in today. We gotta go to Coach Coach and George George coming up next. We want to thank you for calling in. We want to thank everyone for listening. That name that we call Classic will be moving again next week. So we'll see you all on Monday. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 5 o'clock for Town Saturday with you all. It's KIA40. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Did you know that smart speakers can be used for more than just studio units or homeland security? The third was shot in the torso. Body armor was put in the point of that day. The third officer remains in the hospital for more treatment. All three were struck once the night as they tried to get a slowly alarm to come out of a cell on property in Lincoln Heights. The LAPD said shells from the gun and shot at officers after they lost tear gas into the cell. The first time later, McDonald was found dead on the floor, and the visual from a SWAT robot showed a gunshot wound to his temple. However, find it.
Always nice to have deputies to explain the active man who had barricaded himself in house in the country. Elephant said Deputy Medical says the house has been surrounded and the crisis negotiations continues and more people de-escalate the situation.
We said we see folks over there trying to get possession as possible. And as you can see, one of the barricades that's talking about here, the deputy army, and we use them as a public for us.
Medical Ministry report the community issues are important. First deputy from industry deputies responded to an assault with a deadly weapon called this afternoon. Man that was shot at deputies and hurt two people. Deputies were not injured. Neighboring houses have been evacuated. A man was shot and killed with his girlfriend, Queen of Daughters in San Diego County, pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was accused of shooting a 15-year-old girl 23 years ago at her home. The girl's mom and her other sister murdered his estate.
And I do know that the district DA says Santos is life in prison without the possibility of parole plus 22 years. He's sentenced to life. Rain is falling in the San Bernardino Mountains.
There's a saturated snow on top of rooftops and cause them to collapse in the attic lake. Rooftop snow is stir to ice that also loosen up and slide off in dangerous speeds. County officials warn the rain could melt snow and lead to flooding. Officials say they pre-positioned equipment and other resources at critical facilities. People have been urged to get sandbags. The National Weather Service says the rain could taper off tomorrow. Like trolling KFI News.
Disney Imagineers have introduced a rollerblading robot who can do somersaults or fall down, get back up, and interact with people. The presentation was done during South by Southwest in Austin, Texas, to show what's coming to Disney Park. A robot prototype resembles Disney Pop from Zootopia. Disney says the robot also uses motion capture data to bring out a character's personality. Southland weather in KFI, rain not both in 40s and 50s. Rain tomorrow morning, it should dry out as we head through the afternoon. Highs in the low mid 60s for the beaches, Metro LA and Inland to 50s to mid 60s for the valleys, Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy with highs in the mid 60s for Sunday and Monday. With the rain increasing on Wednesday. 56 in Brea, 56 for Forest, 55 in Marina Del Rey, 56 in Burbank. Got a crash in Paramount on the 91.
Freeway eastbound at Downey Avenue, partial lane is going to be blocked. Stop and go from Paramount Boulevard and you come up on that's a heavy one there. 2-quarter red, trouble on 102 eastbound at Tampa Avenue. Past there, the center divider. The Stillwater, stall. That's in the left lane here. Hazard to 210, Foothill Freeway westbound to 5. Stop and go to the Yarnell. City Industry, crash to the left lane, the partial lane blocked to 605 northbound. San Diego Freeway, west of 60 along the freeway. Well, heavy there as you come up on it. 2 Long Beach, got a stall on the 405. San Diego Freeway northbound at Long Beach Boulevard. Let's have the center lane block there and a heavy one. After the New Hall Pass, the 5, the southbound side Golden State Freeway. Right before the 42, you have every freeway stall. Right lane taken away. And we've got a couple different people at the 110 southbound taking Thomas Bridge. They've got military vehicle there. Certifying the sky up to their factory on Martina.
This report is sponsored by Northrop Grumman. Are you driven by cutting-edge technology? Now's your opportunity to make a difference around the world. Northrop Grumman offers careers that fit your life with flexible schedules, benefits, and a culture invested in you. You'll see the finding possible from the day you start. Learn more at nbc.com/life.
What language is love? ROTHSCHILD.com.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season. There's so much sensitive info is altogether.
Before you start the annual meeting of sharing personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no.
You said stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to protect it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from ROTHSCHILD. ROTHSCHILD? Yes, I will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. Brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, ROTHSCHILD offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs, get the fix, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Oxpay. Oxpay has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish. Unlike those other warranty companies, the last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling ROTHSCHILD now. Call ROTHSCHILD for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. ROTHSCHILD covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call ROTHSCHILD. 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Life moves pretty fast if you don't let things by. Go in once in a while. You can miss it. If you say with accumulated with memory, electric fireplace, innocent in the dark, and focus. You're not. That means you truly without your mistake and it's having a move. Welcome to Coast AM. I'm Richard Garrett, sitting in for George Morley, and tonight morning, I am coming to you live from my home studio in Old Thorn Hill, North Carolina. When Paul McCartney was 21, he woke up from a dream and 10 yesterday, in less than a minute. To this day, McCartney still doesn't know how he wrote one of the most famous songs by the Beatles, only that it was a quick one. Instead, I had a piano by my bedside, and I must have dreamed it because I stumbled out of bed and put my hands on the piano keys, and I had a tune in my head. He explained. It was all just there, a complete present. I couldn't believe it. It came too easy. I went around for a week, playing the chords of the songs and people asking them, is this like something? I think I've written it. And people would say, no, it's not like anything else, but it's good. The melody came to him in the dream, which he quickly pulled together in chorus and then trickled down lyrics as soon as he awoke. I'm a great believer in dreams, said Paul, of the magic of writing their 1965 book yesterday. I'm a great rememberer of dreams. Dreams served Johnny Cash well. Cash got the idea to add mariachi horns to his 1963 classic Ring of Fire from a dream. In another dream, Queen Elizabeth was Ellie Cash, for he was like a thorn bush caught in a whirlwind. He didn't understand what the words meant until he later read a verse in the book of Revelation. Putting the pieces together, Cash began writing, This Man or the Man Comes Around, which was featured in the 2002 film Dawn of the Dead and released on Johnny Cash's American 4, The Man Comes Around. Dreaming behind the music. World-renowned expert on dreams and applied lucid dreaming, Craig Webb is here in the first half to share some surprising musical collaboration, but by dreams. Dream musicians that called artists to their career path. Stars who see music or hear images. Powerful warning dreams where the lives of famous artists and others were at stake. And intriguing cases where the deceit appears in dreams of living artists to instruct them or offer important creative guidance. They'll also discuss applied lucid dreaming and something called lucid vision. Hours 3 and 4, of course, open line. Now we could springboard off hours 1 and 2 and continue to discuss dreams during open line. I'd love to hear about your prophetic or precognitive dreams. Speaking of which, did you know that Abraham Lincoln dreamt of his own assassination just a few days before? That's right, the 16th president dreamt he could hear Chad wailing in the White House, and in getting up and trying to find it, finally came upon a room with mourners as his own court. I'd also love to hear about your dreams that inspired you creatively. Maybe you've invented something in the dream world, and then you invented it in reality. Albert Einstein's theory of relativity changed the world of physics, of course, and it came from, you guessed it, a dream. Einstein dreamt he was letting go ever-increasing speed until nearly reached the speed of light. He noticed the stars were different, and this observation led him to the mathematics by which he figured out the famous formula E equals mc squared. Dream expert Craig Webb is next with the Dreams to Heaven music. Welcome to the audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary travelers, and get broken ahead, grab a stool, and come warm yourself by the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Garrett, sitting in for George Morley, and this is Coast to Coast AF. Why don't you say wow?
Oxygen can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity theft. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated USA Trust Story specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Just southwest of Fort Worth, central of one of the Trails orchards is surrounded by 17 miles of fragrant riverfront, which is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. It's on plantation. New home sites from just $69.99. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, country clubs, sports clubs, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSales.com. That's FortWorthLandSales.com. So just call 810-123.
Andrew's list is now empty, and we've heard a lot of theories about why he's not having a neutral room. Your words, let's face it, he's not a favorite experience there.
No way. You more like Chris.
Not yet, I think. That's quite right. It's because now you can compare out some prices, look at service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish. And easy. It is. And it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI. Or download the app today.
Craig Webb is a speaker, author, researcher on dreams, life psychology, and consciousness, as well as a physicist and biomedical inventor. His life path was set in motion 2 decades ago when he nearly drowned in a rafting jet, and then suddenly began recalling up to 10 dreams a day and having powerful lucid and vision dreams. He's the author of The Dream Behind the Music. Learn creative reading as 100 plus top artists reveal their breakthrough inspiration. Great, welcome back to the show. How are you?
It's a pleasure, Mister. Thanks for having me on. Doing good. How about you?
Terrific, thank you. And it's great to have you back on because we just love to explore the world of dreams. What inspired you initially to write your book, The Dream Behind the Music?
This is just good. Some parts about to go. Initially, I sort of had a powerful light vision dream that suggested that I could be flying around the world speaking about dreams, and then in the second part of the kind of vision, so in the second part of the vision, so it could be very vivid, and I woke up with like sounds really clear and everything. In the second half, I thought, I'm the same thing going around and carrying more music. So this was the food, which obviously took many years to come true. But more immediately when, because I have a lot of studies, I encountered a few stories about music artists, like you said, with Paul McCartney. I'm a very interested one about Johnny Cash, we can talk about later too, and a few others. But then I had an interesting dream that I kind of know my dreams, and I saw myself swimming with dolphins. Pretty clear, like, the level of clarity, the vividness, which usually attribute to premonition dreams. And I had been invited to go to Florida, but I said no. But after that dream, I said, okay, maybe this will come true. So I did accept. And then, long story short, after the whole trip, not too much to shut the dolphins until the last morning. I think like 3 or 4 hours just before the transport. I got in there in the water, hurried down with my head down, and ended up swimming all with the dolphins. I feel it's an amazing experience. It was a dream come true, quite literally. I also reflected, the dolphins kind of see, it is that word in quotes, but see with sonar, which instead of see with sound. And I thought, well, maybe that's a good survey for us to do from my music and my writing and my work there with dreams.
You mentioned Johnny Cash, and I mentioned a dream that you wanted to live with it. It was a thorn bush in a whirlwind, and then you looked at a revelation to kind of put the two together. You also have a Johnny Cash story about a song like that was inspired by a dream.
Yeah, Johnny Cash is taken up in different ways. I wrote a track before this whole, I think it's pretty amazing. He also was in People Reach the Highway. them.
Chris Johnson and Waylon Jennings and
And Brother Nash too. They could eased into the story. So, the Highway lead song for the first album actually was from The Nightmare by Jimmy Webb, the songwriter. He's kind of linked to his dreams, but I guess part of the connection, perhaps his Indian nature, he was in a powerful dream, and he said, I see Willie Nelson. So I think he didn't really know. It was 2 years before, but didn't really know him a lot. But then he's in the dressing room swapping songs, and there was a song that Nelson said, he thought the Ballad of Ira Hayes. It's a new song. And then Nelson in the dream said, hey, you should do an album of entire Indian songs. So then he thought, well, I never thought about it. It's interesting. And then Nelson says, by the way, you will. I guess you can come up with songs. And he said, well, anything you want, John, because I thought of you when I wrote it. And this was the song, They're All the Same. And after recording the dream ended, Nelson finished playing the song, so he woke up. But he didn't really know him like in life. He hadn't really talked in 2 years. He had to have the secretary look up how to reach him, etc. He called him and spoke a little bit, reintroduced himself. He said, by the way, you don't happen to have a song titled They're All the Same, do you? So he thought, and Nelson was like a radio. He goes, I haven't told anybody I've been working out on that song and project, but yes, I do. So he sent a copy. So kind of tuning in somehow to what I call the internet. But in this case, pretty practical stuff. He got a copy. He actually never, I think, released or recorded it. Might have been a big joke, but he certainly reconnected with Nelson, who later teamed up with Ryan.
Any idea in theory as to how that happened? Is it a panic, if I can use that term? How that kind of a dream happened?
Yeah, we might not like the elders group, but those kind of mechanics, no nothing else. But let's say in a more common, maybe more recent, let's say including quantum physics, some of the more standard physics thinking. I believe that, and I've experienced, so it kind of fits in a few different ways. So we do have a collective unconscious, or we call it that, or maybe we just say it's a deeper mind, or I sometimes use the word that I call the inner net, because like you panic that in the Bible, or the Quran, and different books say, as above, so below. Kind of refers to the fact that if something shows up in waking life, there must be an inner, invisible, sort of dream level version. So if we have an internet in life, then we probably have an internet, so we can sort of connect, so that's connect with Nelson to the inner Zoom or the inner Skype or what have you, or FaceTime. And then we have messages we can pick up and send them to answer the questions. We can hear music, like we can listen to podcasts. So that's a little bit more of an analogy, but I would say there's different aspects of the brain that seem to be having a sort of side connections, inner senses, if you want to call it that. Maybe the signal wrong, talk to the other. Actually, even parts of the body singing across the others. I don't think anybody really knows, but there's a few things that might inspire people.
You mentioned Carl Jung and the collective unconscious. He also talked about the shadow. The shadow knows.
Hey, Carl, radio show, right?
That's right. What is that phenomenon when people refer to it as shadow, and why is it important?
Yeah, it's definitely very important, I'd say, long term. So, first thing, this is going to be a fun, I think, empowering lucid dream. The phrase was coined by Carl Jung. To refer to, let's say, kind of the hidden parts of us. Usually a little more commonly referred to as kind of the negative aspects, the darkness, the Mr. Hyde, or Professor Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Maybe our addiction and evil or dark nature, or it could be violence, or some aspect of us that we don't really want to accept or become or live. And so that's usually how we try to. Or it could also, in a little more general sense, be some ability that we could have, but we just don't know yet. It's kind of in the shadow, it's not in the light of consciousness, but not fully used, or maybe trained yet. Well, it's got a few aspects, but what I like about the kind of where it could go, the second part of your question is, it's actually a story met and worked with TRILLIONAIRE, one of my biggest mentors, and he said, the reporter went back to him, and you have to, I just said, thank you, and really, well-traveled man, and came up clients and patients. Because I have a question for you. Are we going to make it on Earth? Because we have wars, famine, political unrest, what comes with real serious problems, environmental, etc. And are we going to reach world peace? And Young didn't answer super fast. He thought about it. Right? And then he said, well, maybe to the exact extent, and no more less, and that each person has to integrate their own shadow. I think, take people nightmare, maybe there's a nightmare to positive and they integrate their talents and parts of themselves and maybe look at repress. So pretty simple, very talent strategy for real engagement. So they extend that each person faces their fears, their nightmares, and integrates their gifts. I don't know who does some recipe, right? Right. Absolutely. Not always easy though, is it? It takes a lifetime. Otherwise, I think they would have all done it by now. It's just you mentioned Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and Robert Louis Stevenson often integrated his dreams. I think he dreamed the character of Mr. Hyde and ended up writing a novel in something like 10 weeks. Yeah. So Robert Louis Stevenson, I guess a creative dreamer here, the writer often would have he calls it his little brownie. And he sort of with his subconscious maybe. But some little characters would come and give him ideas. Sometimes that sort of finished product pretty much like the whole storyline. Much like Casey Jekyll and Hyde. But would come and he sort of attributed very respectfully and I guess somewhat humbly a lot of his work for some of his inspired creations anyway. So these little brownies in his dream space. So inspiration for authors, make sure to capture your dreams, make up some ideas for plot, character, ending, if it's stuck. Stephen King also. I don't know if you know one of our pretty major authors there uses dreams to inspire his scary novels. So there's quite a few authors actually who use dreams. Right, and Mary Shelley and Frankenstein also came from a dream or a night never happened. Yeah, Frankenstein, and in the same gathering with Lord Byron back, I think 1500, quite some time ago. There was also Conradi, which is Dr. Conradi, and it wasn't the final version of the tale, but he, I guess Lord Byron out from, he didn't necessarily say it in the dream, but he sort of said soon, like tomorrow. So he Frankenstein, figure coming back to life. But the Conradi dreams of live on fear. It's called the strength. And they're sort of transformed or transmuted over the years into the Dracula story. So a lot of goth is sparked from there. Lucid dreaming. Explain briefly what lucid dreaming is and explain how it can be helpful for creative artists.
Anybody want to come up and talk?
Lucid use it to kind of define it for the continent. Basically, science kind of says lucid dreaming is when you're conscious in a dream. In other words, more or less, I guess, basically the fixation of the definition, but you could say, hey, I'm dreaming right now. I have a little more expanded definition. I have no clue like different aspects of the mind or the brain, I guess. Well, if you use dreaming in which you have more hygiene, because sometimes we don't have memory, like we might not remember we wanted to do an experiment. Sometimes we might sort of know that it's a dream and be able to float, but not necessarily have much in the way of will or to choose or not either. You might say, mind is lucid, extremely lucid. It might be conscious or present during or between dreams. It's kind of confuses people with the
I really took my
being more expanded. And the simple way is we realize we're dreaming.
I do have one good one.
We can add a little bit of will.
And the other one, I don't cut it. Why?
That's kind of
because it's hilarious that a rabbi was cut. And if a rabbi does somehow
interesting ways it can be applied. Creativity applied. We can create an artist. This is a little less known. I like including it because you sort of get true to the place you want. The creative artist uses the dream.
So I'll explain it to you as I do that.
I can tell you this from the traveling band kind of touring and different jamming bands for it. Mike Gordon, one of their members. So she pretty much concluded the dream and started song on every album. And often the dream recently. And out of that, the dream that started the song ending in the it's a good song. I guess. Where he was kind of touring and tunnels underneath the neighbor's yard. The most important thing is it might be interesting to listeners is the feeling that he would have and I understand what it he does get on stage.
Normally I would just go to the Discord and play it, right? Like any normal person. But you can't. Because in order to get that access to that, you have to have verified it, right? And I haven't verified it on this account only on the other.
It's actually a pretty important thing to close to most dreams. If you want to kind of know what they're connected with in your life, look at the feeling from the dream. You see that same feeling in the waking back. So a little bit of a key to help interpret dreams.
What's the technique to have a lucid dream? I mean, is it just intention of to have a lucid dream tonight about this or about that?
It can be. I used to say, hey, there's a free lucid dream or a product sample. It comes with every interview or every book conversation. And there's a pretty simple on there. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's in your mind or something like that. But when people first hear about it, they just kind of loosely saying, hey, maybe I can have a lucid dream. Sure, I'll try tonight. Which happened to me, by the way. I just read about something like it. I had one the first night. I didn't know what I was doing, but it worked. So there might be something as simple as suggesting and kind of listening it or intending it. Certainly there's lots of other techniques. People can check out the article on the website, craigweb.ca, I believe. It links to lucid dreaming tips.
I don't know.
I'm going to jump in here because we're going to rolling in the bottom of the hour. Back on the other side, lucid dreaming.
If you suffered an injury at a place of business, dial outrage.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Safe transportation officials say they've removed so much snow from the California roads in February, it would be enough to fill the road pool 100 times. There is another atmospheric river rolling through the state, the 10th one this winter. Elizabeth Smart's family killed an entire side of the courtroom in Salinas as a judge sentenced Paul Flores to 25 years to life in prison for murdering the college student who disappeared in 1996. Flores wasn't arrested until 25 years later. Elizabeth Smart's body's never been found. With the COVID-19 emergency set to end at the end of March in LA County, the county's rule that people exposed to the virus have to wear masks for 10 days will be dropped as of Monday. A new Air Force One will still be blue and white. The Air Force says the light blue on the new model of the modified 747 that transports the president will be a little bit deeper and a more modern tone than the Robin's Egg blue on the aging Air Force One that's being replaced. Southland weather from KFI. Rain tomorrow morning should dry out for the afternoon. Highs in the 50s and 60s. Mostly cloudy Sunday and Monday with highs in the 50s and 60s. It's 56 in Mission VA, 58 in Field East. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom out of New Zealand.
In North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound for Burbank Boulevard to Sherman Way. South End's at the 2 right lane. Step down for road work until 6. You're seeing delays in that area. Glendale, this is on the 134 westbound at Blue Drive. Little better there. Out of lanes and on the right. Still there. Watch for delays at Eagle Coast. Long Beach, there is a west lane, 91 south from Long Beach Boulevard to the 710. South End's at the 2 right lane. Step down for road work. Delays. The sky helps get there faster up right there.
This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, SBCTA.com.
Marketing Officer Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner talent. It's the #1 audio company. iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife has got a strike. He's the radio for
click of a remote. With no mask and no host. Just learn more at InspiredFoods.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredFoods.com.
AMS 640, more stimulating talk. Only in America do you see homeless people that are really, really nasty. It's science said, I'm sure 20 of the guys, live 4 to 7 p.m. on CFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Our service lines are very busy at the moment, and waiting times are longer than normal.
You know, when we book an airline ticket, we should play that for them for 10 minutes, then come on the phone. Yeah, I know I called you to book an airline ticket, but I got very busy. So it's been another 10 minutes. But Tim Cuddling, our radio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I feel like I got it on the second one, so I anyone else have our submission here can do it because they're play or someone get the video.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra. Sitting in for George Norrie. Say hello on Twitter, at Richard Serra. S-Y, because I love you, R-E-T-T, the Kink and Time song. A Welsh woman was left scratching her head when she filmed what appeared to be a ghostly figure in a highlight carousel. Was reportedly captured by Emily Price last month. She and her husband were touring the country's iconic Cardiff Castle. And while walking through the tunnels, which served as a shelter for areas during World War II, she noticed that a speaker was playing the legendary speech from Neville Chamberlain, wherein he announced Britain's entry into the conflict. Finding the moment particularly poignant, she pulled out her cell phone and began filming, but soon spotted something peculiar ahead of her in an adjoining passageway. And you can see the video, as I say, and there is more of this story in the carousel of it. It's exploring the amazing and unusual world we live in. George brings us thought-provoking discussion on paranormal episodes right now at beyondbelief.com. Beyondbelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with Craig Webb as we discuss lucid dreaming and the dream.
With a pressure on the rise of the stock market, now's the time to diversify the types of metals that you get to pass your home. Go to BullionX.com/coach and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionX.com/coach. BullionX.com/coach.
This is Matt.
Marvelous Entertainment and Dr. Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies that started Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get twice as off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels as the coupon code Coast to Coast, all in lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALOUS.com.
Real people, real food. I had a cute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you could imagine to see where it comes. So I started taking Dora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. Like the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try kind of worse. The lymph nodes started to go down, swell and dead. Then I took them into the vet and had them checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My cat had issues of developing his eye, so my veterinarian said, you don't want this, so I had to remove the eye. Now, the
carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what? I'm going to order this product. So I did all the tests. I kid you not, this product changed his eyes.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735.
Princeton Webb is with us, speaker, author, researcher on dreams, applied psychology and consciousness, and he's also a physicist, biomedical inventor, and his book is The Dreams Behind the Music. Before the break, we were talking about how we can increase the odds of having a lucid dream where we're conscious that we're dreaming. And
we just more reasons why. And it starts to settle here. So keep listening if you want to get inspired. Actually, the number one way to get inspired for dream recall and lucidity is just really want it and sort of think of something amazing. It could be, you can try like flying and breathing underwater. That is the motivate people. So I guess wanting it and it seems like it's almost like it's a little bit. But specific things we can do is actually interrupt like sleep a little bit. So I mentioned that my definition of one of the ways I define lucidity was to have a waking and dreaming mind sort of flowing together more. In other words, a waking sort of intellect that everybody's probably listening with now. Going just in the dream, just is kind of, let's say, maybe 6 hours into sleep, maybe up to 7.5 hours, maybe those 4 or 5 sleep cycles. Stay awake for a little while, usually 30 to 90 minutes. Maybe read about lucidity, watch some videos, or just stay really present, meditate, and then go back to sleep. During that little return to sleep portion, kind of a nap, would be like 4 to 500% increased chance of a lucid dream. So interrupting sleep is probably the biggest one. Ever tried that, Richard, interrupting sleep?
Well, I was just going to say that during the 4 hours of coast to coast, I drink probably about 3 pitchers of water. So I can assure you my dream or my sleep will be interrupted several times.
So I'm fasting doing that.
What do we glean from lucid dreaming? So I can say, well, I want to fly or I want to breathe underwater. But what's the benefit in our waking time?
Yeah, well, that's good. First of all, joy and fun on adventure can be a pretty nice benefit of it.
That's true.
That's, it's kind of your own movie set that you can maybe get freedom from some of the challenges or responsibilities of life. But there's definitely more practical things. People can tune in, like the artist who says maybe a new song called Young Dreams, and the artist actually goes into a studio and dreams and good songs comes back. The dreamer I mentioned before, Chris and Mike Jordan, he said his mother, so that's the super one I forgot to mention, his mother is actually an artist who goes into a dream studio and visually pulls back like painting. The creativity is a big one, health, healing. An interesting example from my own experience with that, not like perfect scientific truth or anything, but just anecdotally and certainly from my point of view, very valuable. Was as a younger, person here at university, I was starting to get pretty bad bursitis because I was a big competitive swimmer, and my shoulders, I guess, were getting sore, and all the bursa and the joints were sore. But I put my hands on my shoulder in the dream, and then it delivered some kind of light, warm energy into there. Sort of imagined it getting better and woke up. And I can't say it was immediately like the next day, but over the next week or two, after about 3 or 4 months of pain, it sort of dissolved. So it seems like there was a factor in other dreamers about success, but sort of lucidity. Another little quick one here that I think maybe dreams. And the German Olympic aerial ski team, kind of the acrobatics, they actually practice in their dreams, in lucid dreams. They kind of choose to do different maneuvers, try them out. So the research, I guess the physiology research shows that they're actually training the balance, maybe a little bit of blood flow, perhaps even increasing muscle mass with a different maneuver. And they're certainly getting the confidence that it works out. Or they're getting warning, don't try that tomorrow if in the dream they're wiped out. So physical skill rehearsal is a big one. And there's a few others where we can say more if you like, but there's a few.
What is lucid living? Is that the same as lucid dreaming, or is it related to lucid dreaming?
Yeah, well, it's a phrase I created that maybe is connected here. And I wanted to kind of show that lucid dreaming can be an aspect of the larger dream of life where we're more present in I guess, writings that are not yet released fully, but different talks I've given, I guess, here in the interview. There's 15 principles that I've kind of picked up for lucid living. And one of the interesting ones is that we can interpret waking events, sort of as if they were a dream. Assume that it was a dream and see, hey, if I'm always having fights with my boss and it was a dream, then what would that mean? So kind of going symbolic on waking life, and then sometimes getting very practical benefits. Another one, the world responds in real time. What does that mean? Well, in sort of the multi-world physics view, our choices and what we focus on can draw in the future. I think more loosely, people call that law of attraction or creating your reality or that kind of thing. But you can actually shift timelines, so sometimes more obviously just getting inspiration for something creatively or a new process or something like insulin came from the dream for Frederick Banting, a fellow Canadian. Mm-hmm. But we can also sort of get inspiration for like new things that I guess creative ideas, processes, ideas that make lots of money, Google came from the dream. But we can also sort of shift the timeline and not necessarily get the inspiration then, but just have a magical thing show up in life. And that thing still can translate to waking life to kind of intending, but really clearly just with a deep knowing that it's possible to shift life in real time, which we can actually train in this degree, so kind of a training ground for skills. If you want to, I may have an interesting example of this degree. That's kind of the framework. Yeah, let's have an example. Okay. So I guess based on the principle that the world responds in real time, you can shift timelines and sometimes have pretty, quote unquote, and using loosely magical, synchronistic things happen. I remember I was touring around the world with Tommy Hulkberger, that's big law there. I was invited to a big movie world tour, all the dreams and empowerment and lucid dreaming. After, I guess, the date in Munich, it was pretty late night. I was taking an overnight, I guess, bus, I think, to the airport in Paris. That's a flight home. And I remember stopping at the gas station, and I was sitting that driver for half an hour, break at the little gas station here, the restaurant, to grab a bite and take it easy. But I guess he just took bathroom break, maybe in German. I do it if going. It's the language better, But anyway, here I was left alone in the restaurant, gas station, and the bus had left with my bag, passport, and everything. And then I kind of shifted gears, which is maybe where the city kicked in. I said, I have a choice first not to react. The freak out, fight and flight. So I was present to not freak out, okay. And then I sort of just very squarely, almost out of desperation, I chose the future. I just said it out loud, even the attendant said, I said, someone's going to come through that door right now, they're going to be going to Paris, and they're going to be glad to give me a lift, and they're going to catch the bus. I remember the kids clearly, and they almost laughed at me. I said, yeah, I don't know. I didn't let that really shift my world away from something that's really clear stuff. You could just say maybe tuned into it precognitively, but I believe I shifted the timeline. Somebody came through the door and said, yeah, we're going to Paris, and they it was almost like a little bit past the studio and then all the way in the top of the bus to the last exit before the exit. Wow. It just made in dreams kind of more focus on it. The valuable skills in dreams that can play out sometimes magically like that. You must feel very safe in the universe. So I try. I can tell you that life in its great wisdom, and sometimes maybe bitten off some a tough and slow speed, and I can be a very slow. I guess I'm stubborn, but I can be a very slow learner. Yeah. Well, I can relate to that. So at times I use some beliefs for instance, they're working on later.
I like it already. It's kind of really cool video.
I'm going to go back to the dreams behind the music. I love these stories of musicians, a song or inspiration changes them. I don't know if this is in the book, but I was reading once about, I mentioned the Beatles, but also with Keith Richards and Mick Jagger. They kind of came together in the studio, and he had first time research, I did do quite a bit of time, 760 footnotes and about 3,000 hours for the whole project. A little bit of work devotion there, so hopefully it's accurate. But the story I have is pretty close, and my little reference is that on May 7th, 1965, so 2 months before my birthday, in Florida, McCartney had just finished there yesterday, and more things are happening, so he just started to look in the middle of the night, short melody, and he just played it really quickly onto his tape recorder. Back in the day, we didn't have an MP3 or any of that. And he mumbled lyrics, and fell back to sleep. So an inspiration that he was surprised in the morning. He said, the tape had run out. Any major lyrics that exaggerate and they go to lyrics by the school the next day in about 10 minutes for it. Finally, they recorded it and turned out to be like a huge breakthrough hit. So we can think, you have another favorite song that's coming to a dream? Oh my gosh, just see if you can get. You know what the first the first Grammy winning song was? That song Grammy? No. Not too many people know. It actually wasn't by Americans, so it's interesting. I'll give you a little hint here. It was also a commercial for a car. You know how yes. Yeah. So two Italian gentlemen who were supposed to go away for the weekend. One ended up being late to meet his friend, and he asked us for beautiful visuals, skies and good blue and inspiration, and they skipped the whole style, and that was the wrong with it. In this case, when you sing the new hits a lot, not too many people know about the first ever song Grammy. There's a few best song Grammys that came from dreams too. And I mean, people specifically say the song in writing itself type of thing. Yes, he's actually said that, I think, about Band on the Run. But the songs write themselves. Where did it even for them, right? Yeah, where did it come from? Is it our subconscious writing the songs? Are we an antenna? Where are they coming from? Well, two questions, I'll kind of address the first maybe quickly. Sir Arthur Sullivan, who Gramsci might have been the first ever physical recording of the Dream Inspired. Back in the time, I guess, when they started recording music on reel-to-reel and stuff, the Lost Chord. And he said he couldn't really, he knew he dreamt the beautiful melody, but couldn't remember any of the music. But, soon after he composed the title, so he at least had the feeling, and it became one of his best-known songs. Sometimes it's extremely little retouch. Other times it's pretty much the entire song, like Barry Joel says, like he did pretty much every song he's ever recorded. Mostly the music he did, but sometimes the lyrics and stuff. I think I'm really very dreamer. The second part of the question, we'll get to after the break, coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll continue to talk about the dreams behind the music, lucid dreaming, and we'll also open up the phone lines at the bottom of the next hour here. Betty Rice, taking the food. Insights and data you need to grow. Go to ROTHSCHILD.com for more.
Fresh steelhead trout, wild-caught salmon fillets, smothered in garlic lemon butter season, and we have so many choices of feeder bites. From our fresh seafood package to our full circle market wild-caught fish fillets and plant-based protein to our Finger Brothers trends. Stop in today and grow some tonight. Finger Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first. Adopt U.S. Kids again. Every step you expect them to be easy. During the reason.
Go. GOAT. Happy. Stands for Rated for All.
Food and foster care wasn't just a thing. Visit AdoptUSKids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and Ag Region.
The cell technology in sales comes now with limited quantity electrical species powered by 12-gen Intel Core processors. They want select software laptops with working security features and select varieties laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration as an activity. They want selected customer accessories from free shipping and special financing or business credit. On-the-go technology supply creators 77 at Shell. That's 877 at Shell. AFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Bring it back over the hour this Sunday morning. Just so you can watch that live so crazy.
Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Things are looking up. I'm Mr. Caravella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Progress has been made to open up roads in the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains. Crews have been working around the clock to clear snow.
All of our county-maintained roads are 100% plowed at this point, at least one lane passable.
San Bernardino County Supervisor Don Rouse says non-county maintained roads are now being worked on. Rouse says some of those roads are narrow and private companies will be needed to help them plow. As residents continue to dig out from the snow, the county has set up a program to reimburse people up to $500 for snow removal. Boyd Stroll and KFI News.
The report says the star's lawyer in L.A. has funneled more than $1 million in gifts and payments to an investigator at the state bar and the investigator's wife. The report follows a year-and-a-half-long investigation by a law firm working for the state bar's governing board. It describes corruption of the agency by former lawyer Tom Girardi beyond what was previously known. The state bar did not take action against Girardi until 2021, even though he received over. Has been charged with murder and attempted murder. LA County DA George Gaston says the man could face up to 40 years to life in state prison if convicted. The man was arrested after a stand-up in Alhambra on Wednesday. Investigators with the National Task Force say they have recovered more debris from two small planes that crashed in midair over Winter Haven, Florida. 4 people were killed in a crash on Tuesday.
Preliminary information at this point is that neither airplane had any kind of avoidance system or radar that would have alerted them to the other aircraft.
That's Police Report Inspector Lynn Spencer, who says if you look at video of the crash, we recovered most of the wreckage. Officials are still looking for the right wing of one of the planes. In Italy, the Coast Guard has been sent to rescue 3 boats in the Mediterranean Sea carrying more than 30 in Turkey. Another 80 were rescued, but more are missing and presumed dead. KFI weather Saturday will have more wet weather. Highs in the 50s across the Southland at the beaches, Metro AOC, the valleys, Ivy and Antelope Valley. Weather is shaping up on Sunday with partly cloudy skies across Southern California. Right now, we could be over 53, Fullerton 55, Culver City 63, and Arcadia 52 degrees. Moving local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella. Trouble to Louisville on the 60s. The Mono Freeway westbound at Louisville Boulevard. Turn lane is going to be blocked by a crash. Heavy delays through Orange 55 Orange Freeway, southbound of Newell Ranch Road. The crash off to the right should be heavy and slow. Chatsworth in the 182 eastbound at Rocky Street. 2 left lanes are blocked by a red van. Into Pasadena and the 210 Foothills Freeway. Use the damage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage is falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove. Call them today and get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS and sellersadvantage.com. Number 0196165 a Truman Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important. His children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Crazy Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get your real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Stephanie Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets to timeshare industry.
To fly within the United States and visit friends and extended family members on military bases. So why wait to give yourself these real benefits? Get your Real ID by starting the application online, uploading the correct documents, and make your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying for a Real ID now, it's one less thing to worry about later. Visit www.dmv.ca.gov today. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Done again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. Go solar with local and veteran-owned Super Solaris. Visit supersolaris.com. KFI, AM 640. Sing me a song, babe.
What kind of song, baby?
The one you hear when you look into my soul. Sing me a song, babe.
What kind of song, baby?
It belongs to sing me a song.
Sing me a song, baby.
What kind of song, babe?
The one you feel closest to my touch.
Yeah, they're putting into George Norrie, Serena Ryder, and William Prince. Singing a song was reportedly captured early Monday morning by a wet bend into the sky in a straight line. Mouse fan suggested that the odd object was a trans-medium UFO, undoubtedly of non-human origin. And the Popocatépetl volcano has long interested UFO enthusiasts, as the webcam observing the site has previously picked up peculiar objects that appear to fly either into, over, or in this case, away from the location. Check out the video on the carousel of the Coast to Coast warning you've come to the right place. Paranormal Gate has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal and the people that you fancy straight away. And then you can search by location and paranormalgate.com. Remember, station right after these on Coast to Coast again.
Can be texting on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place. Getting email is easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock is groups that are trying to destroy our country. The final battle reveals how they want to stop Trump and DeSantis in 2024. Or we'll see the names of the secret players. Get Final Battle and see the free offer. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX. Or go to finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. Just southwest of Fort Worth, visit the one with Chris McConnell site from just $69.90. Live every day like you're on vacation. Yeah.
Craig Webb stays with us. The Dreams Behind the Music is the book. And before the break, Craig, we were talking about where these songs come from. When Paul McCartney talked about the song, he dreams about a song, the song writes itself. He likens himself to an antenna. We'll get receiving the song. So talk more about that.
Yeah, well, that could be true of all dreams. We're not quite sure what the source is. I mean, we have ideas. Certainly there's some manifestation of the activity in the brain. It's called paradoxical sleep. So the dreaming sleep, paradoxical sleep, is when we're doing kind of, let's say, daily activities, or it's much more like our daytime, often with visuals, sometimes, I guess, with the music. So during this phase, there must be something happening in the brain. But the source of the info can definitely come from, say, the mind, or perhaps beyond. Exactly how to track it or prove any of that, it's a little bit tougher. But I can say some interesting research shows that There's specialized neural networks in the brain which are distinct from other functions. Let's say that even speech and non-musical sounds are processed by different parts of the brain. Even although both sides of the brain process sound and music, there seems to be a bit of a distinction between perception of speech and music, and sort of like singing versus talking, and even it extends to the ears. The right ear is a little bit better for perceiving verbal sounds, so that who wants it the most kind of taps into the internet and gets it. I have seen in my book there's quite a number of documented songs, and this is sort of in parentheses gifted by non-physical beings. In other words, Jimi Hendrix came and inspired a number of waking artists in their dreams, and that a few of the other classical artists, such as had mentors, teachers, family members, were taken themselves. For those who know that, certain techniques, I don't know which order they say their names, but their grandmother came and some other inspirations, LCN, a big music. So here's a few ideas, and maybe it'd be interesting to get the listener take on where it comes from. What would you say, Richard?
Wow. I think Paul McCartney's writing, I think it comes from Paul McCartney, when we're talking about him. I think he's being maybe very, very generous and yeah.
Yeah, and deeper subconscious or something like that. Yeah. There's an interesting principle that says it's probably not, certainly not our fully conscious self. If we lucid, maybe it's closer. But there's a number of artists, not just musicians, who say, wow, I didn't write this, I don't even know how I got it or where it came from. And in the dream, they believe that somebody else's hit, like Roy Orbison. He dreamt this song, oh my gosh, that's an amazing new Elvis hit. And then he woke up saying, in dreams, by the way, Orbison song, by dreams, and perhaps a little bit by Elvis. But he thought it was Elvis was in the dream, and that happened. Even McCartney actually thought one of the songs came from the Stones, but then when he woke up, wait a minute, that's not the same. James Cameron had the very movie, he goes, these aren't mine, how about these come from Richard Boss with his book, Illusions, or excuse me, Jonathan Siegel. He had a big series of dreams that he said, I don't know, it didn't come from me, I'm not sure where they came from, it's not even mine. So there's an interesting sort of identity or maybe ownership question. My guess is it's a little bit deeper part of the subconscious, maybe the collective unconscious, so not necessarily the conscious mind.
We talked before, fairly recently, and I remember vaguely a story involving a precognition dream that involved a shipwreck.
Oh, yeah. That's one of my fascinating dreams. Now, the song is probably not going to be a number one hit as on the charts, but the story is the number one hit. In fact, I put it near the start of the book just because it has so many interesting aspects. It's Canadian folk composer, CBC radio host, also Clary Croft. A little salutation of the Clary, who told me this very interesting story and sings and talks about it in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And it was going to go sail on its maiden voyage. About, I guess, 5 years later after it was built, and papers and stuff. The interesting part that's not so documented is that, they were all loaded up with lots of expensive fish and things that would go bad, and I guess maybe some really upset because you had a haunting vision of the ship with gray hull and all sails set, but they were black. And she sort of saw the whole, I guess, a shipwreck. So she said to her husband, you're not going. It probably took a little discussion, Eventually, long story short, went to Captain Pride, that's the name, but that's the actual name of the captain, and I can't go with him, so silly, and maybe lose my marriage, but he probably couldn't go either, because my wife had this dream, and she thought it's a big storm, and so it might be a shipwreck. Anyways, he was committed with sail, and unfortunately, he took his son as the first mate. That story did come true, like the whole ship was shipwrecked pretty much as the wife saw. A life-saving dream for, I guess, the first mate, and unfortunately not for the son. But another interesting aspect is, Larry said, N.M. Pride, where have I said that before? The name of the ship. And he said, wait a minute. He went back to his childhood wall from his, I guess, the house where he grew up. And the furniture was still there, and he saw this half model of, I guess, the trick flow and balances with it. So all his downloads, he had the half model of the Anium 5, the actual original one, on his wall. And he asked his mother, where did we get this? And his son died, and he's like, oh my God, that's by my turbo.
Can people dream about specific things without necessarily?
It's called incubation. There's a whole bunch of different ideas. It's guiding the dream content a little bit. In fact, I bet you most of the listeners have done it. They just didn't necessarily name it. You know, if you're for certain, if you go to sleep with a question mark, you know, I'll sleep on it, that kind of thing. You may well dream on it, like many of the inventions, songs, and things. But sometimes if you're just watching a movie or reading a book, or you're better when you're conscious and lucid, or choose, I guess that's what it's really is. In other words, make sure that you choose those. Like the journal Olympic speech, when you're more conscious, you start to realize during the dream, you can guide it a little bit. And then the interesting part is harvesting dreams, because I always tell a trick for this. But what does it want? Like, it really does want something. There might be an action in the world. Let's say McCartney never acted on his musical inspiration for Yesterday, and also Let It Be, like a huge Beatle hit. He wouldn't have these amazing triggers and thoughts, maybe some actions or impulses that bring it to our public world as a gift from your personal inner subconscious.
Or the dream is asking us something, or our deep subconscious is asking us something. A recurring dream a lot, not anymore, but losing my teeth. I would start spitting out like I was spitting out chiclets. And I had that quite frequently. So what is the dream want when I'm spitting out chiclets my teeth?
Oh, well, before I go into that one, because these things get personal pretty fast. I should ask, do you have that recurring dream anymore?
No. I would say I haven't had it probably in about 10 to 15 years, but I used to have it a lot.
Yeah. Okay, good. So you can get a little more personal. By the way, this is actually, according to a recent research study of looking up Google searches, it's the most common dream in many countries. Wow. I've actually seen different statistics, but I guess for Google searches, it's easy to type keep falling out there. But it actually is multifaceted. So the big universal archetypal dreams are usually across cultures. So it's not just USA or Canada, it's actually many cultures worldwide. It's not the biggest one in all the cultures. In South America, it's the snake, and probably makes sense, I guess, from the glory point of view. But the people in that dream has a few levels, and I laughed a little bit with a friendly good nature because I had it too. The level of, let's say, sort of publicly spewing out different words that maybe not all the person is happy with, or they just come out, like, I guess, I'm thinking Halle Berry has to keep falling out dream. So maybe some of the things she said, or she's sort of worried about complexion, losing her teeth, or, as an actor, that's very important. For the radio announcer, the things that come out of our mouth, I want to make sure that there's no biting words. Making sure that they sort of don't bite into people's minds too deeply. Unless we do, but I guess if we're making a news story. And then there seems to be a pretty interesting sort of spy or psychic or maybe premonition level. There's actually a number of cultures. There's a number of people around the world. I forget all the countries. Bahamas is one, Italy, a number of places, like 5 or 6. I can't name them all right now. But in the culture, there's the dream about losing your teeth and somebody close to you is going to die. The first, I guess, is the song that has really like, that's it. But actually, after hearing it quite a bit and seeing actually drummers I work with having clear premonitions that someone close to them passing, and it usually seems to be when there's actual blood in the dream. So it's like variation in physical blood, particularly with stained glass and visual glass. So another level is sort of grinding our teeth at night, which is a little more obvious for this, teeth flying out at formula. So we might be grinding our teeth, and then if we're not careful about it, or go to the dentist and do something about it, we get a bite plate or something, we might have actual future premonition where we have teeth bits, or we will lose teeth. So the big lesson overall through all the different categories is learning, having presence and peace with letting go, because even in life, we do lose our teeth with the child growing out, maybe later our working teeth, and then older person. So letting go of the permanent challenge of life, just allowing your body to do its transitions of time. Sounds easy to say letting go, but I can't say I've mastered that like.
No, that reminds me of the toughest one. You mentioned Are there some practical ways that dreams can help the living and the dying around that transition, around death?
Yeah, so that's the end of our big dream that recurs every day that we call life. I did a whole sort of audio CD, which was a presentation I gave to those college of care conference, all about that. So there's a number of ways that can really help. I guess one simple way, maybe not obvious, but it's been hinted at a little bit here with the children's dream, the first dream, is precognitive dreams can actually help prevent death. So, like, let's say the didn't die, or another researcher here, actually one of the discoverers of a REM sleep, the rapid eye movement sleep, that just triggered lots of research, and EEGs and everything that's the sleep recording. William Dement later had not during that research, but later had a dream where a doctor was showing him an x-ray of his lungs up on one of these in this x-ray viewing screens over there. And he had this really sinking feeling, and the doctor was just like, unfortunately, you have lung cancer, and you're not going to get to see your children grow up, and it's going to be a horrible thing for them. And, he woke up going, oh my God, thank goodness, it was just a dream. But he had the wisdom to can't say that it was the best predictions and negative types of the ones that don't come true. So possibly he was in a coma for many, many months. And I guess
that was one of the greatest days on the man.
Kind of an intentional dream, kind of a sitting in daytime lucid dream. The woman who told my pastor said, "Where did everybody go? Why aren't they coming in more to visit?" And the caregiver said, "Oh, it's been a few months." So, they did come and said, "Okay, I'd like to see so-and-so and so-and-so." So when she came back to work, the caregiver was, I guess, practical and pragmatic enough to call up certain family members and have them come visit. And very shortly after, I'm not quite sure days, but let's say in about a week or so after all the visits, the patient had sort of peacefully passed. And I guess in some level they sort of knew who was visiting and had their unfinished business a little bit finished, or at least had a connection and then moved out.
Remarkable, remarkable. I'm going to take a quick time out here. Jeff Hotel taking us into the break with Cup of Wonder. And then your call for Craig West, Dreams, on Coast to Coast AM.
I'm Andrew Caravella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Sheriff's deputies have exchanged shots with a man who barricaded himself in a house in La Fuente. LA County Sheriff's Deputy Miguel Mesa says the house has been surrounded and a crisis negotiation team is working to de-escalate the situation.
It's a bit dangerous. We try to retreat, take cover, and find the best protection as possible. As you can see, one of the barricades that's passing by here, they're heavily armed, and we use them as a cover for us.
Mesa told NBC afternoon the man allegedly shot at deputies and hurt 2 people. Deputies were not hurt. Neighboring houses were evacuated. KFI weather. Saturday is going to have more wet weather. Highs are going to be in the 50s and 60s across the Southland at the beaches, Metro LA, OT, the Valleys, IE, and Antelope Valley. We lead roll call from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravella.
Couple problems on the 210. First one through Pasadena, to the eastbound side of Hill Avenue. Right lane blocked by a crash. 210 for the Hill Freeway westbound at the 5. There's a stall there. Left lane's going to be blocked. A little heavy. Left LA 405 southbound Sunset Boulevard. Crash there off to the right. 57 south side of Lincoln through Anaheim. We've got fast off to the side. Head to Long Beach. 710 Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts and newsmakers and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and secret.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there.
Really, no, really.
Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all work out? If you have heart failure and any of those symptoms-related symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. You may have the transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy.
RPM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connect with you.
Then going through self-checkout, and the second item you put through, call for attendance.
And ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, you should have rung them up separately. No. You should have more people here. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. What I should have done is put them in my pants and walked out and take them for free.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And I'm sure there are criminals who are going, come on, handle what I said. And by the way, I don't even know what I'm saying. And Phil, I'm saying this proactively, okay? Beforehand.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You gotta go to college. You have to have the degree. And why? Because you are an elitist snob. That's why. And what's going to say my kid went to college as opposed to my kid didn't. It's all about you.
Bill Handle.
It has nothing to do with your kid.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640.
I am trying to figure out this situation. And, well, so I don't, like, honestly, and I wouldn't say this, between, you know, the person who's been banned on social media more than any person in local history. And that's fine. And here's why. I have had an account on basically every kind of different stream on every, you know, I have so many social media accounts, it's ridiculous. I wasn't banned on Discord, but I was playing music on it after another when it comes to a social media. Like, if they don't tell you the rules until too late, and then you lose your access to it. So, and it's just like, it's kind of frustrating when, you know, I mean, it's the same as if we were on Twitter and they removed my microphone because I'm playing music on it.
It's 1-800-501-4109.
That's a great
The
question.
first time caller
I
line
only
is
responded
501-4721.
Discord,
To talk to Richard
not
to the
different
right,
servers.
call
So, as of right now, it's
800-255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serris.
Putting into North North. For years, researchers have believed that human ancestors in Ethiopia were the first beings to use crude stone tools about 2.6 million years ago. But a recently published study introduces new findings that suggest tool making occurred over 300,000 years.
I am aware of that option. And this one seems to be a little deeper. My other account was fine, and I can see that every time. Just this one is what I was saying. When I go to the coast to coast, there might be some stuff with it. Exactly. And I wondered if it was that. There's like a personal service because you get that permission to speak in the chat. So it's like, okay, well, I don't.
You can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Serris Stream Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to get deeper into Stream Planet, you might think about a premium subscription. And there are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from.
The thing is, though, it was working fine. I saw commercial people, and they just do what you get. It was only after I played like the whole concert where even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over it. But not all the time. It's not too much verbal. Oh, it is some verbal. I just like techniques, I guess. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm talking to that, so it doesn't really matter. But they see this big billboard, and I got a picture of myself with a 5 shooter, and then it's a picture of my driver's license, and I have the one that I'm there. Somebody's going to say, oh my god, this doesn't care that we don't know where he lives. And then it's what's it, fine? Or like, you don't need to know English to be able to watch it, so you can watch it without sound. So basically, it's an entertaining thing. And I know somebody's going to see this bad boy and be like, wow, I'm excited about that.
MentalHealthNews.com features content from world-class alternative health experts who make a lot of sense
And to earn your respect and admiration as they take their advice and try the recommended unique products designed to work in concert with your body to provide all the nutrition it needs. Log on to criticalhealthnews.com and take advantage of all the free health information available there. Remember, education is your best defense against sickness and misery. Get inspired by visiting criticalhealthnews.com.
Take an ass, take a name, and take it over to the store. You want viral as you know it.
Yourself how good you can feel. Call 1-855-949-RADIO or 1-855-949-7234. All right, let's go to the phones for Craig Webb, and let's see, we're going to go to the first-time caller line. Jeremy is in Culver City, California. Jeremy, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
We talked about a free global.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you for that.
You got it. Now, George Washington Carver, have you researched it at all? From the Tuskegee Institute. He used to write letters to the Creator before he went to sleep, and the Creator would answer his questions. So that's a fun one to play with, maybe to add to your research. George Washington Carver talking to the Creator for his dream. And then my pivoted question here is, do blind people have lucid dreams?
Interesting. That's an interesting.
Like visual, when the blindness started, and it's actually a little bit the same for so much visual content as their dreams. Which I guess sort of makes sense. So that's, I guess, the researcher likened to dreams. But like I said, blind folks do report actually seeing the light. But I guess it's an interesting little call. They might have used it.
Jeremy's great question. Thank you for that. Physiologically, like in the brain, is there any...
Well, first off, we kind of have the sympathetic and the parasympathetic adjust and digest. And that's often like to some degree activated. We're in the dream, we're sort of resting, and we're in that part of it, the body is asleep, and yet we're very activated, fight and flight, running around, active, certainly wasn't too lucid, and you can see that there's lots of triggers and everything's going great down. I guess I'm trying to get away from the pursuer or something like that. And then lucidity or lucid dreaming shows a lot less fighting a bit of, I guess, the brain chemistry, maybe the body chemistry, with conscious intention, practice, rehearsal, could say bad dream. What's the best ending? Practice it before sleep, and you might give a suggestion to your subconscious to either change it, like have a new dream, or maybe you realize during the dream.
All right, east of the Rockies, Leon is in Chicago. Leon, welcome to the show.
Hey, Leon.
Hi, Leon, are you there? I think we lost Leon. All right, let's say hi to Catherine is in British Columbia. Catherine, welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Craig Webb.
Oh, hi, Craig.
Hi, Catherine.
This is such an awesome topic because nobody's talking about this one, and I have had this for years. And I had gotten a vision, and I'm an artist, and I had gotten a vision of the back of any 83 days to singles quite a bit. And so on the back of the cover of this casino I had the vision was a blue sky. There was on the left-hand side was rock, because it's over a cliff. And there was a hand coming from the top of the sky, and a hand coming from the bottom of the sky, so they would meet each other and grab each other's hands. And there was on the right side, it's so cool, a red rope. And so they were grabbing onto this red rope so that they were both pulling each other. You get what I'm saying? The guy at the top was holding the red rope.
Right, just sort of pulling each other together, I guess, the hands.
Yeah, and the guy in the bottom grabs the red rope and he's pulling them off the cliff, kind of thing. Okay, so the lady that was doing the photography for the front cover, she told me to go to her husband's office, and he had this poster, the exact poster, on his wall, and it blew my mind, right to the color of the rope.
Wow. And you had dreamed that image initially?
It was a vision I had. And what is so cool own the company. I also was told to use it. And they gave me the copyright to use it as long as I put their AMD on the back of my channel. Yeah. And they actually sent me the very last poster they had up there.
Well, thank you for that. It's very cool.
And then, you know what else that dream was you sharing it with many listeners now also, right?
There you go. All right, let's say hi to Penny is in Los Angeles. Penny, good evening and welcome to those.
Well, hey, hi, how are you?
Great, thank you.
I got the whole thing. I just wanted to say a few things. I do lucid dream occasionally. I've never tried to. It's just something that happens, and sometimes more frequently than other times. And but I never find myself like I know I'm dreaming. I'll become aware that I'm dreaming. Okay, but I never feel. It doesn't ever feel real like when you're awake. It's just sort of foggy. And then that's also once I'm aware I'm dreaming, I have to really concentrate to stay in it. And it's this weird tension in it. It's not very comfortable. If I go more into the dream, I become more conscious in the dream, wake up more in it. Then I won't wake up past 2 or 3, but I will be from there. And then I've actually been recently, and I was aware that they have, I don't know if you've ever experienced that.
What do you think is going on there, Chris?
Yeah, well, thanks for sharing also. It's been a personal experience that might not have shared with so many people. Trust me, us and large audience. I guess some of these experiences can be a little more specific to the person, so not always the greatest, or I guess not always accurate to extrapolate to everybody. Some people have what I would call, I use the phrase spontaneous, a little more like. So that's a little more. That could be, I think, as you might have intuited there, is something that you could shift, kind of increasing, practicing, clarifying. There's ways to focus and bring yourself more present if you choose. Right now it sounds like you may have, this is subtle stuff, so I'm not saying it's true for you, but you can contemplate. You might have a belief that, if I see, if I can get out of a dream, I'll be dead. There's kind of an old wise tale that goes around that says, if you die in dreams, you die. Which I can prove, I've proven personally, and other dreamers and people I work with have died in dreams and they're fine. So that's why it's not true, at least. Can't prove that people who have died in sleep didn't have that, but most likely I would say it's not accurate if you die in dreams. But holding that belief could limit your experience, could make it foggy, could make it less pleasant, and that some of it might be a bit of a belief or interpretation shift. Sometimes it's really the choice of, hey, what would I use this for? If you want to have it more often, could I help my children by giving my answers to questions? Could I quicken my consciousness, create a spiritual exploration? There's lots to pay off, but it's just to choose one, and that can kind of motivate.
All right, thank you for that. Let's say, hey, welcome. Hey, I just want to say, Richard, you're doing a yeoman's job. God bless you. Hey, thank you for my question, real quick. Everyone, and you do this technology, everyone's dreaming. So, it's just a quick question. Is there going to be some great songs coming out in the next 10, 20 years?
Dream inspired, you mean, right?
Yes, I think that's what he means.
I think that's what he means, yeah, because I guarantee that we can